All right. Hello and welcome, everybody. Finally, we're able to continue. Although I was a bit slow in actually catching that the maintenance was ending early, which I didn't expect for an emergency maintenance. That's apparently also very important because they addressed, I think, a couple of login errors as well. But that's why it's a bit later than usual. Not that much, but still. Lost a little bit of time there, but it's not a big deal, obviously. Yeah, there was emergency maintenance to implement hotfixes this morning. I believe, as far as I can tell from what I've read in the Lodestone news, they have tried to address multiple login errors, which the most prominent of them occurs while you're trying to log in. Like, you've already been in the queue for a long time, and then it's finally your turn, and then you get pushed back to the end of the queue again because you can't log in. And they try to address that particular error and a couple of other things as well, obviously. And well, I suppose that was pretty successful because they actually pushed the end of the maintenance over an hour earlier than they originally planned, according to the launcher post. So I guess everything's well. The ominous music obviously still being here, because of the point of the MSQ where I'm at. Let's see where this is going. Yesterday evening, I speculated that we were going to Thavnir next, because that's what the world map showed us, but maybe we're actually not, right? I mean, obviously news haven't quite reached us of any new developments there, so I guess we'll have to see what actually will happen next. I'm really looking forward to it, obviously. We've already done so much more during this MSQ, so much more than I expected, certainly. So I honestly don't really know where this is going next. Let's see. I actually got through the login queue quite fast, by the way. It's only like there were 1,000 people before me and was done in like 10 minutes or something. But it's morning. Obviously, I suspect that the login queue really was only there because a lot of people attempted to log back in after the maintenance ended at once, which, obviously the server processes those requests, one after the other, so it takes a bit, but it doesn't take that long because the server probably still wasn't at capacity. Well, that's a pretty ominous picture, isn't it? Skies aflame. So what I feared is actually taking place, which is that the final days apparently are starting very quickly. I had hoped that we would have a bit more, what do you call it? Sort of a calm before the storm, right? Where we would go maybe to Labyrinthos, discover a few more things, try to figure out what might actually be happening. But apparently not. Apparently it's just straight up happening. So we'll see. One good thing that I see here is that I've reached level 85 of the MSQ, so that means I'm not that much over leveled. I think I'll still continue doing side quests on my paladin. I really, really want to avoid, hitting level 90 on summoner and then still having, 20, 30 main story quests to go, right? That would be really unfortunate. So I'll try to sort of hit level 90 exactly at the point where the main story hits level 90 as well. Obviously that's going to be very hard to achieve, but I hope that I'll manage to do so. Having said that, there's still 3 dungeons before level 90, 85, 87, 89. There's probably going to be some other stuff as well. So I hope that that works out. I mean, I'm still over-leveled by more than one level, so it should be fine, I think. One thing that I was also really wondering about yesterday is the role quests. And there are no quests here. So I don't know whether I missed them in Labyrinthos. Maybe that's where they start? Maybe I already missed them in Limsa. The start of the MSQ, although that would be a very weird point to put them. Although, you know what? Now that I think back, if I recall the patch notes, I think they actually said that the role quests were starting at different points. Don't they all start? I just remembered that, yeah. I think the role quests are actually starting in like Gridania, Uldar, Ishgar. They're at all kinds of different places. Huh. No matter. I'll do them sooner or later. I mean, they said something about them being sort of, you know, it would make sense to play them along with the main story. So I hope it still works if you play them afterward. That being said, I mean, the Shadowbringers role quests were also pretty like they still made sense playing through them after the main story, which you know, they have to do that, because even if I would start a role quest now, I would only do the caster one, obviously, so this door is really annoying, isn't it? You know, I would only do the caster one, so if I do the other ones afterward, they'd still have to make sense, right? So I don't think that I really have to do that. Maybe at some point we'll actually travel through some of the other cities or something. Nah, whatever. Let's continue with the main story. Oh, I was just about to call for you. I'm afraid we've received another call for assistance. This one comes from Ratz-at-Han. The others have assembled in the main hall to discuss the situation. You must join them at once. Let's see where this is going. Alright. Not so much for a break, huh, LSA? Ah, there you are. I'll have to check out some streams, by the way, if it was truly dependent on your choice. I think it was, but you have 6 choices and they all seem to be voiced, so I really want to see the other scenes. You know, yesterday, at the end there, you had a choice of who would visit you. I chose Alisaie, and, you know, she told us we need to take a break, we need to take care of ourselves for once, and not always just, you know, jump headlong into battle, which I sort of agree with, but at the same time, again, the scene where Daniel captured us, teleported us away, and then immediately they swapped our body. What should we have done about that? There isn't really any countermeasure against that, I think. At least I don't really know, so I don't know. On the one hand, she's absolutely right, but on the other, as you can clearly see, how would we be able to catch a break? Nah. But again, I really want to see the other scenes. I suspect that a lot of people are gonna pick different ones there, so yeah, really looking forward to see that in other streams. Our worst fears have come to pass, but moments ago we received grim tidings from our contact in Ratz-at-Han. Vile beasts have appeared as if out of nowhere, claiming one victim after the next. What's more, they say that the very sky burns above them. Where are the beasts coming from, though? That's really what I'm wondering. Good gods, are the final days already upon us? It would appear so. Sadly, this is all the information we have at present. No doubt the people of Ratz-at-Han are busy fighting for their lives. Considering how bad the situation was even before this started, just because of the tower, I suspect they have not a good chance of actually fighting that by themselves. Then we must go at once. They need our help. Agreed. Cryo, you'd best remain here with Tataru and gather what knowledge you can. You are in no condition for a long journey, I imagine. Very well. Similar phenomena may have been observed elsewhere, and if so, we must know about it at once. At least Tataru's not alone. I mean, she wasn't alone before, right? Hori Boulder and the others were at the Rising Stones with her. Be safe out there, yes? Let us make first for Yedlamad. We must prepare ourselves for what may lie ahead. Suppose we're teleporting there right away? Really wonder what this is gonna look like. Journey to Thavnir. Oh. I'm glad for Kryle's support. I'll also call upon Hori Boulder and the others to assist us. They will be our eyes and ears in the field, as they have been many times before. No similar creatures have been sighted here in Sharlayan. That said, the early signs may manifest in other regions ere long. We must be prepared for every eventuality. With the fall of the tower in Thavnir, the Harnish were beginning to enjoy a semblance of peace. And now this. We do not wield the creation magics that the ancients did, yet still these abominations appear. Whatever could be the cause? Yeah, that is very weird, right? Maybe there is actually something else that wields creation magic, or maybe these creatures sort of have been stored in the ether? I mean, sort of depends what Zodiac did to them, right? If you think about it, the ether technically maybe could still sort of have their concepts in it, right? Maybe they didn't truly die or anything after Zodiac was summoned. Maybe they just went back to being ether, but their sort of concept was still part of the flow of ether, and now that's breaking free again, and they manifest again. It's rather curious, though. I would rather accompany you to Thavnir, but Raha's concerns are well-founded. The last thing I would want is to be a burden. And so I'll remain here with Tataru and do all I can to gather knowledge that might serve us in the battle to come. Godspeed in your journey. In ancient times, the phenomenon was first observed in places where the celestial currents had grown weakest. It would seem there is a stagnancy of ether in the skies above Ratz-at-Han, unbeknownst even to Vitra. I mean, it's not been that long since Zodiac was defeated, so maybe Vitra noticed right away but wasn't able to call for help immediately because they prepared for it or something. If this calamity has indeed come to Thavnir, it is all too likely that Corvus across the strait finds itself in a similar predicament. Even now, it remains an imperial province, and as such, it may be some time until we can ascertain the situation there. We can only hope that Kryle and Tataru will be able to provide us with some insight sooner rather than later. It's also cool that he's concerned about his homeland, right? I mean, obviously he would be, but, you know, that they address it. If the might of Vitra is not enough to hold these fiends at bay, Ratz-at-Han is in dire straits indeed. We must go at once. Yes, let us do that. I wonder, they'll probably play a cutscene right when we teleport, I'd imagine. Get Lard. Let's see. suppose they are.
And lo, vile beasts did rise.
Whoa. Why the meteor shower, though? Ooh, you know what that means? Probably it's sort of the atmosphere is giving way to celestial objects actually being able to fly
in their wake but blood and ash.
Whoa.
Sun scorches earth and boils seas. And our sins ascend unto the heavens. 3 dooms to unmake all we were.
The sky burns. The final days are truly upon us.
Interestingly enough,
My friends, I trust you have heard the news.
It doesn't really look stagnant, though, does it? If the ether truly... I mean, I guess that the ether is thinning? But...
We have. What can you tell us of the situation, Your Excellency?
Last night, the isle was rocked by tremors, and the earth itself cried out.
What does that mean, though?
Aloft, the heavens began to burn. From all about, unholy beasts, the likes of which we had never seen, came forth in fury and rage. No. To say they came forth would be inexact.
How does this work exactly?
The people of Ratz-at-Han themselves
What?
transformed into these baleful fiends.
Wait, what? So... So they had the... What? That's not what Emma told us.
Though the phenomenon was observed throughout our lands, the first creature, the largest and most dreadful of the lot, wrought havoc upon us here in our fair city. Though they bear superficial resemblance to divinities of legend, they are ungodly abominations. The people decry them as blasphemies. The large one's rampage has since taken it to the northern reaches of the island. I mean to dispatch our radiant host in an attempt to quell the threat.
And what of Vritra?
Vritra too makes for the north of his own accord, and yet he knows the blasphemy and its minions were but yesterday his beloved people.
Yeah, that makes the situation a lot more complicated, but I unfortunately don't think we can, like, we wouldn't even know if they can even be transformed back, right?
I pray his boundless compassion and mercy does not deter him from taking unenviable but necessary action.
But I'm really confused now.
Understood. I ask that you allow us to aid you in quelling this threat.
You would risk your lives to help us yet again? I have no words to express my gratitude.
I mean, it's to be expected that this happens the world over. So maybe that's this weird phenomenon that we observed in Ishgard, for example, where, you know, the people looked like they were sort of... I first thought that it was that their ether sort of became stagnant, or that they were affected by stasis or something, because it had this white cloud effect around them, right? But maybe that was sort of the first sign of them transforming into these beasts then. Or maybe there's... Maybe they were infused with some special ether that then reacts to this cry that everybody describes?
Our regiments approach the north from several directions, with a number of units set to depart from the docks of Yedlimat. They will make landfall in an area of dense jungle, where one can expect to encounter dangers even beyond the fell beasts we hunt. I leave you to your preparation. You will find me at the docks when you are ready to depart.
And the thing that I'm also wondering is, what is the connection to the sky? Because what's happening to the sky, I thought, was sort of, you know, if you imagine the atmosphere of the planet itself growing thinner, maybe it would sort of invite, you know, again, if we compare it to our world, maybe it actually invites meteorites that would have normally burned up in the atmosphere to rain down, and you know, violent particles from the universe to now come in. That would explain the sky, but what's the connection between the sky and the land here? There's still, like, we still, now even though we see it with our very own eyes, we still have absolutely no idea why this is happening. What are we even supposed to do? Just kill the beasts? I mean, we can, but wouldn't everybody just turn...
We're as prepared as we'll ever be. Let's go.
Whoa. That music. Yeah, this is... What the hell is happening? So the beasts are not born of creation magics run amok, but are rather the altered forms of the people themselves. In that sense, this manifestation of the final days differs from that which we witnessed in Amarot. At least we think that it does, but yeah... I mean, again, I think that maybe somehow the creation magics are still there. It's just that sort of they try to latch on to something, and the only sort of living ether they could find were the people here. I don't know. And for the worse, I dare say. If any man, woman or child could become a beast at any moment, there's no telling whence the next threat might come. We must exercise extreme caution. Don't worry, no matter how grim things might get, I won't lose heart. I'm ready whenever you need me. If it's true that the people themselves have transformed into beasts, why, even the Radiant Host could suffer the same fate. Or us, perished the Thor. I shall survey the environs closely as we go about our search. There may be some clue as to how we can combat this phenomenon. I wonder if our talismans would shield us against this, right? Because this seems like some outside influence is grabbing at the ether of people and transforming them. So maybe they help? Usually, the most dangerous foe in the worm's domain is the worm themselves. If I were a Ritra, I would be as offended as I am horrified. Okay. God, this music. Innocent souls twisted and reformed into unholy abominations. I thought I had seen the last of such nightmares with the Sin Eaters. We must act quickly. Every moment we tarry means another soul may be lost to this nightmare. Let's do it then. Everyone has assembled, yes. I thank you for leading us right in our battle against the blasphemy. Let us review our plan of attack. I would have you board this boat and circle around the north side of the island. There, you will find the dense jungle we call Vanaspati. It is a sacred wood, home to many temples and a number of villages. Is that gonna be the next dungeon? That will be quicker than I expected. Vitra and the Radiant Host have gone there ahead of us. I ask that you join them and do all in your power to destroy this blasphemy. I guess it might be. The way they're setting this up, it could be. Or it's a duty. No. Vanaspati now accessible. Huh. I actually did not expect this to be the dungeon right now. I mean, again, it makes sense, obviously, but... Stay strong. Every life we save matters. What are you doing? They say we should evacuate to the ward, but would it even protect us from this? I pray we are not too late to spare the settlements within Vanaspati the fate that has befallen our city. Once we meet with Vitra and the Radiant Host, they should be able to tell us more of the present situation. Vanaspati. The skies over Thevnir are aflame, and panic spreads through the populace like wildfire. One by one, civilians are twisted into grotesque fiends, hell-bent on slaughtering everything in sight. The deadliest of these creatures lead its newly spawned kin through the jungle towards a number of smaller settlements, and as such, Ahiwan has dispatched his Radiant Host to forestall the carnage. Though Vitra too lends his strength to the cause, even that may prove insufficient, and thus do the Scions enter the fray. I think, yeah, that's the same thing they said before. Alright, but I very quickly have to go to the toilet, so sorry. Enjoy the music for a couple minutes. I'll be right back. Alright, sorry about that. Shall we get back to it? Let's do this dungeon. I definitely want to attack Alisei this time. Definitely. Alright, let's see. I think Thancred's actually a better tank than Grahaha. I mean, I could go with this. Wait, who did we have for the first dungeon? So, Alice wasn't part. I think for the first dungeon, wasn't it Thancred, Alphino, and Estinian? I mean, Estinian in this case would actually make sense, because Vitra is also part of it, but... I think I kind of want to go with this crew. Oh, right, Uriange isn't here. I was wondering. So I have to take Elfino anyway. And I wanted to take Alice. Well, I could take Graha instead of Elfino, but this is fine. Let's do this. Whew. I wonder what will happen after it. Maybe we can sort of forestall it for a time or something? Wow. Interestingly though, I mean the beasts do look exactly like the ones from Emerald, right? So they somehow, I think, however creation magics work, these beasts or their sort of concept must have still been somewhere in the ether. Or maybe we are actually these beasts. Wait a second. If we... Now that I think about it, how exactly did Zodiac turn everything back? I wonder now. I wonder if Zodiac maybe just turned the beasts that were there back into people or something through his... That wouldn't really make sense. Or maybe Heidelin did that? Maybe Heidelin used the ether to create new life but sort of left these concepts in there as well? I don't know whether it was Heidelin, Zodiac, or somebody else, but I feel like there's something like that there, right? Where somehow, because the world was reset, somehow these creatures' existence survived. Everything's burning already. What is... Oh, that's the Therion thing, right? The last dungeon boss? God save us. Oh, and they're turning. This is fucked up. Why do they always have to do these fucked up things? Yeah, that's the... Oh, is it? Wait. It's also Vitra back there.
You cannot stop us! You're mine!
Oh, that's just... Why did it look...
My friends, heed me. These are children of Stavner. Forgive me. I could do them no harm.
That's alright. It's not your fault. For a moment there I thought that this was like the Therion thing was sort of sitting in front of Vitra, but actually was just Vitra. How does Titan work now? So the off-global also does damage to everyone, I guess? a bit annoying when you want to switch targets. At least they haven't turned.
The only way. I shall silence the beasts of the air. Pray continue onward.
Thank you. Can't imagine what he must be going through. Yeah. So it's really cool that they use the dungeon music, by the way. What is... Oh, that's Wandering Wellspring. What the fuck is happening? It's slightly annoying that the Trust tank apparently never starts attacking with an AoE. I don't know, for packs like these, you probably want to summon Garuda first, right? Just so that you get the maximum amount out of the AoE thing. Can't even see anything. Such a dense smoke.
Prepare yourself. There.
Alright, let's get Garuda first this time.
You're mine.
And then Ifrit. Alfinor, what are you doing? They all just kept standing in that. Suspect this is going to be the first boss. Yeah. Somebody's turning. So that's the village over there. It's too late. Too late for us all. Terminus Snatcher. Let's get this over with. You shall.
Prepare yourself.
Note of Despair. I really like the boss music. Alright, that's just great damage. Mouth off?
You're mine.
What's this do? Yeah. What the? Last glass with the tank buster.
You're mine.
Nice. My AoE dot did nothing. What is?
You're mine.
How does this work exactly? What is right? I guess the ones that are silent. Oh.
I have you now.
I think it's the ones that are silent that you have to go to. That's the AoE, right? Yeah. Added the right thing. Lost hope. Please don't move it again. Oh. Oh god. Alright. Well, this worked out.
You cannot stop us!
So I guess you always have to go to the silent mounts, and he's just doing like different stuff in between. Alright. What is left? Is he attacking the left once again? Is that actually how it works? Yeah. That is, in fact, how it works. Alright. I mean, this boss so far isn't really all that complicated, to be honest. Alright, this again. Nice. Well, that was fairly straightforward. What did he say? There should be a village just ahead, then let us hurry. Alright. The chosen path.
What is this vile presence I sense? The horde draweth near. Be on your guard.
Oh no. Is he dead? You do your part and we shall do ours. But it's the same animation, so what we saw in Ishgard was somebody, you know, slowly turning into one of these things. Huh. I wonder where this is going. I mean, maybe we can sort of forestall this a bit by killing what... Maybe there's like a beast that's causing it or something? Or not necessarily causing it, but that's somehow the root of this thing, at least locally? Because if it just stays this way now, then I don't really know what we would be doing, right?
You cannot stop us!
Oh no. They didn't make it. So this was their village then, right? God. Things... Holy... That's a lot. How are they flying through the air though? Is that just transformed beasts that then took to the skies? Or is there also other beasts that are coming in from there? Mother? Seriously? How fucked up can you make this? They were killing a mother and her children now. And they even made us watch the transformation. Oh shit, that was definitely not fast enough.
You're mine!
This is fucked up. Why do I always forget my party buff when I'm with trusts? No, whatever. This is just... like, this is beyond fucked up. Terminus Shadow.
I have you now.
Should probably do these things first, because they're always area. Whew. This is just... it's a big village, by the way. I'll do the charge in first, because that's also doing AoE. So that should be more efficient, and then I'll switch back to single target.
You're mine!
Although then again, Titan's also AoE, right? The Mountain Doctor part is always AoE as well. Second boss. Weird scorpion looking thing. Has red eyes. Terminus Wrecker. I wonder what the last thing is here. Fiend was once one of us, yeah. Once again, I forgot the meaningless destruction. Great! Unholy water?
You're mine!
Ether siphon. So was that just a knockback, or they're still here? Oh, alright. Unholy water. I wonder what this is. Once again, ether siphon. This time we have to do... Oh, behind one of them? Oh, so that's a fire attack, and if you stand, I guess, either behind or on one of the water bubbles, it won't hit you. The dot's actually doing quite a lot of damage with the... It's interesting that in this dungeon, like, they repeat their mechanics. Poison hop? Oh, alright. I'll rattle that. In this dungeon, they seem to repeat quite a lot of mechanics in a way. I think that heal came too early. Oh, whatever. It's interesting. So far, both bosses sort of repeat their respective mechanics, but alter them. Alright, let's see. Oh, you can actually go in them! It's like at the end of, It's like at the end of Heaven's Ward. When you're fighting the Asian Prime thing, and you have to go into his darkness bubbles. Right. So far, both bosses have been very straightforward. A lot more straightforward than in the other dungeons so far, which is, curious choice. Then again, I mean, lore-wise, it might make sense considering that these are beasts that have just sort of emerged out of normal people. So, seems like we're going up to some sort of temple. Yeah. Up to the peak of the mountain, which is also really cool. You saw the mountain in the distance before, and now we're going to its peak apparently. And I guess, judging by the statues here, Godspeed of the sky. Yeah, now we can truly see them. How many of them are there? Can we even fight this? I think until we find the cause of all of this is almost impossible to fight. Ah, there's the statue from the trailer. Whoa. Everything is burning. Oh, cool! You can still see the this big mountain crystal thing in the distance. That's cool. This really gives you a sense of direction and of where this is. Alright, let's do this. Yeah, this seems to be some sort of temple. I think he actually is starting with an AoE, it's just that I guess sometimes you attack them before and then have aggro for a minute, or rather a second, before he's able to take it back. Alright, let's do the charge in first on AoE packs as well. Although there's still 3 of them. I have to look at the potencies for AoE, actually, with the new summoner.
You underestimate me!
Oh, this will be fine.
There!
Seriously? You're giving me the same ring in a trust dungeon? That's unlucky, I guess. This is a huge temple. Wow. Yeah, those are these weird screaming things. Second boss from Amarok.
Prepare yourself!
Oh. Why did I heal myself just there? And again, already forgetting the party buff again.
You're mine!
Oh, there's more things here. Right, I also I need to remember that Ruin 4 is also AoE now. I almost didn't cast it right then, because I thought it's only single target, but it's not. Not anymore, that is. Alright. What is this gonna be then? Ugh, like a sky serpent thing? What is that? That... Ugh. That almost looks like it's combined multiple beasts. Blasphemy. Svarpani. Svarpani. The name? Is it a reference to it being some sort of weird... perverted mix of multiple gods or something? The Beast of Amarok, or something worse still. Let's see what it does. Judging by the pattern on the floor, once again forgot my party buff. Flames of Decay. Judging by the pattern on the floor, it's going to do something with line AoEs probably. Well, maybe not. Let's see. Yeah. Ethereal Disruption. So I guess we have to go to the opposite color? Yeah. That's what it looks like, at least. Crumbling Sky. Together with Ethereal Disruption, alright. So your screen is showing, I guess, what kind of ether corruption you have, or whatever that's supposed to be. Once again, it's repeating these things, but with different other things attached.
I have you now.
Oh wait, that's the opposite one, right? Yeah. I almost ran to the wrong one. And of course it moved out of my... The range on that Ifrit dash is pretty big. What is it doing now? Okay, fairly straightforward. Once again, like with the Zodiac fight, they're showing you the stuff like in the sky outside of the arena. Oh shit! Guess I was very slow. Let's addle this. That's fairly weak rate AoE for some reason. Alright.
My turn!
Yeah, it's your turn. We know that, Tancred. Thank you very much. Alright, so I need to go to the red one. I also didn't get my party buff. Where was he standing? Oh, behind there? Is that so far away from my carbuncle? I mean, thematically the dungeon's really cool, but the mechanics are slightly underwhelming compared to a lot of the other ones. Wait, what? Just saying that, right? And then dying. Right, I had the blue ether. Somehow I thought that... What? What did I just do there? I had the blue ether, but somehow I thought that the blue ether was the safe zone. Yeah, about that with the, like... Although, I mean, my sentiment remains, right? It's not that... Like, the mechanics are still cool, they're not the most challenging in the world, but they repeat, like... Thematically, they repeat a lot, right? I mean, there are different combinations and such, but all three bosses sort of always do the exact same thing, and then just combine it differently. Whereas the two dungeons before had a lot of sort of unique stuff throughout the fight. Especially after Anima, obviously. I mean, again, atmospherically, thematically, this dungeon is still really, really cool. But that was... Of course, I shouldn't have said that. Although I really like... I mean, that's also some... Like, a cool thing about the trusts. Is that you... If you... actually... do a mechanic, like, wrong completely, like I just did, you just die. And you have to start over. Forgot my party buff again. Right, I was wondering about how strong the AoE was, but I think I also forgot that I had the shield on me last time as well, I think.
My turn.
I do have to say though that the thing with the color, I mean, I'm not saying that it's that you can't see it or anything, but it is definitely... Definitely not the visually most clear thing they've ever done. Was that just the animation, or did it actually take longer that time to cast the party buff? Right, that's the knockback. Yeah, it's actually not that easy to see. You sort of have to look at the ground before the knockback and that stuff goes off. It's flying away now, right? Yeah. Alright. Should have kept the shield for this. So the AoEs are randomly on the squares. That's the sound. Once again, over-mitigated a bit. Probably should keep my shield for other stuff. Ah, whatever. Alright. Definitely right this time. Can you please stop killing me? What the hell? That was not my fault. I hope Alice is going to do LB2 as soon as she's able to. I'll just stand here this time. She's constantly trying. Well, at least she's actually doing mechanics first and LB second. Guess that's a good thing. Alright. Well, that was the first time that I died in a dungeon. It's also cool. But I have to admit, this dungeon, mechanically speaking, certainly wasn't the most interesting one. And of course it's the one where I die. Typical. Although Anima at the end of the level 83 dungeon obviously set a very high bar. You know, I was definitely expecting that they wouldn't do that in every single dungeon. Alright, still... what is happening now? Let's quickly take a look at this gear. Alright. Well, that's a ring. Why did I think that was something for the head? Gloves. Alright, fairly straightforward. Vest of casting. Ugh. I mean, I guess it doesn't look too bad. Definitely in the theme of the area. So this is 536. I mean, technically I should probably, you know, think about exchanging my gear at this point, but nah, no. I think I'll wait. I know that we'll get the artifact gear at level 89 this time around, so what item level would the artifact gear be then? 550 already? No. Wait, would it? Would it be 550 or 540? Well, 540 couldn't be if the 85 gear is 536. I guess I'll see, but, you know, the only place where I would really need the artifact gear is in the trials. So... But maybe I'll keep the casting gear for now. Let's put this aside. Let's put the casting gear aside for now. And just desynth the other stuff. I mean, I could also just keep it for leveling already, but I'll think about it. I mean, I kept the other dungeon gear for like 2 days, hours on end, so. Alright, what's happening now? How are we even supposed to fight this? Well, who said something about ruin? I remember somebody saying something about that.
As I feared.
What is it?
Do they still know that they're in there, or...?
The beast was there, and now it is no more. Yes?
Don't tell me that they'll just sort of switch bodies or something.
Indeed. We saw it plain. But you didn't, did you?
I saw nothing. Not the blasphemy that perished here, nor the other men turned beasts. And because of this, I now see all too well.
What? Are they some sort of illusion? They're not made out of ether. They're made of emotions. That's why they told us all about that. And that's why Heidelin was giving us the flower. Because that's probably the only thing to actually combat this thing, or to find out where it came from, maybe. They're not made out of ether. So then whatever happened in Amarod maybe wasn't even the creation magics, but something different entirely. Or the creation magics were both influencing. Maybe that's what we're missing. We can only influence ether. Whereas they were also able, I was speculating about this when we heard about the emotion pod, right? That they were also, that the creation magics, or sort of the difference between what we can do in terms of magic and what they could do is that we could only manipulate ether, whereas they could also manipulate the, what was it called? Akasha? I wonder if that's what's happening here, but then, where is the ether? Because the humans, before they turned into these beasts, wouldn't they have also been made out of ether? Or, Stola... No, she's saying she can't see the beasts. She should have still been able to see... So... Oh, you know what it might be? So maybe what's happening is that somehow this stagnation of ether sort of sucks the ether out of people, but the Akasha remains. And because of the situation we're in, that then turns into these beasts. Although they would still be different from the beasts in Amarod, maybe. Or would they?
There is no ether. Where the creatures should be, I saw naught but emptiness.
Emptiness? But that would mean...
Recall the words of the Watcher. 'Twas a stagnancy of ether, a cessation of flow, leading to decay and absence, that led the ancients to conclude their star was dying.
How are we able to even fight them, though? Because clearly we can do something.
This is the same phenomenon. The instant these people are seized by the transformation, their ether begins to rot and crumble away like dried mud. Until, from their corporeal forms to their very souls, naught remains.
Except for the emotion part of their being.
But the beast spoke with its dying breath. Surely at least a sliver of the man it was endured.
Mayhap so. But even if the process was incomplete, it was little more than a faint residue.
God be good. You're saying they cannot be saved?
Well, they apparently don't even really exist anymore. But essentially what happens is that they're... whatever this Akasha is, and their ether, essentially gets completely torn apart by the stagnation of ether. So the ether literally dissipates, or, you know, like Stola just described, becomes just mud. Nothingness, right? Like the emptiness in the first. And the only thing that remains is their emotional part of the ether. Or material.
Not by any means known to me. Or by any means at all, like as not. For there is naught left to save.
They return not even to the ethereal sea.
Ooh, I wonder where that connection is there. You know what? So maybe... that is always the thing that was on my mind for the longest time in terms of how does life even work, right? Because that was always a bit of a strange thing. Especially when, for example, Emmett talked about the rejoinings, right? I was always wondering, well, if you look at Artbert and us, for example, then what happened there was Artbert wasn't dying. He literally rejoined with us. He didn't die, he still existed. His soul existed, his mind essentially exists now in us. So what I was wondering, and what we knew so far about the ethereal sea, and especially considering that, well, basically, aside from the unsundered Ascians, all of the other Ascians were sundered, but their souls were still the exact parts of the souls that once built up the convocation, right? It's just that they weren't whole. And every time a rejoining happened, I don't think that the people from the other star technically died. They ceased to be, but their ether and their soul just transformed and was put in to the corresponding soul on the source. So they didn't die, they fused, essentially. And, you know, before even, you know, if a person died, well, their ether would return to the ethereal sea, right? But in a way, that's not really dying. Their soul was still there, it's just that, you know, and then combine that with the knowledge that Monteshane told us about, right, during that lecture in Charlian. This process of returning to the ethereal sea sort of, I guess, wipes your memories to a degree. But the soul is still the same. You know, so if you're reborn, your memories might be lost, right? You don't know that you've once been somebody else. But that soul, that very ether, that living being, still exists. It doesn't die. Right? In a way, the same way the Amarotines existed. They didn't die either. And apparently we are sort of immortal. It's just that our memories are wiped in between, right? And we live in another body, but we don't really die. Whereas now, this is actually dying. Because what happens here is that the ether, through losing this emotional part, apparently, I guess that's might sort of be even acting as a guide of some sort, as, you know, some way for the ether to cling onto it and return to the ethereal sea. Whereas now, whatever phenomenon, you know, the final days are, the ether essentially crumbles first. And then the emotional part is left, but since the ether isn't there anymore, it can't cling to it, nothing of, like, both of them can't interact anymore, so they also can't return to the ethereal sea. But then we still don't really know how that corresponds to creation magic and what actually happened in Amarok, because that situation still would have been different, right?
The beasts rage on, their hunger insatiable. Even deprived of their master, they perpetuate his legacy of hate.
Well, it wasn't really their master, right? It was just the strongest being around, I guess. And then also, maybe the reason they attack is because they're sort of pure emotions trying to get ether back, right? I mean, that's very far out there speculation, but that could be why they're so aggressive and attacking, is because they desperately seek ether to cling on to return to the ethereal sea, maybe.
Once proud sons and daughters of Thavnir, all of them, and now I spill their blood.
Vitra, my friends, I am heartened to see you safe.
You put your secret at risk.
Those closest to me already know the truth. A truth I must now share with one and all.
I mean, that's the smallest problem we have.
Vitra, calamity has come to Ratz-at-Han. Our fair nation is rent by screams of pain and despair. More than ever, we require a strong leader to shepherd us through the storm. Reveal your true self to our people, Vitra, and guide us to salvation.
True self?
What madness is this, I-One? Thou dost forget thyself. Were we to reveal our duplicity, it would do naught but foster confusion and chaos.
What?
Nay, I shall remain the Satrap's loyal ally, and do battle with the beasts. Easing hearts and leading the people to safety is thy task, and thine alone. I ask that you remain at Archival's side, and render unto him what aid you may. I know not what lies ahead, but without you, Ratz-at-Han will not survive.
Take me with you.
Oh?
I am as at home fighting in the air as I am on land. Take me with you.
Were my words unclear? I require no assistance. Thy place is at Archival's side.
By the way, I think he has both eyes back, right?
Estinian, here.
What is that?
It's the last thing you ever wanted. A link pearl. We'd gain much from knowing your elevated perspective. And it'll keep you from getting lonely, which I know you loathe.
You heard the man. Seems I'm coming with you after all.
Sorry, Vitra.
Then I pray thy grip is iron. Be it on thy head if thou dost chance to fall.
I don't think he cares about falling.
Fair enough. Now, shall we?
I fear it is as Vitra says. We will not survive this on our own. While I am loath to impose upon you again.
I would insist if you did not. 'Tis the very reason we have come.
Then once more I find myself without words to thank you properly. Let us return to the capital and plan our next course of action.
Whew. I mean, yeah, I guess that's why Heidelin gave us the flower. At least the capital still seems somewhat calm and collected. So, yeah, as I said, that is most definitely why Heidelin gave us the flower. Is because that shall guide us, right? So, I think what you meant by that is that through the flower we'd be able to discern, I guess, how we can save them. There has to be some way for the flower to, or it would be influenced by these emotions that are still there, right? Or maybe it's just meant as a hint towards something. We have to talk to the alchemists, I think. Have I actually? No, I haven't. Which are the ones that I haven't gotten? Hall of the Radiant Host, Meridis, Mahane, and Karma. I also haven't... What was this? Expanding House of Spanish, that's a crafting thing as well, right? After so long and so many sacrifices, we finally found a way to cure the Tempest. But these poor souls, they vanish without a trace, so truly no saving them. All life must end in death, yet death, in turn, gives birth to new life, such as the flow of ether. To think that natural cycle could simply be cut off, the very thought makes me shudder. While Estinian and Vitra defend Ratz-at-Han from above, we on the ground must find the means to prevent these transformations, and soon. The stillness in the air puts me ill at ease. We must be wary. Worry not. I can see your ether, and that of our companions. We have not suffered the fate of those unfortunate souls. Yeah, well, I think we would sort of know that if that happens to us, right? Our Radiant Host has eliminated the immediate threat to the city, though it pains me to know those beasts were once my own people. There is no telling when or where the next transformation might occur. We must remain vigilant and steel ourselves for whatever is yet to come. Honey yellow, melancorn, and raisin brown. Let's get this one. Alright. I wonder if they'll give us side quests now. That would feel awkward. The blasphemy unmasked. Forgive me, my friends, but I must return to Megaduta for the time being. There, I can better manage this crisis and dispatch my troops as the situation demands. In that case, we shall carry out an investigation of our own here in the city. Mayhap the residents can tell us more about the first of the transformations and the conditions under which it occurred. If we can ascertain what exactly triggered these tragic events, it may give us some insight as to a possible solution. Time is of the essence. Let us split into 3 groups that we may cover more ground. Alistair and I will see to Pax's path. Thancred and Ishtola pray make for Dharma. I leave Arthur to Graha and you, and information you can gather on the first blasphemy or the manifestation of the final days here in the city would be most helpful. When we have completed our respective inquiries, let us reconvene in front of Megaduta, that we might share what we've learned with the satrap. Okay. Shall we be off then? Arthur is home to the High Crucible of Alchemia, whose alchemists forged many of our warding scales. That seems as good a place as any to begin our investigation, don't you think? I spoke briefly with Nuhadin, the chief alchemist there, on our last visit. He should be happy to answer our queries. Yeah, we need to find out more about the Akasha in order to look at whether or not that might be a possible solution to this. I don't necessarily think there's going to be optional conversation points here, right? Where are Aetherites? I definitely haven't gotten this one, right? It's not where we're going now, though. Right now we're back here. I can't talk to him though. Let us make for the High Crucible and speak with Nuhadin. His discerning eye may reveal to us truths we have overlooked. Ah, I remember those red eyes. You were with those scions who commissioned the scales from us, yes. I welcome you back to the High Crucible. What brings you here in these troubling times? We're assisting the satrap in investigating the crisis that plagues the city. Did you happen to catch sight of any of the creatures? I did. As I was going about my work, I was disturbed by crashing footsteps so powerful that the very ground shook. I rushed outside and could not believe what I beheld. The night sky was burning. Suddenly, I heard panicked screams coming from the direction of Bashan Bazaar. In the next instant, a monstrous beast poked its head out from amidst the stalls. A handful of the Radiant rushed to the scene, only to be sent sprawling as the fiend and its minions propelled themselves skyward. So the blasphemy came from the vicinity of the markets. This knowledge may prove useful. I thank you for sharing your tale. Well, I do believe we now know where we should inquire next. To the bazaar, then. That is rather strange indeed. I wouldn't have thought that there would be maybe like a particular point or a particular beast that sort of spawned all the other ones, I guess? What does that mean? Or maybe it's just that the sort of stagnation of the ether happened exactly in this location. Oh, okay, buddy. Yeah, sure. Well, there's this gemstone trader here as well. Sisters, have mercy. What is happening to the world? What am I to do? Snow is safe. Settle down, friend. The danger has passed, at least for now. It's not too painful to remember. Could you tell us what you saw? First, I heard the screams. Then a horde of ravening beasts came charging towards us. One of them was huge, bigger than a marot, throwing people about like ragdolls, and it was eating them. I hid under the counter, so others do the same. But the shrieking and wailing kept getting louder, more voices in the throng. Beasts or victims, I couldn't tell. I knew not what was happening. I still don't. That is enough, my good man. You were brave to share with us your tale. Many of your fellow merchants are safe. The High Crucible, too, has survived mostly unscathed. Pray, stay close to your friends and loved ones, and rest your body and mind while you are able. Seeing those unholy beasts run rampant in our very midst, I was on the verge of being consumed with fear. And yet I must stay calm and strong, that I might be a beacon for all those who depend on me in these trying times. Speaking of which, is there anything I might do to assist you? Sure. What do you do here? But where are my manners? I am called Faruna, and I have the honor of serving as a clerk for the renowned Barik Consortium. Our consortium can boast among the longest histories of any trading establishment here in Ratz-at-Han. From our esteemed proprietor to the young ones who passionately peddle our wares, each and every one of our employees has devoted their heart and soul to the art of trade. Needless to say, recent times have not been kind to our business, or that of our competitors for that matter. It is all we can do to see that the long and storied history of the Barik Consortium does not come to an inglorious end. What kind of place is this? You stand in the free city of Ratz-at-Han, the jewel of Tafnir, and a veritable melting pot which draws residents and visitors from all origins and creeds. The very name of this place, in fact, is derived from the words Ratz, meaning diverse, and Han, meaning city. And then At, meaning diverse city. Cool. Located as we are halfway between the East and West, and having signed a non-interference treaty with the various nations of the world, our city has developed through the ages as a bustling hub of trade and commerce. Sadly, our fair city suffered great damage when the beasts came. Many of us have lost friends and loved ones, and many others their homes and valuable possessions. Down to the last man and woman, we are at a loss for how to proceed. My fellow traders and I are no exception. Let me get this one as well while we're at it. Let me get it as a paladin though. Definitely over-leveled for the story now. It's number 9. Sightseeing log. This one. While Shan Bazaar of commerce is the lifeblood of Ratz-at-Han, then these roof market stalls would be its heart. While Shan himself was a legendary merchant who made a vast fortune through trade with other nations. It was his final wish that his estate be spent on the construction of a great bazaar, ever flowing with coin and wares. Wow. That's cool. Is something the matter, traveler? If you are lost, perhaps I could be of assistance. Your offer is most appreciated. We are not lost, but we are in need of information. Might you know anything about the gargantuan beast that rampaged through the bazaar? Aye, I saw it all, though I wish I had not. I was going about my work, when all of a sudden a piercing scream cut through the air. I turned around, and there was the fiend, its massive body bursting through that entryway with the force of a tidal wave. And then it was gone, as quickly as it came. I don't know if these accounts are really helping us, though. A bit hard to tell. Let me quickly grab the etherite over there. Oh, is this a cafe as well? Or a club of some sort? Fortunate that Meride and the others were here. Without them, I'm not sure what I would have done. Oh, yeah, I don't think I can play her just yet. Man transformed to beasts. I can scarce believe these horrors, but I must remain calm. My patrons and staff are depending on me. This looks quite beautiful. The grass and the... Number 11? Number 11. Meredith Mayhane? Owned and run by the eponymous Merit. This Mayhane offers light meals and beverages, with the main draw being its myriad varieties of liquor distilled by local alchemists. Foreign visitors are often entranced by the stage performers, whose movements incorporate elements of traditional Thavnarian dance. This sounds like a cool place to hang out. Almost like the Honeybee in the Crystarium, right? Just a bit more... what's the word? Not stylish, but... I don't know what I want to say. Oh, there is... Wait, there is an actual optional conversation point here? Materia... Splendor's vendor. Discuss the textile stalls. So this is Thavnarian weave. I must say, it bears a resemblance to the traditional fabrics of Corvus. Small wonder, really, given that it's just across the water. Not that I am much of an expert in Corvosi culture, of course. Not had the occasion to visit my ancestral home since coming to Sharlayan, and like as not, I will never reside there again. That said, in recent days I felt more acutely aware of my heritage, and grateful for it. It is thanks to my forebears that I inherited the royal eye, and with it the wisdom of ancient Alec. And so, well, I simply hope that my countrymen are safe, and one day, when this calamity is but a memory, I would like to see Corvus again, if only once. Forgive me, but my shop's closed until further notice. Needless to say, we've more pressing concerns these days. We have come not in search of wares, but information concerning the enormous fiend that tore through the bazaar. Did you perchance witness anything? Afraid not, my friend. I was here the whole time, so I only saw its little minions. Made a mess of the place, they did. While that was all going on, the great big one tore through the west side of the bazaar. We'd have better luck asking there. And with that, I do believe we've learned all we can from the bazaar. Take a moment to review our findings. Have we really found anything? I wonder. I mean, well, yeah, a big beast tore through the bazaar. Judging by their accounts, the transformation had already occurred by the time the beast reached the bazaar. It tore through the west side of the bazaar and headed towards the Aetheryte Plaza. In other words, the blasphemy may have first appeared in this vicinity. That being the case, the people in that mayhem can surely tell us more. Oh, we're going there anyway. Ah, cool. Guess this would have been the perfect opportunity to get the Aetheryte, but, well... Yeah, what do we learn from knowing where it first occurred? Is this also... Oh, I didn't even notice. You can look outside. It's cool. Going after that enormous beast, are you? Aye, I saw it. Including the very instant the poor bastard transformed. Damn the gods for putting me there. It started over there by the window. A few men, merchants probably, talking and drinking. Conversation must have taken a turn for the worse. Next thing I know, the leader, I suppose he was, buries his head in his hands and black mist was swirling about him. Then his whole body bursts apart and there stands a hideous slavering beast. massive and foul, all gaping maws and bulging eyes. His friends start shrieking, then the black mist comes again, until the change takes them too. The stuff of nightmares, I tell you. Nightmarish indeed. Incidentally, do you perchance know who those merchants were? No. I'm a decorator by trade. Not much cause to mingle with their sort. Saw Melio, the barmaid, chatting with them, though. She might know something. So maybe there's something that I didn't expect. I didn't expect it to originate from a specific person or something. Weirdly enough, this almost seems like a virus, right? Eerily similar, so. Even after repairing all that damage, it'll take a while for business to pick up again. You mean the blasphemy? That's what the Radiant have been calling it anyway. I saw it too, we all did. I was standing here at the counter as Merit poured me a drink, when suddenly there came this dreadful sound, like a painted, angry groan. It was unlike anything I've ever heard. I turned around in shock, and from an ominous cloud of black mist rose the creature, enormous and ghastly to behold. As for what happened next, to recall it sends shivers up my spine. By some stroke of fortune I was able to slip outside before the beast got its claws on me. But the sight that greeted me offered no solace. The blue sky above turned red as blood. Merit, myself, and the other survivors clung to each other for dear life until the Radiant host came to our aid. Wait, did I hear you correctly? The beast manifested before the sky began to burn. I'm certain of it. The windows here offer a clear view of the sky, and I saw nothing out of the ordinary until the beast appeared and began to rage. What? This gets more mysterious by the minute. Huh. How can that be? I mean, I was speculating before that both the sky and the beasts might not be directly connected. Or rather that, you know, the changes in the sky were because of the ambient ether or the celestial ether changing in some form. But how would a beast come to be if the sky hadn't changed before? Oh, hello there. Welcome to Merit's Mayhem. What can we get you? We have come not for libations, but rather for information. You are Melio, yes? We are investigating the so-called blasphemy on the satrap's behalf. We hear it was one of your customers, a merchant, that first underwent the transformation. What can you tell us about him? He was something of a regular here, especially of late. Kalzal was his name. Oh God, of course, the one we knew. He ran his own consortium, dealing primarily in the exports of Tefnerian specialities. Wait, is there something that we knew about Kalzal that maybe would make him differ from other people here? It's through him we met Matsya. Yes, the names ring a bell. Didn't you meet them both on your first trip to Thavnir? If I recall correctly, Kalzal ran a trading operation in Yedlamad, and was there that you made Matsya's acquaintance. Yes, that is the same Kalzal, no doubt. A rather successful man, from what I gather. That said, it was clear that he had fallen on hard times of late. Those ghastly towers popping up everywhere cannot have been good for business. Even now, with the towers gone, the collapse of the Empire has led to all sorts of problems elsewhere. The market for luxuries is surely not what it once was. Trying times for the head of a trading consortium, indeed. Kalzal was a compassionate man, even as his own business suffered. He did what he could to provide for the artisans, fishermen, and many others who counted on him to sell their wares. Indeed, that was the very topic of yesterday's meeting, as far as I could hear. Yet as they discussed matters further, Kalzal's tone grew grave and grim. It was then that... So it's definitely sort of emotions, dark emotions, right? Desperate emotions, desperation, fear, that seems to trigger the transformation. Forgive me, I would not have to recall the memory if it brings you pain. If I could, I would ask just one more thing. Did you notice anything unusual about Khazal in particular? Please, anything at all. Sorry, nothing springs to mind. Perhaps someone else can help you. Khazal lived for his work and had no family that I know of. His employees and associates knew him best, but they too are lost to us. Still, perhaps his neighbors knew something I do not. I can direct you to them if you believe it would help. What do you say? Oh god, I'm already at level 87. Probably shouldn't have done so many side quests on someone of it. Oh well. Peachy Azem. Cool. Thanks to Malil, it appears we have a new lead. Let us leave no stone unturned. Amidst the apocalypse. Khazal made his home in Kama, a nearby residential area. From what I gather, Khazal lived there since childhood and was known throughout the neighborhood. Kama. The name is new to me. How do we get there? I'll write down some directions. I cannot promise that you will find what you seek there, but if nothing else, it is a start. Come, let's see where this lead takes us. I mean, I guess this investigation is primarily to find out that it's emotions that trigger these things. Because I don't think there's... Like, it doesn't seem there is any sort of really particular reason why they transform. I guess it's really just sort of out of desperation. At least, I think. Ask for directions. Let's see. After leaving the Mayhain, we're to retrace our steps and head back towards the Aetherite Plaza. Cool. You know what? This quest design is better than most quest designs in current single-player RPGs. I mean, I know that it shows the final destination on the minimap, but, you know, somebody actually telling you proper directions, you know, It's become very, very rare in RPGs these days, unfortunately. From here, we ascend the stairs. We've been up the stairs before, right? Yeah. This is where we came back the last time we went through Ratz-at-Han. Ah, this must be huge. In which case, we should take the path leading southeast. That one. One moment there was that terrible noise, and the next the sky changed. Perhaps my eyes deceived me, but I could have sworn I saw some giant shadow across the clouds. Do you think it an omen? This must be it then. If we keep going this way, we should arrive in Karma before long. Walking these unfamiliar streets is quite the adventure, is it not? Can only hope we can explore Ratz-at-Han at our leisure once this crisis has passed. I mean, I'm grateful that you're that confident that it will pass. Oh, this is really, really well designed though. Very cool bridge. The fact that you're crossing above, see people down below, really well designed. Is there an ether right here? What's back there? We'll probably go there anyway. And this must be Karma. We've arrived at last. Let us begin questioning the residents without delay. No doubt someone here can tell us more about Kazal. Given recent events, I imagine many are taking shelter indoors. Yeah, the streets seem pretty empty. So I guess this is more of a residential area? Does look like it. No sooner had the weather turned than those nasty beasts started running amok. We're safe here though, surely. Fortunately, I can't really promise that. Oh. Is it that windy, or they move a lot? I have received word from the Radiant host that strange monsters have appeared in town. We must help escort the citizens to safety. I guess we have to go into some of the homes? Ah. Oh, wow. Oh, of course. The Akasudara, you know, would need bigger showers. This looks really cool though. The huge, like, what are these called? Like for rubbing your back and stuff. Guess it's a single home? The bed seems rather small. Would you come back another time? I just woke up and I'm not exactly in the mood for idle chit-chat. Well, that's one way to avoid the panic, I suppose. Pardon our intrusion. You may not have noticed, but the great danger has come to Thavnir. I encourage you to stay alert and prepared to flee the city should the situation turn dire. But before we leave you in peace, pray allow us to ask a question or two. Did you know a local merchant named Kazal? If so, did you notice anything unusual about him recently? Kazal? I know him. In fact, we spoke just the other day. Like many others, his business was doing poorly. Still, it seemed as though he'd managed to turn things around thanks to a generous order from Ruveda's fibers. Why, he was particularly dancing in the streets. I haven't spoken with him since, but I assume it all went well. Jinabaha might be able to tell you more, though. So I recall he was the one who brokered the arrangement. Jinabaha at Druveda's fibers. Let's make a point to visit him after we've spoken with other locals. Oh, okay. Wait a second. This is really becoming more mysterious by the minute. So he wasn't necessarily, you know, in desperation. Huh. I wonder maybe then if the change is triggered by some, like, very, not necessarily sort of dark or bad emotions, but rather a very sort of sudden change in emotion. A very, you know, strong spike in emotion. These bats are the same size. Weird. Kalzal, you say? Yes, I've known him since he was a boy. If there was ever a man who was born to be a merchant, it was him. Always early to depart and late to return. It spent his days procuring the finest wares and seeking out willing customers. You could say it came to him as easily as breathing. Sadly, business was lagging of late. No surprise, really, with how dangerous travel has become. He was cooped up in his house from dawn till dusk the other day, no doubt racking his brain for a way to turn his fortunes around. Then at night I heard the door open. I looked out to see Kalzal sitting on a bench. His head hung low. A man with the weight of the world on his shoulders. No, that does sound a lot more like he was already beginning his transformation. I see. The situation must have been quite dire indeed. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary? Nothing to speak of. Other than the troubles with his consortium, he was the same old Kalzal, cordial and honest like always. These questions you're asking, has something happened to him? He wasn't caught up in the terrible incident at the bazaar, was he? I don't travel much these days, but my daughters told me not to venture outside. Stuck in here as I am, I've heard little about these bazaars going on. Rest assured, the city is safe for now, but the situation may change without warning. I urge you, stay close to your daughter, and be prepared to take refuge, should the satrap order it. This is all really, really strange. Once again, it sort of subverted my expectations. Because I wouldn't have thought that there was actually a specific sort of person triggering the transformation of the others. Number 13. Al-Zadal's Peace. Within this mausoleum is interred the mortal remains of Al-Zadal, leader of the Ori tribe which sailed to Thavnir from the mainland. By joining the might of his people with the Akasudara, Al-Zadal tipped the scales against the Gajasura, bringing an end to the internecine war of the Matanga tribes. Mausoleum? This one no, not the one we're standing on. Right? Huh. That's weird. Yeah, I guess I have to jump down. It's a bit unfortunate. Alright, let's see. We can just go up here. 1 second. Alright, sorry about that. But I will have to take a break shortly, so let's finish the next point of this quest and then I'll take a break. It's not going to be an overly long one, 20-25 minutes maximum. Where was the... Wait, what? I thought there was another staircase here somewhere. Oh, it's here, yeah. It's really hard to see on the map that there is a stair here. I was wondering, because there's clearly a point that intersects where you can go into where we are trying to go. Oh. Ah, I think I found the new jumping puzzle. And that person is trying it. Interesting. So you can probably go up on that platform, I suppose? Maybe even higher. This way. Let's see if we can actually get to the bottom of this. And hurry, I say. There is no time to waste. Pardon me, but you are in charge of buying and selling here, yes? We have a few questions that we'd like to... I'm sorry, but I simply don't have time to chat. If you haven't noticed, we have our hands full at the moment. We must carry all our wares and equipment to safety before those accursed beasts return. In that case, might we be of assistance? Perhaps we could speak with when the job is done. Very well. You can start by helping us move our equipment. Ask the others what to put where. Is that why I've been seeing people running around with big boxes? And you can carry our fabrics. Go through the door and speak with Kamala. She'll tell you the rest. Remember, these textiles are our livelihood. Handle them with care. Yeah, before we'll do that, I'll take the break, and then I'll continue this quest. And hopefully getting to the bottom of what the hell these beasts are about and why they exist. Alright, see you in a bit. Alright, I'm back. It was a bit of a longer break, but at least now I should be able to pretty much continue without one for the foreseeable future. Right, let's see. So we need to help them with their wares, and then hopefully we'll be able to find out more about what has probably happened here. These areas for employees only. Out, out. I was in here before. Nobody said that it was for employees only. What's that? You've come to help? Oh, praise be to me, Duruva. Kind stranger, I welcome your assistance. On your way here, you passed 3 storehouses, yes? I'd like you to carry the small crate to Nabrithal, by the storehouse near the hatchery. The crate of clothing is for Manuha, and that massive crate there goes to Semira, by the middle storehouse. Want you back with that one? Those are all the crates we have ready. Once they've been delivered, consider your work here complete. Okay. So this one goes there. Oh, that's a very light crate. To you. Thread, is it? And then you've come to the right place. We thank you for your aid. Huh. Yeah, that's the reason why I saw people running around with crates all the time. Ordinary. Oh, the 3 crates are on top of each other. Well, that makes sense. Alright. Well, that's not far at all. If you have any crates or finished products such as carpets, clothing, and the like, pray bring them here to our primary storehouse. A crate full of clothing, is it? I can take that off your hands. Many thanks for the delivery. Okay. And now the last one. Ah, it's a big one. Whoa. I wouldn't carry it like that. Holy hell. I say, you're quite the brawny one, aren't you? A good thing that. Never know when you'll need to defend yourself in these unpredictable times. A crate full of fabrics, is it? Exactly what I was hoping to receive. Here, let me put that away for you. Well, that was easy enough. You've carried all the crates to the storehouses, you say? And so quickly, too. Why, I've never seen anyone so strong. My associates will see to the rest. Please return to Jinabaha and assure him our work is proceeding apace. To tell the truth, we're grateful for this distraction. Too many terrible happenings of late. But generous souls like yourself give me hope that we may emerge from this trial even stronger. Pray we meet again in more peaceful times. I have a feeling we probably will. Done, as I asked, have you? If Kamala is satisfied with your work, then so am I. You have done us a great favor, traveler. Now, pray tell us what happened. I, too, have delivered the instruments and apparatus entrusted to me. You both have my thanks. With our wares safely stored away, we'll not lose any more to those fiends. I take it that your establishment did not escape the attack unscathed. We did not. Thankfully, most of our workers had already left for the day, but those of us still here saw it all. We looked to the burning skies in confusion, and then, before we could even begin to make sense of it, a hideous creature burst through the doors, shrieking. We ran for our lives, but one of my colleagues was not so fortunate. He cried out, a scream of such agony, such terror, and in the next instant he too sprouted fearsome claws. The sight of it caused another fellow to panic, and then... He too transformed. I'm sorry. There was something you wanted to ask. Indeed. You knew the merchant Karzal, did you not? I believe he had some dealings with your establishment. Karzal? I know him well. We had arranged for his consortium to deliver a large shipment of fabrics, but in the end we received a better offer and had to turn him down. Oh, alright, so it is, yeah. So it's strong negative emotion, I guess, that prompted him to change, and then because of that, a lot of people obviously also felt a lot of emotion seeing that change, and then change themselves. Although it is still... Does that really help us to know that? I mean, I guess, yeah, the thing about the emotions is helpful to know, right? I understand his business is struggling, but so is ours. Another of our most reliable trading partners agreed to transport the goods for a much smaller commission. We'd have been fools to refuse. I feel terrible for withdrawing the offer, but you must understand we simply had no choice. He tried to put on a brave face when I delivered the news, but his dejection and despair were plain as day. He said he'd discuss it with his associates, but I could tell he'd all but given up hope. Dejection and despair. You remember what we saw in Vanaspati, yes? Soldiers and jungle dwellers pushed to the very brink, turning into beasts one after the next. It would seem the same phenomenon occurred here, the poor craftsmen attacked by the fiends, as well as all those that witnessed it, all undergoing the change. I suspect that everything began with Karzal. By all accounts, it was he who suffered from the most profound and piercing despair. Wait, could that be it? That such intense emotions were what triggered his transformation. Yes, that's what I've been saying. Much remains unclear, but I believe we are drawing closer to an answer. At any rate, we must discuss our findings with the others. Still, I mean, negative emotions aside, there still has to be another trigger as well. Right? Or at least... The thing is just, I was thinking back to Amarod, right? Well, there has to be a difference in those final days compared to ours now, right? Because, like, one thing that what I wonder is just where the ancients, so sort of perfect and happy with their lives, that this just simply didn't happen? Were they just sort of lucky that it didn't happen? Or was there yet another thing that sort of triggered everything and that made it possible in the first place for this? Because I can't imagine that, you know, I mean, we don't know how long the ancients even lived before the final days, but I suspect that it's been at least a couple hundred years, if not thousands of years, right? So it seems very unlikely that during all that time there never was a single person suffering from despair. Right? So there still had to have been another change. Maybe it was just the celestial ether, but I have a feeling that there has to be somebody else, not somebody, but something else as well. Something that sort of fundamentally changes some underlying structure, or in this case maybe the akasha, right? This other part of the self, or this other force compared to ether, right? Something brings change to that, and only then can despair turn creatures into this. And somehow Zodiac was constructed in a way where he prevented this from happening. We're not really that much closer than before, are we? Beyond the depths of despair. We were to reconvene with the others in front of Megaduta, were we not? That should be just outside. With any luck, they will have already returned from their own investigations. My friend, we must take our leave. I pray that your establishment is spared further tragedy, but remember, your lives are far more precious than anywhere's. If you are ordered to flee, do so without hesitation. Indeed. I thank you for your concern, and pray you two take care as well. I think that... What were the other Aetherites that I still haven't attuned to? This one? This one? I guess this one? It doesn't really matter all that much right now. We'll have time to do that later. Well, then again, I mean... But I'm pretty sure it's the Aetherite near the Radiant Host that I haven't attuned to yet. Yeah. You know what? Interestingly enough, though, it does make sense that currently there aren't that many people turning anymore, because I feel like, you know, after sort of the first wave of despair, now the only people really left are obviously the ones that somehow, you know, don't completely surrender to this despair. I mean, obviously there's still a huge threat here, right? But at the same time, you know, again, it just makes sense that there would be a bit of a sort of slow down after the first wave of monsters. So these are all the people, I guess, standing in front of the Satrap's palace, wondering what the hell is happening. Finished your rounds and ready to share? Where are Alice and Alphino?
There you are. You've spoken with the survivors.
Indeed. We thought to share what we have gleaned, that we might together gain a greater understanding of present circumstances.
There you are.
Fortuitous timing. Alize and I completed our own investigations not long ago.
Then we should take a moment to compare notes. Shall we begin with the two of you?
So the merchant Karzal was gravely concerned about his business in the days preceding his untimely end.
The tales we heard were much the same. The first victims to be changed into blasphemies were all overcome with anguish of one manner or another. Then those who saw their loved ones stolen before their eyes succumbed to a similar panic, setting in motion a chain of transformations.
Fear, unease, despair. These negative feelings serve as a catalyst.
If so, then it is not unlike the calamity that befell the ancients. With their creation magics, they unwittingly gave form to untold horrors.
Yeah, that's the thing that we don't really know yet, though. Did they also turn into beasts themselves? Or did they just create them? Because that's what I always thought, right? Or that's what it was presented as. They had creation magics. They created beasts and things and all kinds of manner of ether manipulation. And, well, at least what we thought up until this point is that because they had this fear and desperation, they, on accident, created creatures that were far worse and far more, very, just in general, very aggressive.
Had they simply lost control, surely it would have manifested in many forms, not all of them monstrous. Yet somehow, this phenomenon is triggered solely by the darkness in their hearts, a common thread with what we now witness.
Common, but not identical.
Yeah.
While the beasts the ancients faced were forged with magic alone, those of today are born of sentient beings.
At least from what we know. Maybe in ancient times that was actually different and we just thought that it was their creation magics.
Why remains to be seen. But there is one fundamental difference between us and our predecessors. Our souls are sundered, whereas theirs were not. Perhaps that single variable makes all the difference.
If I may, there was another detail that troubled me. We have it on good authority that Karl Zahl's transformation took place before the skies began to burn.
What? If that's true, then the situation's more dire than we realized. It means even if there's no ominous sign presaging the final days, anyone, anywhere, has the potential to become a beast. Even in lands we thought safe, even as we speak.
Yeah, but then what is happening to the sky? I'm wondering. Like, why is the sky, specifically here, looking like this?
Look! It's the satrap! The satrap!
Thank the heavens.
My countrymen, I am relieved and heartened to see you strong and safe. While the danger has not yet passed, far from it, allow me to assure you that the beasts that raged within the city walls have been exterminated to the last. Outside this sanctuary, the brave men and women of the Radiant Host and our dragon ally continue to battle our unholy foes. I pray these tidings put your minds at ease and help you calm your hearts. Have faith that we shall soon conquer this terrible trial.
Your Excellency, is there any word from Palaka's stand? My grandson was bound for there yesterday and I worry for his life.
We are still awaiting a report. But I promise you, as soon as I have aught to share...
Your Excellency, I bring grave news.
Oh.
You are?
I'm Matsya of Akyali, a humble fisherman.
There you are.
Ah, I remember you from our first visit. Wait, you're... But no, that can wait. When the skies turned red, I set off for Palaka's stand, fearing for the safety of a friend. But as I drew near the village, I saw dreadful beasts all about.
Why I have a feeling that
Gods have mercy!
she's gonna change.
Your Excellency! Save my grandson, I beg of you!
We will spare no effort to save all we can, but you must remain calm.
Calm? You tell me to be calm? You saw those beasts? They tore our bravest warriors limb from limb! What if we are too late, huh? They catch him, sink their fangs into him? The fangs! Oh, the screams!
Get away from her, now!
Alright, that is terrifying.
Damn it! We've got to kill them before it spreads.
We'll handle this. See the townspeople to safety.
Run as fast as you can! Ah! 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 No! Ah!
Oh God. Oh God.
Vitra, our people, you must save them.
Ugh. What the hell is wrong with these things?
My son,
Enough! You must run. For their sake and your own. Yes, you will survive. You must.
What was that cutscene? What is Graha doing? What?
Be strong, my friends!
Oh, is he casting some sort of...
Fear not, for we will defeat these abominations! Brave men and women of the Radiant Host, lend your Stola and Thancred your aid. Let not a single beast escape. The rest of you, flee this place. Carry the wounded if you must. Head indoors or underground.
You realize that this would calm them.
Stay calm. No beast will follow you. We will see to that.
Alphino! Alize! Leave the city to us, and make for Palaka's stand at once! Matsya, show my friends to the village! I promise you, they're more capable than the host's finest!
Right! Go with them, will you? We will save these people. As many as we can.
Graha showing his leadership. That was fucked up. That little kid just squished. I don't... What are we even meant to do here? Damn it all! Staying calm isn't exactly my forte. We meet again. You, do you remember me, yes? You saved my skin twice over in Yedlimat. Now I find myself turning to you for help once more. But let us tarry here no longer. We must save Palaka's stand, whatever it takes. Matsya, pains me to put you into harm's way, but I would ask your aid as well. Oh, of course. Palaka's stand is not far, just down that hill. But as I told His Excellency before, the path was blocked by terrible creatures. I had no choice but to turn back. In that case, this is what we shall do. I ask that you take the lead and dispatch any beasts you encounter. Alice and I will keep Matsya hidden amidst the trees and follow when the path is clear. Sure. There is no telling what dangers await us. Keep your eyes peeled. Thought I'm supposed to run ahead. Oh. This is where we're going now. So now we are going into the jungle piece, part of the... God, the music. Bye-bye, you foul creature. They're doing what? They're doing actual mechanics. Huh. Speed marble things. What? I wonder what that ether is. Oh, this is Palaka Stand, alright. Ooh, this looks cool. An actual small village. I also just now realized why houses are that big. Well, of course they would be if they're for Akasodora. The horror. I pray that the sisters will see us through this calamity. Well, let me get the etherite though. God, this music. I swear, if they would do like an anime of 14 and they would just use the music the game has anyways, it would already be one of the best anime ever made just because of the music. Good work. Though I worry for Matsuya. What's happened to them? It cannot be. We must heal those we can, and quickly. I see no beasts, but stay on your guard. When I last came here to sell my fish, everyone was so bright and cheerful. This is a nightmare. A literal nightmare. Horizontal cure? That... okay. The cooling body has already begun to stiffen. The massive wounds suggest the villager was gored by a terrible beast. Yeah, thank you for that description. The villager has no pulse, nor do they appear to be breathing. God. They really upped their game with, like, horrific descriptions or cutscenes all throughout Shadowbringers in this one. Though the villager's injuries do not appear to be life-threatening, he does not respond to your efforts. His breathing grows more ragged and shallow, and his vacant eyes are those of a man who has lost the will to live. Even if awake, nightmare goes on. No. Leave me to sleep. You call out, but the man does not respond. His wounds are deep, but he may yet be saved. Go and help the others. Yeah, let's help them. Have you come to help us? It's late. It's late. My family. My friends. Yeah, some of them are definitely gonna turn. Are these the only villagers who survived? Can only hope the others managed to flee, but if the rest have been turned to beasts, by the 12. Let us do what we can to see that the damage spreads no further, and no matter what comes, we must keep our spirits high, lest we ourselves suffer a similar fate. I wonder if we can. And I suppose so. Although, as bad as that sounds, we have seen worse. Or been through worse, rather. Maybe not seen worse, per se. I can tend to the rest. Pray look after Matsuya. No doubt what we have seen here weighs even heavier on his heart than ours. Oh. This is Yerovad, the eldest here. He is hurt, but praise be to the sisters, he still lives. Young Matsuya here has told me everything. I have not the words to express my gratitude for your aid. When the heavens began to burn, we were afraid, but did our best to carry on as we always have done. Until today, when those unholy beasts came pouring into our village, a flood of midnight and death. There are no words to describe what followed. Men and women I have known since they were babes struck down by the creatures, only to rise again to join the murderous horde in the guise of those same hideous fiends. In the chaos, a handful of our villagers fled for their lives. Can only hope they have found their way to safety. Matsya, do you perchance remember Karasov and Meva, a young couple who always bought your freshest sketches? How could I forget the elder? When I first came to peddle my wares, desperate to eke out a living, they showed me such kindness. Others shunned me as an outsider, as is their way, but Karasov and Meva bought my fish and sung its praises. They turned my fortunes around. Alas, I fear they are in terrible danger. I saw them running towards Agama Temple, one of those beasts in close pursuit. They had their child, still but a tiny babe. To elude these fiends while caring for one so young is an impossible task, surely. I beg of you, go to their aid. I want to help them, but I am but a fisherman. I cannot face beasts on my own. Will you come with me? I better do this alone, but alright. Thank you. Agama Temple lies to the west of here. We must hurry. We will. To the west. Is there a path that leads there, or do I have to just go through the jungle? The Shroud of the Samgar. Probably a quite beautiful place, were it not for the, meteor shower. Oh, I thought these were like mobs, but they're just plants, apparently. Havana's Remorse. Oh, that. Alright. Shroud of the Samdar. I hope they're still alive. The temple is just ahead. It was built by those who worship Saint Agama, but has sadly fallen into disrepair in recent years. My friends made it this far. No doubt they are hiding somewhere amidst the ruins. No, please, stay back! That was Krasov. Oh no, this is not good. Wait here. Yes, I understand. The cry came from the ruins. You must hurry. From where, though? Oh, there are ruins over there. Fallen into disrepair is kind of an understatement, right? This thing is just toppled over. Does he even still live? I fear that those were his kid and wife. The man lies motionless on the ground, bearing a grievous wound. I'm sorry. I tried to stay behind, but I couldn't. No. It cannot be. Someone. Anyone. My arms so heavy. My legs. I cannot feel my legs. My wife fled with our daughter. I need to find them. I need to be with them. I need... Verisov, no! Verisov, you must stay strong! Oh, time. I thought I had... I don't want to die. Dry his tears. Touch probably helps more than words in this situation. Thank you. Please, find them. Ivan still lives, and she has their child. We must search the jungle between here and Palakastend. There is nowhere else she could have gone, I think. Forgive me, Karasov. Once we have saved your wife and child, we will return and lay you to rest. Between here and... I mean, that's not exactly a small area. I mean, I don't know what I was thinking about when I thought that we were witnessing the final days, but it's definitely a lot more horrific than what I could have imagined they would do. You see no tracks or other signs of recent travel. Mevan and the child must be elsewhere. Let's mount. Fuck. Why must someone be here? Seriously? I still wonder what the sky is even about. Why the sky? What does the sky represent? Why is it like this? The sad part about it is, right, this might have been her. We don't know. If Mevan and her daughter came through this area recently, you see no evidence of their passage. Maybe they actually made their way back? Doesn't look like it, though. Did you see any sign of them? I felt nothing. Perhaps the beasts have chased them farther from the village. O gods above, I beseech you, pray deliver Maven and her little one to safety. Meanwhile, in the skies above Thelvnir.
No more enemies to trouble us here. It's me. How fare you below? Understood. I will inform Vritra. Chaos and panic sweep Ratz-at-Han, and many more have succumbed to the transformations. Amidst the fray, archival fell, protecting a grief-stricken father. My friends fight alongside your Radiant host to secure the capital.
I mean, think about this, right? Vritra has literally been here, more or less, for the last 12,000 years. And is now seeing this all fall to ruin. I can't even imagine what that must feel like.
Beasts have been sighted in Palakistan as well. We have divided our forces in hopes of quelling the threat there. Of small solace is that we now know what triggers the transformation. As my companions tell it,
so it is the very fear and despair in their hearts which inflict this abhorrent punishment upon them. A nightmare from which my children will never awake. O capricious and cruel fate, they are undeserving of such condemnation.
will you wallow in sorrow or rise to the occasion? Ratz-at-Han is leaderless. Before he passed, archival sought to reveal the truth to his people, honor his wishes.
To what end? To breed a new conflict between dragon and man. These claws could reduce thee to shreds with a touch. These jaws crush thy bones to dust. Only through my proxy could I walk with my children. Without him, I am a bringer of fear, no different from the beasts which beleaguer them.
It's really sad to know that he actually believes that, because he's all but
so. Only in death were Hraesvelgr and Shiva united. Indeed, whenever man and dragon have come together, death has ever been the inevitable result. It was our fear of your kind that sparked a nigh-endless war. Fear and hate of which Nidhogg drank deep as he laid waste to my homeland. And in turn, I took my revenge on his brood. Blood for blood, pain for pain. I thought nothing of theirs, only of mine. And yet, were the chasm between us too vast and too deep, Hraesvelgr would not have borne Isael to battle and our rescue. He would never have entrusted a mortal champion with one of his eyes, and the Dragonsong War would still rage on. And I would still wage a never-ending war of violence and vengeance. The future of our star be damned. I cannot speak for archival's greater goals, yet I know that he served you, served your people, long and true. In this time of unprecedented crisis, he turned to you. You could do worse than to place your trust in him. It will not be easy, but the future of Ratz-at-Han hangs in the balance. We have company.
I am ready.
Finally.
The hour has come, Vritra. It's all or nothing!
There it is! The trailer line. And Matsya doesn't seem to be doing too well. And all hope seems lost. If Mevan fled deeper into the jungle, she and her child are in grave danger. Whatever are we to do? Gods have mercy. We must try to stay calm. I know that doesn't really help probably. But how can I, at a time like this? They could be dead. So, if I allow myself to be overcome by this fear, I too might become a beast. I'm not sure I understand, but I will do my best. I've seen to the wounded. How did the two of you fare? Did you find your friends? I see. In that case, let us help you find the mother and child. Before we leave, we must ensure the village will be safe in our absence. Alice and I will patrol the area and search for more beasts. Would you and Matsya speak with Elder Yeruvet? Pray explain to him the situation and join us as soon as you are able. We will save Mevan and her child. We can do that much for Keresov. I need to take a short break, by the way, in a minute, so I think I'll do that now. Because I don't think there's any other, moment where I can do that. I actually forgot. Something. Alright, let's quickly, I have to talk to them, right? Just chill here for a minute. I know this is a bit odd considering the circumstances, but I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Alright. Alright. Let's continue this. I'm heartened to see you both. What? I'm heartened to see you both safe. But what of the family? We found Kirasov, but he... Say no more. I understand. We have lost another of our dear friends. Kirasov may be gone, but there's still hope for Mavan and their child. Please find them. I'll back of you. And if, in your search, you come across anyone else who escaped the slaughter, pray tell them what has happened. I will do my best to keep the villagers safe, and their spirits high. Come, let us rejoin your friends at once. I really hope I can visit this village in better times. This looks really good. Where might Mivan have run off? Think, Matsaya. Think. We encountered no beasts during our patrol, thankfully. I'm pleased to report that the vicinity appears to be beast-free, no doubt thanks to your earlier efforts. And with that, let us resume our search for your friend and her child. Where should we begin, Matsya? If we follow Xiroda south, we will arrive at Purusa, a temple. It is a sacred place where people go to commune with the divinities. If it's possible that Mivan sought shelter there, perhaps other villages as well. Then it's settled. Matsya, stay close to me, alright? You two take the lead. Keep an eye out for beasts and anyone in need of help. Very well. We make for Purusa as quickly as we are able. With me. Where is that? Whoa. Is it this way? Because it looks to be over there. Guess that's yet another temple here? Oh, why did I do that? That alligator thing actually seems fairly strong. Or maybe I stood in its AoE or something? Thank you. I thought I was done for. Maeva. She's a friend of mine too, but I have not seen her. She must still be out there somewhere, trying to avoid the beasts, and with her child, gods, were it not for me, I can make my way back to the village on my own. I hope so. It's another temple ruin, I assume? Wait, Purusa lies just up ahead, but something terrible has happened. The beasts have come and many have already been killed. Alfin and Alisei have gone to do what they can, but there are so many. More than I could count. You must be ready. Let's get them. There is one. Oh wait, what? Am I seeing this correctly? Did she turn? Or... he? I think so. There's the next one. There's one? I'll do that one first. Seems to be further out. Don't annoy me. What was that? Don't annoy me right now. There's the next one. Another one of those weird scorpion things. Total wreck. Or at least they seem to survive. Smack you with my book. Is there a way to get in there? Stay strong. We'll keep you safe, I promise. Do I have to run around again in order to get back to that place? Let's mount up. We need to be fast this time. My mount's also definitely fitting for the situation. There you are. How fare the others? I see. You've seen to all the beasts in sight? In that case, let's have everyone gather in front of the temple. Ooh, it's quite a lot of people, actually. At least they seem to be safe for now.
Courage, friend. The pain will pass.
Has anyone seen Mevan?
Where could she be?
We've dealt with all the blasphemies, and made certain no villagers are still in hiding.
Good work. We've otherwise tended to the wounded as best we can.
What will become of us?
Help is on the way, surely. We may have to abandon our homes now, but we will return, someday.
But where can we go? Is anywhere even safe?
That I cannot say.
Well, I can. Nowhere's safe. Run all you like, but there's no escaping these things. And even if I could, it's too late for my family.
This isn't good. The more they dwell on the tragedy, the more likely we are to lose them, too.
It's also... If you just think about the sheer amounts of lives that were lost just here, just today.
My friends, this is a place of worship. Should your heart quake with sadness, cast your mind to the heavens and remember. Remember the teachings of the old gods. Did they not implore us to stand fast when waves of sorrow break against our shores?
Know this, my children. There is more ugliness than beauty in this world. To live is to suffer, to drink of calamity and drown in anguish, to toil and be tested, always and ever.
It could be Emmett Silk saying this.
'Tis a perilous path you walk. Death lurks in the dark, and is the sole promise that awaits at journey's end. You will tremble with terror. You will weep tears of anger and despair.
But do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. Then will you see how the hardships make you strong.
Every doubt reforged as scales for your armor. Every agony to temper your blade.
Thank you, lad. We'd almost forgotten who we are. My undying gratitude to you as well, my friends. You were searching for Mevon, no? We must return home. I pray you help the boy find his friend.
Gladly. We dispatched what beasts we could, but the roads are still dangerous. Stay together and go in safety.
That was very impressive, what you did back there. Those words seem to resonate with your people.
They should. They were the first spoken unto our ancestors by the divinity of legend.
Why do I have a feeling that those words might have not been a coincidence? Even though obviously they, they're generally very wise words, but maybe there was a reason for why those words were spoken in that manner.
I'm easily upset, and fish are wont to flee a temperamental hand. So I recite the teachings over and over to calm myself.
They're lovely and inspiring to hear, though I imagine they were born of great misfortune.
They are born of life. There's as much bad as good in it. More, many would attest. All the more reason to appreciate the good when you can.
Those are very true and wise words indeed.
I won't argue with that.
In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow.
Suddenly the words with this context have a totally, well, not a different meaning, but that, you know, it makes sense. I really do.
And with that, let us see if we can't find Mervyn. Did you see? That beast was chasing someone.
I wonder what that flower will still mean. I have a feeling that it will come in handy in solving what these final days even are. What? Was that Miva? We must go after them at once. Warm hearts, rekindled hopes. Over there, my view was blocked by the trees, but I'm sure I saw someone being chased by a beast. Go with Matsya and search along the river. Alphino and I will circle around from the south. Now, sort of the calm that we had on the moon after the fight with Zodiac is even more important. You know, as I was saying, at first I thought the pacing was... Oh, that's an A rank. Well, you look interesting. You know, at first I almost thought the pacing was off slightly, but it surely wasn't. This is... Ooh, what is this? Very cool. Oh, wait. Number 24. The Font of Maya. The temple was once the abode of an order of Akasudara ascetics, who sought the divine enlightenment of Maya. Abandoned for stronghold deeper in the jungle, the structure now sits derelict and half submerged in rainwater. Huh. What are you doing? We've reached the Font of Maya. Maybe they're hiding in the ruins. I'm looking in the wrong direction, but should be alright.
That's her! No, I'm sure of it! Mervyn!
Don't! Please!
Whoa! Whoa! What the hell was that? Oh.
No! God have mercy!
Get her! Or I do that. Fuck. Where's the child? Evan's lifeless body floats before you, battered and broken. Her death, no doubt, came swiftly. Her infant daughter, however, is nowhere to be seen. And I had hoped that she would actually survive that, but I guess she was dead before she even hit the water then. You take the babe into your arms. If she yet lives, you cannot tell, but she will surely not survive unless you carry her to the surface at once. This gets more fucked up by the minute. Where the hell do I get out of the water even? If there is a time to sprint, it is now. Fuck, don't attack me, idiot things. Seriously. Go away! For fuck's sake. Did you find me, Van, and the child? Damn it all! You have the child. Let me see her.
She's so cold, Elfino.
The child is alert, and I see no wounds, and yet she grows weaker.
Yeah, of course.
My spells can do no more. What she needs is a change of clothes and a warm bed. We must hurry back.
Where do they all come from?
Not now!
Matsia, take the child.
It appears we've made enough noise to be heard for miles around. More will be upon us ere long. We make our stand here. Mattia, can you take her back to the village?
But the child, all by myself. You can't be serious.
The beasts will follow you home unless we stop them here. And so we shall. Be strong, Matsia. Her life is in your hands.
Right. I can do it.
You can.
I know you can. We'll keep them busy, Matsia. Go! Quickly!
Steady. You know the way.
Oh God.
No! Not you too!
If even children can succumb to that.
Be afraid. Don't
I mean,
be afraid.
Babies are not always, you know.
To suffer, to drink of calamity. It is a perilous path. Death lurks in the dark. No! I'm not afraid! I'm not afraid!
Ah! Do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. See how the hardships make you strong. Every doubt reforged.
Fuck.
Every agony.
Finally! That was very close, Justinian. Fuck.
The divinity?
Nay, but one who would deliver thee just the same.
God, that was...
Please. You must save the child. She is all that remains of Mevan and Grasef. Please.
Well, well. Seems the babe's taken a liking to you.
See? Your fangs aren't always only for killing.
Strong, little one. Let us convey thee to thy home.
I spied our friends as we flew in. They appeared to be holding their own against the Horde.
At least the child is safe, holy shit.
Right. That's the last of them. We should hurry and find Matsia.
What are these scenes here? What's... This truly is a roller coaster of emotion, holy shit. He had help from on high.
What, like divine aid?
No, like Vitra and Justinian.
A fine battle it must have been. Shame I missed it.
Estinian, it was you who came to Matia's aid.
I was only along for the ride. Vritra was the one who saw the boy was in need. The two are headed back to the village.
Where the worm will honor Ahiwan's wishes and finally reveal himself to his people.
Perhaps so. Will you go and join them?
There's something I need to do first. Mervyn gave her life so that her child might live. She deserves better than to be left to drift alone.
Yeah.
She deserves to be laid to rest beside her husband, at least. Will you help me?
Yes. It's still, like, the amount of people, you know, it's really quite something how they sort of subvert your expectations, or not really, it's not really subverting expectations, and that's why it works so well, I think. It's just, you know, you're so used to quest objectives giving you, you know, people you can help, and you know, it's talking about it seems weird if you say, oh yeah, you click on them and then you help them and then everything's fine and then you move on to the next quest objective, but exactly because that usually happens, and it's not even, right, you don't even really think about, oh yeah, I'm helping some people, alright, fine, let's move on to the next objective, right? Even if it's, even if it does mean something to you, it's still not such a strong, I guess, it doesn't really invoke any kind of strong emotion. But then, when we were back in the village, getting those same quest objectives, going to an NPC, and then it just, in pretty horrific descriptions, the game just tells you, oh yeah, this person has been torn to pieces. This person is dead. And then with Mervyn, just, she gets thrown into the water. You think, yeah, of course, I'm going to help her, but she's just dead. I don't know, that's... It's interesting to think about from a game design perspective, I feel like, because it does remind me of one scene from The Last of Us 1, right at the end, shortly before you meet the giraffes. There is the scene where you, as Joel, you stand against the wall, and what's supposed to happen is that Ellie climbs up the wall and throws the ladder that's lying there down to you. And that particular sort of gameplay element happens, I don't know how many times, right? Let's be 10 times, maybe 7 times, I don't know, throughout the game, right? And you're just used to, oh yeah, I'm going to this wall, I'm clicking on something, and the NPC character will do that. But in that particular scene, she does not. She actually just sits there, quiet, thinking to herself on the bench. And that's just... one of the biggest criticisms about The Last of Us 1 is that, those moments appear too often. There are these... They have like 3 or 4, sort of interactions like this, where you press a button and then an NPC might do something, right? I mean, for example, there is 4 or 5 times throughout the game you get like a plank for Ellie to sit on, because she can't swim. And that's always the same, right? It's not really varied, you don't really have to think anymore when you do it the 5th time than when you did it the first time. But in that particular instance, it's sort of subvert your expectations through gameplay. You expect something to happen because it's gameplay, right? It's not a cutscene. You click on it and the NPC does something. And this sort of reminded me of that, right? This is, in a way, similar. Where usually you are, you're clicking on an NPC and they give you something, or you can help them, or, even after these battles that take place or whatever, you're always helping the NPCs and, well, they get help. And that's it, pretty much. And there is no, from a gameplay perspective, there is no other sort of interaction there. You click on them, you help them, and that's it. And you move on. But in this case, again, it doesn't do that. You can't help them anymore. They're dead. So you're just left standing there observing their dead bodies. And I think, it's a small thing, and some people might argue that it's not, invoking much emotion in them, or that it's not really... Well, obviously being shown something in a cutscene or through, dialogue, or even especially voice acting and that kind of thing, obviously that has much more of an impact than, these little scenes. But I still think that they managed to pretty much put in the maximum amount of emotion that you could put into something that's literally just sort of clicking on a game objective. I just felt like that was really, really well made in a twisted way. Go. I will keep watch until your work is done. We have done what we can. 'Tis for the villagers of Palakistan to perform the funeral rites. If nothing else, Mivan and Karasov died as they lived, as themselves, and not as beasts. Their souls will find peace in the ethereal sea. To think the day would come when even the smallest of solaces would be this comforting. I wonder if there will be a grave here that you can visit. Oh? Ether current. I wonder if I've missed some stuff. Is this supposed to be the end of Thavnair? You're ready then. In that case, let's head back to Palakistan. No doubt Vitra is awaiting us. Or maybe there's actually gonna be more side quests now. I'm a little confused. Wow, that scene got me. Smart with Matsya, just, you know, because you honestly, I mean, that's practically what I was talking about, right? Is this I honestly thought that we were able to help the mother, at least, after the father died. But even she just immediately did, right? She just immediately died. So I was honestly not sure if the child would make it or if they would truly transform like a little baby into a beast. Because, I mean, even that other child, I mean, obviously the child was a little bit older, but the one in the city turned into a small beast and then was crushed to death before our eyes. So, yeah, kind of, you know, in that moment, I truly wasn't sure. I mean, I sort of suspected that maybe Estinian and Vitra would come to the help, but that was cutting it really close. Oh. First hordes of beasts, now a mighty worm. Our world grows stranger by the day. Let's hope that they, you know, trust in Vitra. Rest easy, for all is well here. Young Matsya returned with the babe safe in his arms. Owing to a warm bed, the girl had already begun to regain her strength. Less joyously received was word of the mother and father's fate, as well as that of their transformed neighbors. How many children of Thavnair must we lose to this calamity? Mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, sons and daughters. Every death, another void that can never be filled. We who survive must carry the weight of their memory as we strive to regain a semblance of what we have lost. Karasov and Mevan's babe is a child of Thavnair as well. I thank you for returning her to us safe. Oh, most great and merciful worm, I have not the words to express my gratitude. They say that were it not for you, brave Matsya and the child would have been lost to us forever. Long had I heard the rumors that a mighty dragon had forged a pact of friendship with the satrap, but never would I have expected such a kind and gentle soul. Truth in part, but not in whole. I am Vitra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode. An isle I have ruled over a satrap, with Ahewan as my loyal servant. Are my ears to be believed? You were the true satrap all along. Idana, what are you doing here? I heard from the Radiant that you had come to help the people of Polakastant in their time of need. And so I and several of my colleagues from the Great Work came to offer our services. The alchemists have already brewed up some potions for Mivan's daughter. But enough about us. You and your role are the far greater enigma. If you were the true satrap all along, could it be that young Washan was created to serve as your emissary? Thou didst suspect the boy was but a simulacrum. A rumor has circulated for many years around the High Crucible that our most skilled alchemists were once commissioned by the satrap's family in secret to fashion a mammoth indistinguishable from a living boy. Looking at Vashan with that knowledge, I simply put two and two together. I was not alone in drawing this conclusion, but like me, they no doubt recognized that the satrap was using the simulacrum to work more closely with his people, and decided not to press the issue. I had always assumed one of Iowan's associates was manipulating it from afar, though the truth is indeed far more surprising. It is an honor to meet you in the flesh, Master Vitra. Pray allow me to express my gratitude. If you had not believed in and given unto us your scales, I do not know where we would be. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. 'Twas thou and thy fellow alchemists that fashioned the means to unmake the towers. You were the saviors, not only of Ratz-at-Han, but the star. Far too kind you are, Master Vitra. But the star yet once for salvation. Once more will my colleagues and I commit the knowledge and resources at our disposal to the mission of aiding the people in their darkest hour. It would seem this place is in good hands. I would return to see how Ratz-at-Han fares. What will you do, scions? I worry for the survivors we met at Perusa. Shall we pay them a visit before making our way back? In that case, might I ask a favor? Nothing too burdensome, I promise. This way. Are we finally going to find out more about Akasha and about what these emotions are meaning? Vitra chose to reveal his identity to the villagers of Palakastan before all others. A wise choice, considering the warm reception. Even seemed a little relieved. It remains to be seen how the people of Ratz-at-Han will take the news, but if this was any indication, he need not worry. Oh, running through the dark jungle. There was a time when I thought all was lost. Headmaster Vitra and Justinian had arrived when they did. No, I must focus on the good. Mevan's precious daughter is safe and sound, and that is all that matters. What a lovely aroma. I wonder what sort of spices those are. Curious, isn't it? The burning sky is so ominous, yet the crackling flames here are somehow calming. Needs to simmer just a little bit longer, I'd say. In the meantime, I was hoping I might ask you a few questions. The red sky, these terrible beasts. What in the name of the sisters is happening here in Thavnir? Oh my, that's rather a lot to take in. Would seem the situation is even more grave than we suspected. Thank you, friend. My colleagues and I will use your knowledge to see if it can further our own research. And with that, here we are. A pot of piping hot chai, brewed from my own secret recipe of spices and tea leaves, together with hearty helpings of rich milk and purest sugar. I've made enough for everyone in the village. Might I trouble you to deliver a few cups? The drink has medicinal property. Oh, whoops. The drink has medicinal properties then. Not in the least. The ingredients are quite ordinary. It's so very tasty though. It has a way of lifting the spirits. The spicy aroma and distinctive sweetness of chai is a simple everyday pleasure on our island. Sometimes the best medicine is the simplest. A lovely sentiment, Nitana. By all means, allow us to assist. While you, Lord, distribute hot beverages, I'll do a sweep for errant beasts to slay. Far less arduous task, no doubt. When you're finished, look for me at the wakeful Tirana. Of course, Justinian, for you, maybe? Other people surely would prefer the tea. I have you to thank for our survival. It's not something I'll soon forget, you can be sure. Any helping hands are more than welcome here. We haven't much, but please make yourself at home. If you have any questions, you only need ask. What do you do here? I'm here as the steward of this place and its surroundings. Surely you've noticed the large number of holy places in the area. It is our duty to look after them, and repair any damage caused by the elements and more devious sources. My work keeps me so busy that I've had little chance to journey far from the shroud of the Samga. I scarcely remember the last time I beheld the sea, let alone Ratz-at-Han. Needless to say, I hope my survival never hinges on my ability to swim. And what is this place? Palakastan is home to the stewards of the shroud of the Samga. We watch over the holy places that are dedicated to the divinities and aid the faithful as they make pilgrimages between them. This place was originally built by the Akasudara, and they lived here for many generations. As such, it is common to see the names of their storied personages inscribed on the temples. Pavanas Remos and Agama Temple being two such examples. With everything that occurred as of late, Palakastan is in a precarious position indeed. We can but pray that we aren't forced to abandon it. Yeah, hopefully that won't be necessary anymore. Or somebody's trying out the new holy, I assume. Had both you and Master Vitra not intervened, many and more would have no doubt perished. I am forever in your debt. Huh? Wait. I know you. You were the one who saved us from those beasts back at the temple. Were it not for you, well, let's not even think about that. At times like this, we mustn't dwell on what might have been, but look for the future. But what future awaits us? How can Ratz-at-Han hope to recover from this? Most of my friends are gone, and I don't know where to turn. Have a tea. To calm the nerves. A cup of chai. Well, if you insist. That aroma has a way of clearing the mind. Come to think of it, we faced our fair share of trials in the past as well. And no matter how hard the times, we've always come together, as a people united. One day at a time, one step at a time. But that is all any of us can do. Yes, back to work. Once I finish this cup. Thank you. These are very resilient people indeed, but then again, I guess it's also because the less resilient, unfortunately, all turn to beasts. To think that the dragon watched over us all this time. Of course, the revelation came as a surprise, but strangely, I'm not afraid. So many people here. Would that I were younger. I would pick up my spear and drive these monsters from our borders. Alas, time is a foe that cannot be vanquished. In times such as these, those who reside in the Steward's village must be strong, although I must admit at times I find such a prospect difficult. Oh, what? I have not locked the Chocobo Keep. I guess it's the first time I could do that. I'm pretty certain that I ran past this point. The aroma of that chai truly is irresistible. Do you suppose Nitana would mind if I helped myself to a cup? Sure she wouldn't. Thank you for coming to my rescue. Now that I'm safe, I must follow your example and find a way to help where I can. Napshaira? Look at them all lazing about, knowing full well the beasts might strike again at any moment. Do they not realize their lives are in danger? Well, I for one intend to survive. I'm too young to die. Yes, I'll leave this island behind if I must. But where do I go? Is anywhere safe these days? A cup of chai. And you see, I have more important things to worry about. No, you're right. It is precisely in times like these that we must strive to remain calm and steady. I do believe I'll visit the Elder and see what needs to be done. If there is any way I can aid my village and my friends, I will do it. There has to be a third person somewhere. Maybe in that house? Have I been to the top? No, I haven't been. No, not in here. Spin to that one. Maybe in here then. No. What? Where's the third person? Am I missing something? I mean, obviously I am, but... That's weird. I don't think there's anybody standing up here. I've been to that house, I've been to that one. Did I run past? Oh, there you are. Alright. I'm sorry, I just want to be left alone. My best friend and I, we fled the village together. One of the beasts took him and it was all I could do to run. All the while, I could hear this monstrous voice screaming my name. This is for me. Oh, we used to drink chai together often. Shared stories over streaming cups after a hard day's work. Thank you, friend. The pain may never pass, but I must press on all the same. For his memory, and for we who must remember. Ah, there's the side quests. And I think those are the 2 remaining ether currents, actually. Yes, they are. And then I'm missing 4 in the environment, but that's not going to be a problem if I have to do side quests anyway. What I also find really curious, I don't know if this was a thing in Shadowbringers, but usually if you finished a quest, it would unlock the side quests. But now, quest steps always unlock the side quests, which is interesting. I'll still finish this first. I hope it doesn't transport me somewhere else, but I don't think so. Thank you for delivering the chai. Did it help to lift the village's spirits? That is heartening to hear indeed. The final days show no signs of abating, but that is all the more reason that we must try to keep our composure. Our lives have been forever changed. The people we have lost will never return to us. These tragedies will long weigh on our hearts. But we have the capacity to live with our suffering, to carry the agony till we too join the fallen in death. It is not a surrender, but a recognition. It is only in acceptance that we find the strength to move forward. Under his wing. As you have finished your deliveries, might I talk with you for a moment? I was curious to know what has become of Mivan and Kirasov's remains. Oh, thank you, friend. Surely they will be able to rest peacefully by each other's side. I and the people of Palakastend will perform the rites as soon as we are able. As for the child, it will not be easy for her, growing up without her parents, but I promise to do what I can. Once she is able to eat solid food, the fish I catch will help nourish her. At least it seems she has a caring person, acting as her father instead. Well, we finished delivering the chai. I do believe everyone has a piping hot cup. I could almost believe there's magic at work, how their tension fades with every sip. Let us pray that Palakastend has seen the last of those transformations, at least for now. They are still at risk, as every village in Thavnia, like as not. Still, I trust we can leave this place in the care of our friends from the Radiant and the High Crucible. Shall we return to Ratz-at-Han? By all means, do not let us keep you further. There are still so many who have need of your wisdom and strength to deliver them from this terrible calamity. And I will do what I can as well. I will bring rations and supplies from Akyali. We have plenty to spare. Then let us find Justinian and be on our way. Where did you wander off to again? The wakeful Tirana, near the bridge to Ratz-at-Han, as I recall. Very well then. I'm gonna do side quests. Whoa. Quite a lot more, all of a sudden. That's Alright, so that... What? That was weird. So it unlocked 4 side quests before I finished this quest, and then finishing this quest unlocks 4 more. That's a bit of a weird thing, but alright. Pisaka's purpose. Oh, you're the one who slew that terrible beast, aren't you? Big and brawny, just the type of man I'm looking for. Oh. I have a job. Oh. That I believe will suit you perfectly. There's a reward at the end of it, if that motivates you to keep listening. I make my living as a weaver, and I've had an idea to craft armor for the Radiant host that defend our walls. However, the scales I require are in short supply. Scales from long-lived Pisaka are nigh indestructible, but such animals lead quick and brutal lives. Finding an aged specimen is difficult, slaying one even more so. Still, they are animals all the same, and cannot resist the allure of fresh meat. If you were to use the corpse of Guhazaya, then a scent of its blood will surely draw out a prized specimen. It's a somewhat dangerous task, but I suspect you've seen much worse. Ooh. You think these are all the quests, but, well, when I finish these and have looked for all the wind ether currents, which, by the way, southeast, alright, that's close. I can look at the map and see if there's any more things I have to do. I've heard about all the good you've done for our village, and we're all thankful for it. I hate to impose upon your generosity further, but if you have a moment to spare, could you lend me your stout arm? I would ask you to search for my father. I haven't seen him for bells, and after asking around, it seems he may have left the village and ventured north. The divinities only know why he went alone, but if I were to follow him, I'd likely end up at the bottom of some beast's belly within a mound. Please, find him, and return him safely to our home. I'll turn off the main quest for now. Stinian can wait a couple minutes. Or, I suspect, more like 2 hours, with this many side quests around. What's an apparent? Oh, excuse me. Did you need something? Wait, you're him! The rare man who saved Mervan's child! I knew it. I'm Yetson, an alchemist of the Great Work. I am but one of the few who are looking after the child as she makes her recovery. Mervan and Karasov were dear friends of mine. Thank you for everything you've done for their daughter. Her condition is on the mend, I'm sure you'll be glad to hear. We've been taking turns checking in on her. Last thing she needs is a gaggle of adults fussing over her day and night. That being said, when she is healed fully, there is the question of who will be in charge of her care. For the love I bore her parents, I would gladly take her in as my own, but that would mean raising her away from her home. Moreover, I'm yet to be wed, and my duties consume so much of my time I can scarce focus on my own care, let alone that of a growing child. I doubt my ability to give her the love she deserves, love equal to that her parents gave her. She deserves better than that, so I've considered finding someone more suitable. It's the least I can do, and truth be told, perhaps the best option. Even so, although I was born here, much of my life was spent at the Great Work, and I'm afraid I haven't the foggiest idea who to ask, even if I had the time to do so. You, however, seem to be well loved among the people here. Would you ask around to my stead? It would be a much more effective use of my time to prepare medicine for the wounded and sick. I apologize for imposing such an enormous task upon you, but I would trust no one else with it. When you've finished, come to my hut to the south of this settlement, and we can discuss any potential parental candidates. Not Matza? Well, I guess he's a fisher as well, right? That would still be somewhat problematic in terms of, like, there'd still be the need for somebody else to watch over her. My friend the Yeti. Excuse me, but you're a traveler, yes. Would you be willing to take on a personal request? I'm worried for the safety of a friend of mine and would ask you to check on them. Thank you. I know you have no shortage of demands on your time. My friend, you see, he's a bit of a private person, and I only wish to know how he is faring after the recent troubles. However, the journey to his abode is much too dangerous for me to attempt alone, and I would dare ask another villager to go in my stead. I wouldn't dare. A traveler with a sharp blade, however, could surely get the task done with little effort. He resides in the jungle to the northwest, or at least he used to. I'll mark the location on your map. His name is Sushena, and if you say his name, he should respond. My worst fears have come to pass, and he is wounded. Please use this medicine to treat his wounds. You will be rewarded for your efforts, but I suspect you would have helped me even if I had nothing to give in return. No, of course not. I want experience. Nah, of course I would have helped. I'll help everyone that has an exclamation mark above their head. If you ask me, Passerine is the most motherly among us. She had a child of her own not long ago, so I reckon there's no one better to be a wet nurse. That being said, times have been troubled for us all. It might be unseemly to ask her to take on such a burden unless she was willing. Hey gods, my knees, my years are catching up to me. You there, traveler, might you have some time to spare for an old maid? As I fled from the chaos that erupted, I took a terrible spill and dropped a charm that is very important to me. And can you believe it? One of those flea-infested Hanuman langurs scooped it up off the ground and scurried off into the woods. Would that I still had my youth, and skewer that fiend at the end of my spear. Alas, my vigor isn't what it once was. I'm still aching from that fall besides. You'll have your charm back, don't worry. Really? You do that for me? The animal ran off towards the font of Maya. Fell it quickly and return my charm to me, please. How else am I to defend myself from fate's cruel machinations? By the way, let me just check, but I'm fairly sure that they've not changed that. Otherwise, that would have been in the not quest notes. What in the patch notes? Where would it be though? I always forget where all the Our target filters, maybe character? Oh. Item, UI, maybe UI? Should be UI, right? What? Number of duties displayed 5, yeah. I don't know why they won't allow you to have more duties displayed. That's weird. You have a look in your eyes I'm well familiar with. You wish to see the threads of fate which guide you, yes? Or if I told you there could be illuminated through the fine art of reading chai tea? Yes, the last remnant of a cup of tea can show your fate. The leaves and spices in the cup spelling out a message for those who can read it. This art has been perfected over generations, and Savner, I am willing to share it with you. Are you willing to take my gift? Splendid. Before we begin, however, you must gather the spices we will use with your own hands. It's the only way to attune the tea to your destiny. I have marked on your map a location where you can harvest 3 different spices. You will choose 2 of these, and do not make this choice lightly. It may very well decide the course of your future. Okay. Radiant Patrol. I know we are beset by monsters, beasts, and worse, but if you have even an ounce of strength to give, I would ask for your aid. I am in need of a brave soul to help patrol the area in search of any lost refugees. Rest my brothers and sisters of the Radiant Host, but our numbers have been greatly diminished. It is all we can do to keep the darkness from swallowing the settlement whole. Very good. It shall be heartening to have another warrior by my side. Let us commence at once. Where are those two quests? Oh, here. An unexpected guide? Hey! Hee. Okay. It appears this creature wants you to follow it. What harm could come from doing so? Okay. Oh, you're the one who saved Maven's child. Might you help a father in need? My daughter is nowhere to be found, and I fear she's gone off into the woods by her lonesome. Others from the village have joined in the search, but our numbers are few. We've yet to even reach Perusa. If you could add your eyes to the search, I would be ever so grateful. My daughter was wearing a red coat when last I saw her. I will make my way to Perusa, so please bring her there if you find her. May the gods grant your insight. Let's accept the other quests first. So 3 more, if I see that correctly. Dreams of Venom. Stories paint you as a ferocity incarnate, and by the sight of you I don't reckon they're too far from the truth. You meant lending me an ounce of that ferocity to catch some prey. The healers from the village have tasked me with hunting down a beast possessing a right deadly venom. I'm at a loss as how to go about it, but with 2 strapping hunters I'm sure we'll find a way. So, are you with me? I look forward to seeing what you can do. Well then, our mark is to the north. I trust you'll keep up with me. My quest is here. Might you have a few moments to spare? Our healers are overwhelmed at the number of injured and sick, and even a single pair of hands will go a long way toward easing their burden. Some of their duties require them to venture into the jungle, a dangerous prospect at the best of times, but a death sentence under current conditions. Perhaps you could lend them your aid. If you would offer your capable arm to their aid, please do so. They will be all too glad to accept it, I'm sure. You know what? I should probably switch to Paladin for all of this, because you also get like experience for. Do you get experience for Wind Ether Currents? I'm not quite sure, but definitely if I'll explore the area and find more zones and stuff. Who do I think is the most suited to care for the child? Yezan is the obvious choice, dependable, loyal, and dutiful. Every quality you would desire in a parent. I know he has become so absorbed in his research. That devotion has made him a peerless alchemist. Who better is there to look after someone so sickly as her? True. The child, eh? None doubt over her quite like Yezan, but I understand alchemy isn't a merciful trait for a parent. Still, there is no one else that comes to mind when I consider the question. I'd volunteered to take her in myself, but with the chaos of recent events, it's difficult enough to see that me and mine are fed and clothed. I know I'm not the only one facing such hardships either. Wait a second. Let's check on the quest first. I need to go southeast anyways for the Wind Ether Current. In Agama's footsteps. Ah, what luck. You look capable of braving the jungles unscathed. Would you help me search for a group of refugees I became separated from? As the chaos unfolded around us, I fled in the direction of Agama Temple along with a few others. There, one of those terrible beasts fell upon us. I lost track of my group in the chaos. When I was able to make my way here, none of the others have, and I worry for their safety. I would like nothing more than to search myself, but all hands are required to defend this place. Agama Temple is to the west. Please, journey there, and guide anyone you can find back here. I only hope that some manage to survive the madness. Ah, wait a second. I should probably... If I'm doing more as a paladin, I should probably put the ether compass on the southeast. Yeah, that would be there. Let's do this first. What? You're here to help, of course. I'm glad for any assistance afforded to me. I have just a task for one such as you, in fact. In troubled times such as these, it is ever the medicine which first runs dry. I sent an assistant to procure a resupply from the great work, but apparently she's run into a bit of trouble on her way back. It seems something is preventing her from completing the delivery, although she was scarce on the details. Unfortunately, circumstances being what they are, we haven't been able to spare a single person to send her aid. Until now, that is. Travel to the Wakeful Tirana, where my assistant awaits, and see if you can't solve this little conundrum she's encountered. Alright, southeast? Have I, run past that a couple of times? Has to be very close to the village. Oh, wait, there's another objective? Welcome to my humble workshop. I'm almost too nervous to ask, but what did the others say? Someone nominated me. Well, that's neither here nor there. He said Passarin's name was mentioned. She was a good friend to Maven. It's true, but there are other factors at play that make me reticent to ask her. Simply put, I'd rather not burden her further if it can be avoided. That being said, we don't exactly have the luxury of choice, all things considered. I suppose I would be remiss if I didn't at least speak with her. I owe the child that much. Will you accompany me? Supportive presence by my side would help me find the right words. Passarin should be nearby, doubtless watching over her own child. I must deliver this medicine before speaking with her, so please go on ahead. They should just share the burden, even if they're not married or anything. Oh, there. She already has a child, apparently. Kizan, so good to see you. And who's this with you? Passarin. He's the hero who saved Maven and Kirasov's daughter. Oh, what a pleasant surprise. Thank you for your bravery. I've heard tell of the troubles she's been through since. I hope that you're able to see her return to health soon. It has been trying, to be sure, but we must look forward to the day she's hale. Everyone is doing their utmost to make it so. The question remains as to where she will go from there, however. I've considered taking her into my home, but I fear my qualifications as a parent are somewhat lacking. I know you to have been a dear friend to Maven. As such, only thought it meet to ask if you're willing to care for her daughter. If you are, I would do everything in my power to see that she's given into your care. I'm flattered. Maven was as family to me, and I view her child as my own. I would do anything to see her raised into as brave a woman as her mother. However, I cannot care for her. I'm not worthy to care for her. Worthy? What does that... my apologies. I understand it was a sudden request, and no small one besides. Please forgive the imposition. I'll be in the village for some time yet. Should you require treatment for you and yours, please seek me out. I will. Thank you, Yazan. I would speak with you further. Let's return to my dwelling. That's actually... I hate, you know, when you... Let's just hide the headgear while we're doing side quests. I feel like that makes a lot more sense. I wasn't too forceful, was I? I simply asked her if she was willing. I didn't mean to make her feel obligated to agree. I found the word somewhat mystifying. Not worthy. What could that mean? I'm usually not one to pry, but this worries me. I consider Parasine a friend, and I'm loath to leave her to her troubles. And there is still the matter of the child. Shall have to think on what to do from here. I may need your help again soon. I hope you're willing. Oh, this is interesting. A side quest line that is also not a Wind-Ether current. Curing what ails. Well then, if you're willing, I have a task that requires immediate attention. It's simple but essential, namely the gathering of herbs. The child is in a vulnerable state, and I would fortify her against further sickness. There are also more wounded in this village than I had anticipated, and my stores have begun running low, and would be best to replenish them while time affords us an opportunity. Can I count on you to help me? Splendid. I require several of the reddish soma herbs which grow among the shrubbery to the northeast. With both of us working in tandem, I wager we should have enough gathered before the next bell. To the east. East is there. What? Don't tell me it's up on top. Oh, there it is. I was gonna say. I think I was standing on top of that mountain at some point. Maybe? Maybe not? Isn't this the, like... Seems close to the edge of the zone, but then again, I haven't looked at the map so far, so I don't know. Let's see. Northwest, that's very far away. Well, I definitely get that. Yeah. How many are there? 3 more. Alright. So I should definitely be able to finish this now. And then I'll have a look whether or not there's more side quests on the map. Ooh. Let's see, A rank. Why am I constantly running? I mean, well, I guess I'm covering quite a lot of large areas in the zones, but I've run into quite a few A ranks. Oh, who are you? My father. I'm such a fool. I wanted to pick some flowers before visiting Perusa, but I never wanted to cause worry. Still, since you're already here, could you help me? We can't visit Perusa without one each of the Manusia and the Murga. Let's find those, and then we can be on our way. Let's go... Oh, alright. Let's not run into the A rank. That would probably end in death. Although I could probably just use Hallowed Ground and sprint away. Maybe. Southwest. The divine Manusia love these flowers, much like we do. Mother said that the red petals symbolize life and remind the divinities of the lifeblood that's the source of their power. Cool. Unfortunately, I can't really see the other quest objective on the map. Couldn't be too far away, right? Although maybe it could be in... Is that one of the flowers, or is that another objective? No, could be the flower. It is. Mother told me these orange flowers are favored by the gods of Mraga. Mraga? Doesn't the color of the petals remind you of the rising sun? Its nourishing rays are a source of power for the Mraga. They cherish these flowers above all others. But now, am I supposed to wait? Oh, I guess that's where we're going? Southwest. It's over there somewhere. Oh, thank the gods, I'm so glad she's safe. I apologize for troubling you, but I really want to see Mother again. Couldn't imagine visiting Perusa without these flowers in hand. If I offer these to the gods, surely they'll allow Mother to return to us, right? Will you come with us? Here. You offer this flower to the Mraga, and I'll offer this one to the Manasya. The gods will be so happy to receive them. Thank you, thank you. Can't wait to see Mother again. Yeah, about that. Yes, me too. Why don't we return home? We can prepare the soup she liked so much. Thank you, traveler, for all you've done. Meet me again at the village, and I'll see that you are rewarded for your kindness. Alright. Holy hell, those are a lot of questions. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then I already finished one. So at least 13, probably 14, because there's probably going to be one more quest with the child, I'd imagine. It's probably 3 quests. What? Yeah, to the west, alright. It's not that far away. Wasn't it further away before? Oh, whatever. Come here. Takes quite a lot longer to do this as a paladin. What? Oh. Oh. Whoopsie. I'm missing them. That's why it takes so long. Ah, whatever. It's fine. Do we need to defeat more? Come here. Bonk. This takes does take some time. Wait, am I missing something? What am I supposed to do with him? They carry a charm? So it's just not getting lucky, I guess? Seriously? Is there like, because I have a lower level, is there like less of a chance to obtain it, or what's going on? Bonk. That sound of it hitting the shield is quite weird. Oh, seriously? I'm not hitting anything, yeah. Bonk. Seriously? What's going on? What? Let's do this. This is weird. What? Retrieve the worn charm from a Hanuman Langua. Do I have to... What? Whoops. Huh. This can't be normal. Oh, there it is. That was weird. I think I've never done a quest that took so long for something to drop. Usually it drops on the first try, and I think there were some quests where it took like a second, maybe second, maybe third try, but certainly not 5. That was weird. Alright, southwest. Let's get this first. How many was I missing? 2 or 3, right? Oh. Do I have to do some... also weird how many things I'm missing. I mean, I know that I'm lower level than them, but it's always quite strange. My item level's still not different. Guess the actual level means more. Obtain its corpse. Alright. Not duty finder. Journal. That also finished or? No. Oh, whatever. Definitely did some. Oh! I need to defeat more of them. I mean, you know, Paladin's still fun. The problem is more that it literally doesn't really change. I mean, the fact that you get the new finisher combo on level whatever it is, 90, I think. I mean, well, Sheltron and all those are different, right? But still. Boss sacks are nuts. Oh, there it is. Ah. Okay. Northwest. That doesn't seem too far away either. Two more. Maybe the last one's someplace different. Oh, what's this? The fortune teller wrote that the talisman needle leaf dispels negative thoughts, bringing a sense of calm to those who consume them. Dispels negative thoughts. Seriously. Well, at least all of those hit. Okay. Fortune teller wrote that the Thavnarian bay leaf improves the workings of the stomach, preventing discomfort and embarrassing irregularities in the gut. That sounds not like something I want in my future destiny, whatever. Didn't you say there were 3? Let's see. Has to meet one other one somewhere close by. No. Don't tell me the third one is someplace different. Seriously? Ugh. What was the fortune teller quest? Let's activate that one. T foretell, I think this one, right? No? Wait, has to be here somewhere. It's not here. It's not there. What? Oh, seriously? Can't even see this. Fortune teller wrote that the root of the Singabera raises body temperature to expel toxins and other harmful substances from the body. Yeah, let's take that. And then let's take this one as well. That's finished. Back to the ether current. Northwest, yeah, should be fine. Should be here somewhere. The last one's probably in this area too, somewhere. Font of Maya. Ah, there it is. Wasn't there a quest here as well? Whoa. That's very far away. That seems to be where the main quest was leading me, I think. What is that quest? Graffiti! Can't even... wait. I think that's someplace else entirely, right? Isn't that the one... let's go this way. That's where the village is. Let's do the other ones first. Maybe I can even fly to the other ones. Graffiti! We should begin our patrol by heading south, a route through which many refugees from Yedlamat pass. We will cover more ground if we split into two groups. If you should find anyone in need, go to their aid, and if you discover any discarded effects, collect them for safekeeping. Ah, and if you should encounter one of those terrible beasts, slay it where it stands. Once we've made a thorough search of the area, let us rendezvous back here. Godspeed. That's quite a large patrol route. You survey the area but detect nothing out of the ordinary. I mean, we're literally, like, next to a cliff. I don't think that anybody would really come here. I mean, at least not, you know, that far towards the rocks. They would probably stay here, close to the temple. Still with these, you know, horrifying skies. I still wonder what they mean. But at this point, I don't know if there's, you know, really any room for speculation. It's just, I don't know. Very hard to explain what it could mean. Because how's the sky connected to, like, people's emotions, right? Seems so different. At least I can hit these, because they're only level 80. Still takes a lot longer to defeat them as a tank. I wonder if they've adjusted the balance slightly in terms of how many damage you can do as a tank versus DPS. Then again, Summoner, I think, especially for clearing out these mobs and stuff, just lends itself very well to it because it has higher burst, I think, than Paladin, for example. How is he gone? Thank the gods. I would have surely died without your help. What are you doing out here? see. So the Radiant host looks over us yet. For that I'm grateful. Well, I suppose I follow the paths you took to get here. I should be safe on my way back. You didn't leave anything alive, did you? Whoa. I didn't, but that doesn't mean that there isn't something running here. Statuette. What's that? You see a strange statuette lying on the ground depicting a woman wearing a beastly mask. Maybe best to collect it. Okay. That's some sort of charm. Wait. Huh. That quest there to the left will have to wait to the northwest, I think. Maybe I can... would have probably helped to do the two Wind Ether current quests first. Can I climb up there? Maybe? Maybe not? Seriously? There should be a way to climb up there. That's weird. I mean, yeah, this scenery... No, whatever. I can always look for those later on. I don't want to finish... that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense finishing the sightseeing log while we're still doing main story, because a lot of them are dependent on you being able to fly, I think. Which is a bit weird. I mean, I know... Well... I guess there are some places that are only able to be reached by flying anyway, so they probably thought, well, you know, it doesn't really matter either way. We'll just put in a couple more that can only be reached by flying. But these ones are weird, right? Because you can see them from the ground so easily. So it just seems weird that you wouldn't be able to reach them without flying. I don't know. Welcome back. I've heard all about your noble deed. Allow me to thank you for protecting those we cannot. I'll add my thanks to hers. Oh, well, whoops. If not for you, I'd be nothing but food for the beasts. You've more than earned a reward for your time. Speak with me again at Palaka's End, and I'll ensure that you get it. Alright. That's done as well. I think there's quite a couple more quests to the north of the village. There's one quest to the west here is weird though. Oh, who are you? Oh, that's the one that wanted me to follow him. Hee-ho! Creature appears to want you to follow it deeper into the jungle. Yeah, try not to fall behind. Aren't you running in a circle? Well, not really, but I guess he's running around the alligators. You come upon an elderly, hoary woman, bent over in pain and breathing haggardly. Provide what treatment to her that you can. Thank you. I feel much better now. A terrible beast fell upon me, and I fled, quickly losing my bearings in the thick woods. This kindly creature guided me to safety, but my wounds pained me. How long ago was that? Bells ago, days ago. I cannot say. Hey! Of course, little friend. Thank you for delivering this kind soul to me. I owe you my life. Hee hee hee! We shouldn't stay here. But now we're outside the village gates is safe. I believe I can return safely on my own. Seek me out. I shall see you are rewarded for what you've done. Cool. That's finished as well. Let's turn in a couple of them then. Yeah, I don't know if... I don't know where that quest to the left there is. Doesn't look like it's too far away, but it almost felt like I wouldn't be able to reach it. But maybe that was just because I should be able to, right? It does seem to appear close. Well, there's something here. Kind of destination. Oh yeah, it's right there. Right, that was something about... I don't know. Wait. No. Here it is. Oh, it's actually the Wind Ether current quest. Who are you? Are you here to save me? Of course, I knew she wouldn't forget about us. Beasts prowled the area for some time, but I managed to find refuge among these rocks. However, I've been too frightened to set foot from their shelter for fear of drawing the attention of some hungry animal. But with you here, I believe I can find the courage. Will you accompany me to Balaka's stand? Sure. Thank you. Now let us tread carefully. Escort him to safety. Should you fail to prevent a move so far, we'll return to... yeah. What? Oh. Huh? It's the one following the other person. Wait a second though, can I do the other quest as well? Oh, yeah. There's quite a lot going on here. Oh, whoops. Don't. Oh, right. I completely forgot. The one thing that they changed is that, what's it called? Shield? No, not Shield Oath. Sword Oath, right? Oh, whoops. Your 3, thingamadoos. They actually hold for a lot longer than before, correct? Which means that you would actually be able to hold them. It's going to be interesting to see whether or not they actually have some, like whether or not that has some implications for the rotation. I wonder if the rotation will be as rigid as before, or if you have to sort of manage that around the dots or anything. Alright, that was this quest. Like, it could very well be that that it will have some meaning towards the point in the rotation in which you will use the stacks, or if you'll just use them back to back like they used to. Because I think even on Shadowbringers there was some sort of optimization that you could do in terms of when you would actually Seriously. In terms of when you would actually... Let's just finish it. Whatever. Seriously? Why would you stop and stand in that? What the hell? Guess he's running after me. Seriously? Don't just stand in that. Are you like what? What? I maybe should have. Wait. Yeah. All right. Can I heal you? I guess I can. What the hell? He's just standing in that AoE. Oh, where do I have to go? Over there, right? Yeah, I think in Shadowbringers there was actually some optimization that you could do with Paladin, where you would shift your rotation slightly so that you could fit 4 sword oath thingies into your fight or flight. But I don't know whether or not that was actually... I think there was only an optimization in certain scenarios, because you also had to delay your dots, I think, but I never tried that anyway. I never really optimized Paladin anyway, though, because it didn't... Like, I only did E9 to 11 on it, so yeah. I don't know how to thank you. You've saved my life. Why do I have my helmet on? Did I switch jobs at some point? Or does it put it back on during cutscenes? That would be silly. Please, tell that brave woman from the Radiant Host that I've arrived safe and sound. I must think of a way to repay your bravery. Wait. Oh, right. I switched jobs for, for that weird talisman or something that one of the ape thingies was holding, because it felt weird that it wouldn't drop. Oh, come. My daughter is safe and sound and in high spirits. Perusa is said to be a place where we can commune with the spirits of our ancestors. Doubtless she believes that your little expedition will bring her lost mother back. Regardless, I will see that she doesn't wander off by herself again. You've proven yourself worthy of your reputation today. And maybe you should tell your daughter that her mother probably isn't coming back, even though that's probably a very hard conversation to have. Ah, my savior arrives at last. I feel right as rain now, all thanks to your ministrations. And the creature, of course. I haven't seen it since returning here. The legends of this island say the Hanuman Langurs are servants of the divinities, appearing when they deign to show an interest in worldly affairs. I think there may be some truth to those tales. There were a lot of them that attacked me earlier, so... I mean, maybe there are special ones as well. I must remember to make an offering when I am able. As for your reward, however, please take this, and know that I shall never forget the goodwill you showed me. The work ahead of us is vast, and any lives we can save are precious indeed. All I came across in my patrol was discarding belongings and scattered luggage. Did you find anything else of note? Statuette. I recognize this figure. Doubtless you are curious as to what it depicts. There is a legend that tells of Manusia goddess who sought the strength of the Humraga, wresting her own head from a body and replacing it with a bestial plate of the Humraga. Yeah, I thought that was their origin story. Pursuit of wisdom, did a Humraga do the same, replacing his own head with that of a Manusia, Thus were born divine beings gifted with both strength and wisdom, heralding an age of untold peace. One of the refugees must have dropped this in their flight. This figure is a reminder that the most insurmountable hardships can be overcome by looking beyond the bounds of tribe for help. A figure so fine was likely beloved by its owner. I shall do what I can to see it return to them. Thank you for your help today, traveler. Oh, right. The last wind ether current is northwest. Towards that quest. So I think I'll do that one next. If I'm lucky, I can even do some quests with flying. You returned at last, and none too soon. I feel that something terrible is soon to happen. Were you able to slay that monster? Indeed I was. Yes, this is it! This is it! I can already feel my vitality returning such as it is. Death shall have to wait for many years yet. Thank you, traveler. I received this charm in my youth when I was handed my spear and deemed the warrior true. It was passed down through our order, and I keep it still to remember my halcyon days. Although my fighting days are long behind me, I would be happy to impart some small measure of my knowledge to the stewards of the future. In time, I shall give this charm away, just as it was given to me. When I relinquish it, I shall tell its recipient of your bravery this day, that your deeds might echo into the future. Please, take this as a reward. It's the last I can give. My deeds echo into the future, eh? You have returned with the spices, I see. Now hold your future in your hands. Now, give them to me, and I shall brew a tea you're not soon to forget. Let's see what it means. The choices were curious, to say the least. And here you are. This tea will decide your destiny, but that doesn't mean it cannot be delicious as well. I hope I don't have to convince you to drink until the final drop. What kind of emote was I just doing? Was that a thumbs up or what? See, delicious, yes. Now pass the cup to me and I will read your fate. Ah, most curious, fascinating. Oh ho ho, there is great wealth in store for you, but only if you make the right choices. Lay down your weapons and pick up a map and tools. The trade will be well worth it. Okay. Well, how does it feel? A glimpse of foresight is often an enlightening experience, and I hope that my humble skills can be spelled out in the days ahead. Thank you for giving me the chance to hone my craft further. What does that mean? Sometimes I have to see if they're... It's a woman, right? No. Yes. What was I going to say? Right. Did they tell me to become a gatherer? Or did I misinterpret that? How goes the hunt? Do you have the scales? Indeed I do. Why, these are even more splendid than I could have imagined. Pisaka are a dangerous prey, to be sure, but the reward from conquering them is well worth it. In our legends, they are portrayed as devils that feast upon the flesh of men. The goddess Mindaruva brought one low by piercing its eye. Nowhere else would yield to her weapon. The legends have an ounce of truth to them. For over many years, the Pisaka scales become imbued with metallic substances. By weaving them into thread, one can make a material of uncommon strength. Surely our defenders would appreciate garments made of such material, yes? I cannot fight myself, but if such skills as I possess can help us through this struggle, I must do what I can. And for your part in aiding me in this, take this. You deserve it. Bam! Level 81 Paladin. There's going to be quite a few more side quests to come. Theoretically, I should actually switch to another job, because it's always... Like, the most annoying part is getting from 80 to 81. Because you can't do the new dungeons on level 81. But then again, I don't really care about that. With dailies and stuff, you can still easily reach 81 as well. And with the DPS drops, I won't really be doing dungeons as well, I think. So, I don't know. I watched your arrival. I recognized that man from the group I was with, and I'm overjoyed to see him safe. Thank you for escorting him here. Truly, you are worthy of the reputation you've earned. I dare say even Agama would be awed by your bravery. He was a storied mendicant? Indigent? Of the Akasodara. When the Hewers tended to shore this island and war broke out, we spared no effort to save the lives of all who were injured in the conflict. We saw no tribes, only those in need. He's not so different from you, who throws himself into the maw of danger to save someone they've never met. But Dama's spirit lives on today. It is through your selfless deeds. Take this as a reward, although I have no doubt you would deny it if I let you. Once my watch has ended, I shall patrol the woods in search of any more hiding amongst the trees. Nice. So, I'm only missing the last one. Yes, and that is... It's pretty far away. Let's start with that quest then. Oh, whoops. Alright, 5 more quests. Potentially a 6th one if the daughter quest is also still... has one more as well. Which I suspect it will, but, you know, you never know. Whatever, let's do these first. They were closer than I thought. Shrub. No. Robbery. Ooh, this is the long bridge to Ratz-at-Han. Ah, so you can't actually go into the water. That's interesting. But you can venture beneath the other bridge, I guess? These appear to be the herbs you seek, but only their stems remain. Another enterprising alchemist must have already been here. Oh. Oh. They should be around here. Maybe now I won't constantly miss. I was still missing something there. I'm not entirely sure how the accuracy even changes, because it's, you know, so rare that it actually plays a role. I could probably stun that. Ah, whatever. Where did you come from? What? Oh, whatever. I saw the creatures emerge from the brush. But you felt them before I had a chance to be frightened. I'm glad you survived unscathed. If that had been me, oh. Any road, did you manage to find the Soma? Excellent work, excellent work. My search came up fruitless. It appears we're not the only ones seeking this particular herb. Shouldn't come as a surprise, I suppose. This area is well known for the medicinal plants which grow here. My supplies run low once more. Perhaps I should ask the villagers if they have any to spare. For now, I believe we found all we can. Let's return to Palaka's stand. I don't even know. With 2 enemies here, might even be better to do the magic rotation first. Ah, whatever. Oh, thank the heavens! I had resigned myself to becoming food for those dreadful things. What's that? My daughter sent you to find me. I thought no one saw me leave the village, but I suppose I am not so sly as I thought. Now I've caused her and you no end of worry. The number of people fleeing to our village increases by the day, and although I would never begrudge them protection, it does put a strain on our food supplies. I took up my old fishing equipment, hoping I could make some small contribution. Children need hearty meals to grow, after all. Filling our stores is the least I can do to ease us through these troubled times. Think you could help this old fool on his errand? Sure. Your generosity is much appreciated. I've already set up several cages near the water. All you have to do is check them and bring me anything they've caught. City looms pretty ominous in the distance, doesn't it? With these red clouds behind it. Usually probably looks a lot more friendly than this. Ah, sure. Bump, bump, bump. Come here. Bye-bye. Okay. Let's run around this one. Quite a large lake. Looks pretty muddy as well, but that might also be because of the sky. I trust the river wasn't too cold for you. So, what'd you find? I hope my fishing skills haven't gone rusty in my old age. Ah, that's what I like to see. Plump and juicy, just what we need. This'll keep the refugees fed for another day, I reckon. That's how we have to get through this, one day at a time. Alright, let's return to my daughter. I'm sure she's had her fill of worry on my account. Alright, first quest done. To the west. Yeah, that's towards the other quests. That's fine. Wait, this is another way into the city though, right? Yeah, whatever. I'll check that out later. Are you here to help? Thank the gods. Apologies for the imposition, but I just can't carry these supplies any further. Afraid my constitution doesn't allow for such strenuous labor. Oh, he's panting. You look to have a stout pair of legs under you. Could you deliver the medicine in my stead? I must rest. Yes, just a bit of a lie down. It's all in this crate here. Please hurry. The people of Politestan are in dire need. Would that I had more strength to give. Wait. That way. It's a bit unfortunate. I mean, whatever. What? Am I missing something here? Oh. To you, right? Thank you for picking up the slack, so to speak. I must remember that not all of my assistants are fit for such demanding labor. I will administer this medicine to those in need as soon as I can. It was Utpala who entreated you to help me, yes? Pray inform her that all is well, and give her my gratitude. I've been waiting for you. My father returned and told me about all you did for him and for our village. Seems I owe you thanks for 2 good deeds today. Parakastan has long been a place where the stewards of the shrines and tombs resided. That to say, we've been focused mainly on meeting the needs of the departed, not the living. As such, I understand my father's desires to see our food stores boosted. But if he gets himself killed, we'll all be worse off for it. Thankfully, we needn't worry about that. For today, at least. Take this as a gesture of gratitude from both Father and I. More quests? What? That's... whoa. Treasure hunters. Say, how are you at solving riddles? I've been staring at this parchment for bells, and all I've achieved is a terrible headache. If you could spare a moment, might you take a look? These words were written by a kindly old Akasadara who helped me flee from the beasts. Unfortunately, he was struck in our escape, and the healers were unable to save him. For the compassion he showed me, I would like nothing more than to unravel the meaning of his message. Alas, I fear it's quite beyond me. As the waning sun casts light upon the stone trunk, at its end you shall find a treasure most profound. Wrest the key from crossed hands and open the way to riches. Yeah, but the sun doesn't move currently, because there is no sun to be seen. So, now, I know most of these words, but in this order they seem to lose all meaning. I'm having particular trouble with the phrase stone trunk. What could it be referring to? The Matanga? I'm a nose, isn't it? Trunk, right? Ah, indeed. When you put it that way, the link becomes quite clear, and the sun would look quite striking near the font of Maya, where indeed such a statue towers over its surroundings. That must be it. It's worth a look at any rate. I think I'll go there now, in fact. Are you coming along? Surely you'd like to know if we've cracked this riddle. Good, good. It's always better to have a companion at your side. Well then, let's make haste to the font of Maya. First one there gets pick of that treasure. Hurry for the watch. You are the traveler who rescued the child of Maven and Karasov, yes? Do you have a moment to spare for the brave souls that watch over our village? With the Radiant host short-handed, the courageous among us have volunteered to climb those treacherous cliffs and keep lookout for any approaching beasts. I would make their long days easier with a home-cooked meal, but I cannot reach the summit on my own. Every mount that might carry me there is otherwise indisposed, but I don't believe that will prove a problem to one so resourceful as you. Yeah, I have about 110 mounts at my disposal, so... If you would be so kind, please deliver these meals to the lookouts at the summit. I'll pay for your troubles, if that will help speed things along. I really need to get flying now. I'll go west first. As I suspected, we weren't the only ones searching the jungle. I returned to my quarters to find a bag positively stuffed to the brim with herbs, and clothing somewhere, in fact. I asked the nearby colleague who delivered this bounty, and they told me it was one of the Akasudara stewards. I believe I know who it is. Her name is Sula. A shy one, but obviously kind of hard. I spied her eavesdropping during our conversation with Pasarin. Holy, I might add. I apologize for asking more of you at the end of a trying day, but would you speak with her for me? Offer her thanks for the herbs, and perhaps find out if she knows anything of Passarin's troubles. For my part, I'll begin synthesizing the medicine at once. Sula should be somewhere nearby. I pray you have a productive conversation. It always looks so weird with the quest marker, where you have to go to actually turn them in. You've been out for quite a while. I trust the healer has kept you busy. Oh, she knows who I am? Well, all I did was pass information along. But if she sends her thanks, then who am I to deny them? The healers have barely had a wink of sleep as of late. I'm no fighter, nor do I have a mind for healing, but I'm happy to help where I can. Here, take this for your kind service. Oh, you are... I mean, who are you? Do you require something from me? The herbs. I came upon them while hunting, nothing more. I have heard that the medicine made from them is effective in treating the ailments of young children. It seemed only me that I should do my part, as it were. What do you know of Passarin's troubles? Very well. I believe I can shed some light on the root of Passarin's distress. It is what you wish to hear, yes? Your son asked you to speak with me, just as he asked you to gather his herbs. Well, then perhaps it is best for us to all speak together. Go to him, and allow me some time to gather my thoughts. I shall approach you when I am ready. See, there's probably going to be a third quest after this. Definitely going to get the Wind Eater Current first after this, though. Then I can fly to the last ones, and then I'll have a look at the map. I don't think there's going to be any more side quests anywhere. But, you know, just have a look then. You're just in time. I've only just finished synthesizing the medicine. So, did Sula tell you anything of interest? Well, I suppose I can hear it straight from her. I appreciate that you felt it fit to include me. Firstly, I owe you an apology. I was sneaking about out of concern for Passarin. I know what it is that weighs on our mind, you see. That is what you want to know, yes? The story is troubling to hear, and even more troubling to relate. Before I tell you, you must promise me that you will be her strength in the days to come. Of course. Anything to help a friend. The Tsar, her beloved husband, was killed. When the Veil of Chaos descended upon the world, he fled into the jungle and transformed into one of those terrible beasts. He returned here a monster when my sister Chaga met his wrath. Neither of them survived the ensuing struggle. I was there as well. Despite his monstrous form, I knew it was the Tsar. I froze in terror, while Chapa stood undaunted. She fought alone for my cowardice. It was my fault she died. I knew this, and yet I laid the blame on Passarin's shoulders. I lashed out at her, cursing her for her husband's cowardice. When we both should have comforted the other in mourning, I turned my back on her. I left her to bear the burden of not one, but two deaths. It is only natural that she would be hesitant to look after another given that. I was a fool to condemn Passarin, when it was my duty to protect the people here. I have wanted nothing more than to apologize since that day, but I fear my words were too cruel to forgive. I cannot stand to meet her gaze. That is pretty sad indeed. It was a difficult time for everyone. We often lose ourselves in moments of crisis, but as long as we find our way back, We are worthy of forgiveness. Chopper would agree, I'm sure. She wouldn't blame you for what happened, nor would she want you to blame yourself. Passerin doubtless feels the same. You are right. I must apologize to her. That is the only course. I will speak with Passerin, but I require some time to master my courage. Soon. I promise. Even the side quests are incredibly sad. Like, it's not enough that a small baby has lost the parents, right? But then the quest after it also takes you to all these, like, you know, obviously it makes sense, but well, that was a friend of mine. Well, obviously it makes sense that there were so many that were killed or, you know, had tragic deaths occurring in the family or close to them or whatever. But still, it's quite something that you hear it like this, right? The sins we bear. Thank you for lending an ear to my troubles. If you are willing, there is a place I would travel to, and I wish for you to accompany me. Administering to my duties may help calm my nerves. To that end, I mean to inspect the temples for signs of disrepair. After we have finished, I hope to find the courage to once again look Passerin in the eyes. With all the monsters about, most of my attention of late has been focused on finding and protecting those who have fled. With the arrival of the Radiant Host, however, there is finally time to attend to this long-neglected duty. I, too, must ask that you go with Sula. Knowing that their holy places are being cared for may set these people's heart at ease. Even an ounce of comfort is precious in these trying times. Much appreciated. Would that I could join you, but I'm afraid an alchemist's tools are of little use against fangs and claws. That doesn't mean I'll stand idly by, however. I'll remain here and continue making medicine for the children. My hands may be clumsy with sword and shield, but there are few more adroit with mortar and pestle. We are blessed indeed to have a pair such as you looking after us. Well then, let us begin the patrol. Our first destination shall be Brusa, to the southeast. It's a bit of a trek, so make the proper arrangements before departing. Yeah, proper arrangements being that I'll finally be able to fly here and get the last Wind Ether current. It should be close to that quest objective over there, I hope. Or behind it, for that matter. Northwest, I should probably mount. Why am I not... oh, whatever. Or this might in fact be the one where I was standing atop of the cliff and didn't see where it was. Oh, whoops. Yeah, it's there. Oh, whatever. Yay! Flying! This will speed up the last couple side quests. Although, you know, I don't have a problem with running around, but with these many side quests... Okay. They're quite far apart as well. I mean, yeah, obviously the map looks, you know, sort of as I expected it to look like. Although again, you know, it's just because all this area here, for example, that huge lake in front of Ratz-at-Han, if you don't know the map, it looks to be part of it, right? So just because you don't know what's part of the map and what isn't, it immediately just feels a lot bigger than it might be, right? And I love doing it like that. When you first start an expansion, it's just it's a much more, just a much more interesting experience overall. Wait, say, what am I supposed to say? Sushena? Sushena. Sushena. Question mark? You hear faint sounds of an animal in pain emanating from the direction of the bluffs. Investigate its source. The bluffs? Oh. Who are you? The Yeti. Oh, right, that's about the Yeti. The Yeti appears to be wounded. Perhaps the medicine provided to you will alleviate its suffering. This one? Yeah. What's the Yeti doing here? Although you cannot understand the Yeti's words, you can sense the gratitude behind them. Return to the young Akasudara and inform him that his friend is well. Doesn't look that well, to be honest, but alright. Oh, it's only 5 side quests. Oh, perfect. Oh, right. Let's get the map as well, while I'm at it. You came, good. I thought there was a slim possibility you'd lose heart and slink off, but I'm glad to be proven wrong. I've set up 3 traps around the perimeter, places of fresh meat mixed with medicine that'll dull the senses of any beast greedy enough to eat them. If they work like I think they should, all you should have to do is scoop the Pujamga up in this sack. Now, animals aren't known for sharing, so there is a chance one might try to take our prize. If one does, slay it and bring it to me. I'm sure I'll think of a way to use it. I think I can leave the rest in your hands. I'm off to hunt a different prey, one with too many legs and an altogether unpleasant disposition. When we're both done with our tasks, let's meet back here. Best of luck. Okay. Yeah, let's get the map first. Oh, is there actually a place you can go there? Seems like it. Yeah, there is. Huh. I'm sure that's where, gathering spot is or something. Sack. Alright, and then 2 more over there. Oh, shit. Of course. Alright, so far so good. You've got a healthy look about you. I take it that means you avoided any run-ins with the venom, eh? Let me see what you caught. Oh. By the 12, you managed to kill one. It takes 3 of us days of planning to achieve such a feat. Yet you did it with an area bread of sweat on your brow. Stories were true indeed. I'll take this to the healer straight away. Find me again in the village, and you'll have your well-deserved reward. Nice. Yeah. Let's get to the village first, turn this to N. Other ones shouldn't be too much of a trouble then. Welcome back, traveler. So, how was he? Well, that's horrible. Still, I suppose I can be grateful that you could treat his wounds. I also saved Sushena my life. When I was attacked by one of those terrible Pisaka, Sushena's roar drove the monster off. That was the start of our friendship. One I've treasured ever since, but my family has forbidden me from venturing into the woods, so I haven't been able to check up on him. I know they're only worried for my safety, but still. Should explain everything to them. You're right, of course. Surely, if I explained Sushena's bravery and selflessness, they'd understand. I've nothing to lose by trying anyways. Thank you. Not only did you save Sushena, but you've reminded me what true friendship is worth. It's not much, but please, take this. I can turn the main quest back on. It's good to see you returned, friend. The healers were impressed with our work, but I made sure they knew it was you who single-handedly slew that Bujamga. The healers use their venom to make a salve that numbs the skin, useful when they need to cut the rot out or administer some other ghastly treatment. Any road, good work today. May the hunt be prosperous. Alright. Let's do this next. Is there still... yeah, to the south. We'll go there anyway, so... I think, yeah, the moon. The moon's the one, Mare Lamatorum is the one where I currently haven't unlocked the whole map. Seriously? Why are you standing so close to quest objectives? For real? Can't even, you know, I have no fucking clue how annoying it must have been when accuracy was still a thing in this game. I didn't raid back then, so yeah, that must have been annoying as fuck. It has been some time since I have stood foot in these hallowed grounds. In times bygone, there were even more such places in this region, but many were moved to Vanaspati. From one of the divinities worshipped here were these words passed down. But we might send off our departed with its wisdom. Just as life leads to death, so too does death lead to life. Does not shed tears for the departed, for they have but set foot upon a new journey. Be not forlorn that your paths have diverged, but look forward with joy to the day that they might cross again. For as long as I can remember, I followed my sister's footsteps. In her absence, I have felt lost. Whenever I think to forge a path of my own making, my legs become heavy and my heart become anxious. Your sister would want you to move forward with courage. Thank you. Yazan has a generous soul. and to have your wisdom to buoy me is more than I deserve. Would that I could open my heart to Passerine in such a way. This part of the temple appears to be well kept. Let us check the other side, shall we? Yeah. I have to move but a bit more south than from that position. A lot of the side quests do have a lot of dialogue. I mean, I don't mind, I like it, but yeah. It's quite impressive, actually. This area is in ghastly shape. Scratches here and cracks there. Will they help me investigate further? You will cover more ground by searching separately. I shall search around this area. I trust you to do your due diligence. What? Oh. Seriously? So many mobs in this area. Damaged stone. The stones here are crumbling and fragments of them litter the ground. It would be best to replace them. Oh, sorry. Where are the other ones? There's one? The stones here are cracked and require repair. The stones of the foundation appear to be unstable. However, filling in the areas where the grout has fallen away should remedy that. Have you finished? Was it as bad as it looks? I see. This may have been the site of a battle or some other horrible conflict. I must do what I can to see it repaired. Though this temple may be remote, the devout to come here on occasion to offer their prayers. Thank you for helping me today. This has helped me forget the crises that plagued us and reminded me of simpler times, when we would look after the roads and protect the pilgrims on their journeys. I ever looked forward to setting out on patrol with my sister by my side, but I must find a way to manage without her, to set foot upon my own path. My first step must be to apologize to Passerine, even if she may refuse it. No more distractions. That being said, if you were by my side, it may be all the easier for me to find the right words. Alright. What's this then? Interesting. So these two areas are the last ones, right? They're further away, so I'll do the quests first, then I'll do the areas, and then we'll go back to the main quest. The sounds of my stomach would drown out the alarm. Say, you didn't bring anything to eat, did you? In fact, I did. It's also really interesting. There are now quite a few quests where you have to deliver food to soldiers. It makes sense, you know, I mean, surely that must actually rise their spirits and, you know, but it's still interesting to see that being done in this way. I knew I recognized that heavenly scent. Spices to fortify the spirits and tea to sharpen the senses. This will tide me over until my replacement arrives. Cool. So they have these birds as lookouts. Huh. Is it even planned? That smell set my stomach rumbling with something fierce. Pray tell me you've brought something to share. Enough to share. It's all for me. Why, thank you. I was beginning to dread the rest of my watch. There's nothing like a spiced curry to keep hunger away. I've never seen a container quite like this before. Not a drop of curry was spilled in your flight. It's still piping hot. Thank you, friend. Okay. What kind of container was it? This place also looks really great. I mean, obviously now with what happened in the main story, it's, you know, maybe has a bit of bad memories attached to it, but there you are. Just so you know, I was joking about that first peak of treasure thing. We shall be equal partners, yes. Now, looking at the parchment, there are 2 locations we should investigate. The treasures this trunk is supposed to lead us toward, and the hand which holds the key. For expediency's sake, I say we split up. If this key is located where I think it is, it may be difficult to find without some method of traversing the air. You do appear to be quite strapping, however. Either way, you can choose which one you'd like to investigate. I think, yeah, this was one of the quests that appeared last. I think that's because you kind of have to have flying for this, or at least it's very beneficial, so they didn't give the quest before you could unlock flying, I guess. I think I'll retrieve the key from crossed hands. Seems very straightforward. Excellent choice. Well then, I'll leave the parchment with you. I've read it so many times, I've quite memorized it. That's probably on the statue, right? If you become lost in the maze of your own thoughts, simply consult it, and it should set you on the right path. Let's commence the hunt, shall we? Yeah, that's not exactly hard to find, to be honest. Mysterious key. Well, I mean, it would have been a bit more complicated if I wouldn't be able to fly. I don't think you can even go there without flying, right? Maybe you can. Perfect timing. I've just completed my task. I assume you've done the same. You truly have the spirit of a treasure hunter. I know we're both burning with curiosity, but let's wait to open this box until we return to Palakastend. Mysteries can so rarely be savored. Sure. Last 3 side quests done. Then I'll get the last flying stuff. Or not flying stuff, but the area stuff. Well, that's a B-rank. Iravati. Cool. It's like ears itching. I can see you've delivered the meals. If you had eaten them, I would be able to smell your guilt. I am grateful, as I'm sure the lookouts are as well. Yeah, you know, I have like, I don't know, 50 meals still in my pocket, so I'm good, thank you. Long ago, we would post soldiers upon those cliffs, that we might see invaders approaching by sea. To think something much worse would eventually cross the ocean. Regardless, we are blessed that nature has provided us a way to watch for danger. I hope to keep our lookouts fed for as long as I can. Let's see how this quest finishes. She seems rather happy. Oh, hello. And Sula. I take it your patrol was fruitful. I've just administered a soothing salve to Passarin's child. She's sleeping soundly now, so us speaking should not wake her. Passarin, I'm sorry. I should not have said all those horrible things before. I was not in my right mind. It was my fault my sister was killed. I stood frozen in fear when the Tsar attacked. But when it was all over, I placed the blame on you. I was a fool. No, Sula, you were right. It was I who couldn't ease his troubles. It was my fault he succumbed to the despair that gnawed at his heart. We've all lost something during this tragedy, through no one's fault but fate. There is reason in your answer, of course, but forgiveness of the self is no simple matter. I am overjoyed to speak with you again, Sula. However, I'm afraid I need more time to come to terms with everything that has occurred. Would that I knew how much Passerine was suffering. Could have been there to comfort her. Perhaps there is something I can do now. Something to set her upon the right path. Whoa! There is that another quest? I surely thought this was gonna... Alright. Societal alchemy. No, this is a... Oh, right. I should have known. There was no quest reward, like no other one, besides the experience. It is plain that Passerine is not yet ready to forgive herself, but I'm at a loss as to what we should do. Do we leave her be, or is there some way we can help? I, for one, will not stand idly by while she suffers alone. Perhaps, if she had something to remind her of her beloved, she would more easily accept his loss. Passerine never did have the chance to say her farewells. I must ask for your aid once more. Will I have it? It appears I shall be in your debt again, but it is well worth it. During the chaos, most of us fled northwest to the breach. Let us retrace those steps, and we may find something that belongs to the Tsar. Pick up anything that catches your eye, and we can share what we have found once we reach that breach. Thank you for all you've done for Sula thus far. Her spirits are already much improved for your efforts. Let's hope that we can effect the same change in Passerine. The Tsar did enjoy his jewelry and baubles, so it isn't inconceivable that he may have dropped something as he fled. If you should spy anything glittering in the brush, it shouldn't hurt to pick it up. Yeah, sure, we'll find some jewelry on, like... Yeah, that's... I don't know. Bit unlikely, but okay. Finally, you've arrived. Now, the key goes into the lock. Curious. This jewel appears quite ancient. Judging from the symbols etched into it, it once belonged to an Akasudara practitioner of magic. Not surprising, I suppose. The place we found it was once used by their mages for various rituals and such. They moved deeper into the jungle during recent years, but my savior likely knew of the temple's history. This may have been his way of thanking me for rescuing him, although my efforts were for naught. I feel ill-deserving of such a price. I shall use this to help the refugees to rebuild their shattered homes. As for you, well, I did promise you a share, yes? Not exactly half, but I hope it pleases. Sure, I mean, if you can have it all if you're gonna use it to help the refugees. Alright. I can actually, yeah, let's do this first, then, well, this is the bridge. Hadn't gotten a chance to look at it properly. Yeah, let's do this first. And then, although the sun glinted off of this object from a distance on close inspection, it's just a rock. Great. And then I'll get the last two areas. Oh, wait. Greater Asvata. Although I do have to admit, Paladin's still missing something to weave. It's a bit boring, but alright. Bye-bye. Oh. Oh, those are... Oh, that's a fade. I was wondering why there were, like, children there, but they belong to the fade, I think. How goes the search? I found this necklace among the underbrush. One of the Tsar's favorites, but it seems to be missing the jewel that made it shine so brilliantly. How set it in your hand? So it was a jewel after all. Why, this is it! The very jewel I spoke of. We make an excellent team, eh? However, we cannot give this to Passerine as it is. We must repair it first. Doubtless Yazan will be able to lend his expertise in that respect. Let us return to the village and speak with him. Alright, before I do that, I'll get the last 2 flying places. It's going to take a bit of time, but... be fine. Go through Giant Skull Grounds. The only thing that I'm a bit, well, not annoyed by, but that's a bit weird to me, is that for some reason, without the tower, the island over there just seems unusually deserted. I mean, I guess you could obviously explain it by the tower sort of using up its ether. And, you know, that might be why there aren't trees or bushes there, but, you know, now without the tower, it just looks a bit boring, to be honest. Especially considering how well they've done the rest of the background scene, in the village. What's it called? Yetliman. The background scene with the ships in the harbor and everything is quite well done. So it just seems a bit odd that, you know, without the tower, it just looks a bit empty over there. I mean, obviously it's great that the tower is gone from a story perspective, but might have been more interesting if it actually left behind like some sort of broken structure or anything. There you are. Sula has told me all about your findings, quite excitably in fact. She's gone to find materials so she can polish the necklace to a mirror sheen. As for the jewel, I believe I can take it off your hands for the time being. Ha! Looks like materia. Maybe it actually is. This repair should prove simple enough. Adhesive is one of the most elementary recipes. Once the necklace is in presentable shape, I'll bring Sula to visit Passerine. Could you go ahead and tell her to wait for us? If we take longer than expected, I trust you can keep her enraptured with one of your grand tales. Where's the baby? Probably, hopefully sleeping somewhere. You have something for me. I don't recall asking anything of you. Passerine, I would like you to have this, please. This is the Tsar's necklace. Oh, he was so proud the day he bought this. How in the world did you find it? I had naught but memories to remind me of him, but this... The sight of this makes me feel that he isn't so far away after all. There is nothing I can do to change the past, but I can work to help give us a brighter future. This was the least I could do. I could not have done it without the help of these two. Thank you for this gift, truly, and for your wise words. I see now that you're right. We mustn't let the tragedies of yesterday keep us rooted in place. All it takes is a simple step forward. You must want to make it. That is too true, and unfortunately a lot of people, through no fault of their own, can't make that step. Well said, well said. Might I add that wounds heal more quickly when a salve is applied to them. When we ignore the pain they cause, they rot. We must take action to see them healed, and rest when they are tired. Only when our energy returns can we move forward, carefully, one step at a time. Yes, one step at a time. Yazan, if it isn't too much trouble, could I help to care for the child? The scars of recent tragedy are yet too fresh for me to take care of her entirely by myself, but even so, that doesn't mean I cannot assist in some small way. I have my own child to look over, of course, but still, if you were to take the child under your wing, I would be happy to assist you whenever you needed me. For the time being, I could be her wet nurse. Any medicine she requires would be your responsibility, I suppose. Together we can see that she emerges from her affliction as hale as any newborn babe. That's a splendid idea, I must admit. I could hardly think of a better arrangement myself. I shall hunt and bring food for the child that she might grow to be strong like her father and mother. That is what Chapa would do. One step at a time, I shall make her proud. The emptiness I feel at Dazar's loss will take some time to fill, but I believe in time I will heal. He would want me to heal. Allow me to thank you once again for all you've done. We owe you more than we can repay. Now, I would like to see the child for myself. I'm not one for the subtleties of conversation, but I'd say that went as well as could be expected, wouldn't you? Now, come back to my workshop. There's something I'd like to give you. Well, at least there's some small happy end coming out of this, out of all this misery and death. Truth be told, I had already resolved to raise the child myself, but the prospect of having a helping hand is comforting indeed. I suppose the true work starts from here, huh? I'm glad to finally have good news to share with Karasaf and Mevan. I've been so occupied with treating the sick and injured that I've had little time to think of the departed. My friends really are gone, but I can still honor their memory. If anything has become clear from recent events, it is that the people of this settlement must speak with one another about their troubles. Solitary thoughts so quickly turn dark. I'm more than capable of treating the wounds we can see, but it takes a community to heal those that are hidden. I admit the latter prospect may take some time for me to become accustomed to. You'll find a way, as an alchemist, a friend, a father. Would that there were more than one of me, eh? Luckily I know more than a few concoctions that will give me the vigor of several men. I only need have the energy to brew them. Regardless, I apologize for dragging you along all this time, even though I doubt we would have arrived at such an amicable conclusion without you. So, I retract my apology. Although her parents are no longer with us, I must do my utmost to raise their child in a way that would meet with their approval. I owe my friends that much. Just get some Hamza curry. Another quest? budding adventure? Oh, wait. Is this one of those intermingling quests? Ah, just the man I was hoping to see. Now that I've had the opportunity to speak with more of the people here, I realize their plight is even more dire than I had imagined. The recent crisis has caused the flow of supplies to grind to a halt, and the people can scarcely meet their daily needs. This would be the case even without the influx of refugees. One way we might alleviate this is to requisition a shipment from Yedlimad, but the process takes precious time. I fear that many would starve before we see a single sack of grain. All of this is exacerbated by the lack of able-bodied fighters. The wounded are many, and there are few who have the strength and skill to guard us from the beasts lurking in the forest. Yeah, well, I know of someone who might help. The Radiant host will give their lives to protect us and have, but every day more of them are injured. Bravery alone is worth so much in the face of overwhelming numbers. While I much appreciate of your help so far, I'm not so naive as to think that you will remain here indefinitely. Had we another of your skill to aid us, we might at least stand a chance to weather the worst of this storm. However, my time at the Great Work was spent largely in solitude, and the people of this village know of little beyond its walls. But you've been to the furthest reaches and back, yes? Do you know of anyone else who might lend their stout arm to these humble folk? I know such an adventurer, as fierce as I, if not more so. Ah, I knew I could count on your wide web of storied personages. Ogul and Kankana, you say? I believe we may be able to kill two birds with one stone with that pair. Unfortunately, my hands are full meeting the medicinal needs of the village. Seeing as you're already acquainted with these fellows, could you appeal to them on our behalf? Apologies for once again putting so much on your shoulders, but it is for the good of one and all. Can I count on your assistance? Thank you, friend. Well then, off to Yedlimad to meet this Kankana, eh? Safe travels. And I will pray that you return with good news. Let me just quickly once more see, but I'm very sure that there aren't any more side quests. So this is probably going to be the last one then. I wonder what this unlocks later on. Most of the time these quests unlock something. Yeah, probably the Matanga Beast Tribe, right? I'd assume. That Beast Tribe is probably then... I don't know. Quest will probably be to sort of help the people of this land, help restore and reconstruct things that might have been damaged, and help bring supplies back to where they're needed. I'd imagine something of that sort. Ooh, I didn't even see that this... It almost looks like some kind of church. I don't think it is, but the tower looks cool. The roof... Well, not so much. It looks a bit too uniform, but... that's fair. Oh no, what? It's this thing. Storage house. Rakashia. Oh, it's you! Ah, hello! Hail! My day brightens to see you again. Well, if it isn't you, I had wondered when you might walk through my door again. You will be pleased to hear young Rakashia has taken to adventuring like a thief to a coin purse. He is more than capable enough to assist me on my less arduous tasks. Indeed, his future is bright. However, as much as it heartens me to see you, I sense your visit isn't entirely motivated by your curiosity in our affairs, yes? I see. I did not know that Palakistan was beset by such troubles, but I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, all things considered. I was just gonna say, I mean, you know, the sky's still burning, and, you know, sure a few of those beasts were here as well. Naturally, I shall do all in my power to help. A few words to the right people, and the merchants will have a shipment of supplies ready, a matter of belts. Inform this Yazan that aid is on the way, and for so much less coin than the merchants would usually charge. Scales has gripped all of Ratz-at-Han, and it is only together that we shall find the strength to release ourselves from it. And if you require an adventurer, then look no further. The supplies require brave souls to defend them, correct? Then I offer mine. I will await you at the gates. Oh, wait for me, I'm coming too. Yes, that one has a bright future indeed. Oh, wait, why does she have the same outfit as the scholars from Sharlayan? That's rather peculiar. Kankana made good on her word, not that I doubted she would. The merchants were likely all too eager to make such a sizable trade. They even provided us with the bags and coats for the journey. It appears Rakashir will be joining us. Try as I might to convince him otherwise, his mind is made up. Hopefully this will prove to be another learning experience for him. My grandmother always did say the road forward is paved with good deeds. The three of us shall see that no beast lays fangs or claw upon these provisions. There are more supplies to come, but they will be delivered by the Radiant host. We shall be the vanguard, the harbingers of salvation for Balaka's stand. Isn't this the wrong way, though? Or maybe there's only this one way? With that, let us be off. Yeah, I think they have to do like a round trip in order to get there. I mean, it makes sense, yeah, because of the steep cliff side here. So they have to go up the mountain and then down the mountain, and yeah, it's quite a long journey actually. Where are they? Wait, where did they go? This is not the right way. What are you doing here? What? Didn't kill him? Fortunate. What a fright that beast gave us. That was a splendid display indeed. Your bravery never ceases to impress. I've never seen such a fierce warrior. I dare say he's every bit your equal. Children are so easily impressed. Well, he is indeed a formidable adventurer. Your teacher has many great deeds to her name, and more yet to come. Now, the village is not far. Let us march, and I challenge any monster to approach. Hold on, you forgot the supplies. Do they have to go this way? Wait a second. I need to check that on the map. This seems a bit far out, doesn't it? No, it's actually true. Wait. This is... Oh no, that's the river. So yeah, the road goes this way, and up this way, makes this turn. Yeah, it's actually the side of the road. And then from here, they have to go down. Wow. I didn't realize how hard that was to travel. Another B rank. Oh, there they are. Greetings. I did not expect to meet you here of all places. I cut the monster down before it had a chance to pounce. Did you see that, Rakashir? Mark well how quickly that beast succumbed to the flurry of blades, in no small part thanks to this brave Akasadara. Ah, so this is the adventurer that Gizan spoke of? Not since my last hunt with sister have I fought so effortlessly with another. And never have I felt so invigorated to have such a mighty Akasadara fighting by my side. How do you keep it up? Just watching you has me out of breath. Endurance is the product of long hours of practice, lad. Well then, it seems my hunt is finished. Let us return to Palakistan before we draw the attention of something deadlier. Yazan will be eager to speak with you upon your return. Do not keep him waiting for long. Boing! The sound of this bound. Yeah, these side quests once again have taken a while, haven't they? Although, because we already did half the zone, it was definitely quicker than the other ones. There you are. Sula told me you've brought both the supplies and the protection you promised. She's at present preparing the game she hunted. She's promised to spar with me afterward. I'm fast feeling that I have made the right choice in coming here. I'm grateful for it, lass. It will do Sula good to have your energized presence by her side. I understand that there are yet more supplies to come. I must find a way to thank the merchants and the one who spurred them to action. Kankana, was it? If there's anything else you require from the merchants, she'll be happy to help. It seems we found a reliable ally, thanks to you. Oh, teacher, don't forget, we should ask about the journal we found. Ooh, what's that? Yes, of course. I was just about to mention it. The beast Sula and I felled was holding fast to this. Perhaps you know who its owner is. This. By the Manusia. Yes, I do in fact know who penned this journal. They were dear friends of mine. Unfortunately, they didn't survive the tragedy that befell us. I see. I am sorry for your loss. Thank you. Luckily, their memory lives on in their child, and now, his journal. When she comes of age, I'll show this to her, that she might come to know who her parents were. Life is but a string of meetings and farewells. It is our memories that sustain us, that give us life. In this way, those whose journey has ended watch over those with the strength to step forward into a new day. Of all the wisdom Grandmother passed down, I hold this to be the most precious. Memories are the greatest treasure that we can leave behind. Probably, yeah. Your grandmother had a way with words. She could have taught even the divinities a thing or two. I dare say you might be right, young Rakashir. I am not half so wise as she was, but her sage advice has been a beacon which has always guided me true. Truth be told, I first accompanied you here to repay the debt I owed, as Grandmother would have wanted. I see now, however, that fate intended for me to be here. In Sula, I have met a comrade in arms, and in Rakashir I have found a capable and eager student. For both of their sakes, I must strive ever to be better than the day I was before. Perhaps I should take up the art of dance. The fierce display of the Sekisigumi compelled me to set down my spear and take up the katana, but the grace and deadliness with which the dancers throw their weapons is a charm all its own. Some measure of peace has returned to the Matanga, and I believe my skills will put to better use here. An adventurer must court challenge, after all. My teacher has a daring spirit and slightly reckless, but why not? I'll make sure she doesn't come to harm. If you listen to a single word I've said, Rakashia, you have no notion of the dangers I must brave daily. For now, you should be content to behold great deeds and learn from them. I wager your adventures will soon take you far from here. Rest assured, I shall safeguard the people of Palakastan in your stead. I look forward to hearing tales of your exploits. Well, that's actually very reassuring, having her here. Well then, the first order of the day is to attune to the Aetherite and gather information. Jot this lesson down, young Rakashia, for these are the fundamentals of adventuring. Come now. They really are. Our lack of supplies was weighing heavily on my mind. I feared for both Passerine and the child. But for the first time in a long while, I can breathe easily. Ogul's presence has proven to be a salve on Sulasmut as well. She laughs as she hasn't since her sister's passing. We both have to thank you. I have to thank for our reversals of fortune. Even the departed have benefited from Ogul's arrival. The delivery of the journal was an unexpected boon, and it will doubtless prove to be vital in raising the child. When she becomes old enough to understand its contents, she will come to know the deep love her parents bore for her. A love so steadfast that it will shield her from the world's cruelty. Of course, I intend to tell her all about your part in her salvation as well. But for now there is work to be done, for both of us, I'm sure. Wheresoever your travels may take you, don't forget the friends you have in this corner of Thavnair. And lastly, be safe. If you die before I can repay the debt I owe you, I'll hunt you through the 7 hells until the ledger is balanced. So let's see it doesn't come to that, eh? Well, yeah, I hope it doesn't. Phew, that was quite the journey. Although I really, really liked this side quest. Not only because it was a resolution to what was going to happen to the child, but also because it brought Ogul back into the picture, and I really like her. It's just a very cool... I want to know... Unfortunately, I really can't remember which quest it was that she came from. I wonder if it's the main story, really. I have to look at some point for the Azimstep quests. I wish there was... I mean, maybe there is... Maybe there is a wiki where some of these references are actually written down. Although I'm not so sure about that. Unfortunately, most of the time the wikis are, because it's an MMO, they're mostly about resource gathering and that kind of thing. They're seldom about some obscure side quest. But then again, might never know. I mean, I'm sure I could also just search for it. Technically, in the database, the character should still be the same, I guess. Alright, back to the real task at hand. How do you suppose the others have fared in the capital? I hope things have not been too eventful in our absence. I have apprised Destinian of the situation at Palakastan, so we needn't have that conversation. Alfino told me everything. Full glad I am to hear the people are safe. Likewise, you will be pleased to know I found no evidence of lingering beasts in the jungle and ruins, though it seemed you finished off the last of them. Trying times yet lie ahead for the people of Thavnair. Fortunately, they have a wise and benevolent satrap to shepherd them through. Speaking of which, I received word from Thancred not a short while ago. He awaits our return to the city of Alzadal's Path. Come. This is a long bridge. Think about what it must take to build this, right? Oh. There aren't even that many people here. Only about 300. Huh. Did I already talk to you? I have heard much of your bravery. By all means, pass through the gate of first sight. The eye, Ratz-at-Han's emblem, represents the divine eye of Vitra, how it was able to see through all evil falsehoods. May it watch over you on your travels. Think there's new quests here? Nah, probably not. Am I still missing an aetherite, by the way? I have a feeling I do. Yeah, this one. Maybe we'll go there now. I wonder how this concludes. So, because technically the zone is complete now? I mean, there could still obviously be a little bit here in the city, but maybe we'll leave this behind and try to look for answers in Labyrinthos. I imagine that that might be the case, right? That we return to Labyrinthos in order to try to answer the question how we might get behind this emotion ether, or whatever it is. There is a lingering sense of desolation here, and that is much preferable to the panic and chaos we saw before. The poor old woman who became a beast said her grandson had gone to Palakastan. I hope he survived. Yeah, right. I wonder who that was. Maybe we even rescued them. It will be a struggle for the people to come to terms with these tragedies, but they are far stronger than you may think. It's good to see you safe. Given the skies, it's all too easy to fear the worst. I'm pleased to report that we've succeeded in quelling the threat here in the city. The beasts have all been felled, and the citizens are safe for now. I've also heard from the Radiant that an important proclamation will be made in the city square, though they said no more than that. Might you have any idea what this is about? So Vitra is finally coming out from behind the curtain. I suppose we too should hear what he has to say. To Megaduta then, but before that, it would appear that word of the assembly has not yet reached all the citizens. If anyone along the way seems unaware, we'd best enlighten them. I'm sure everyone will hear about it soon enough, but those who don't attend will be kicking themselves later for missing what's certain to be a historic moment. That's the long staircase, right? Whew. You know, one thing that I always find interesting is that these side quests, if you do them, right, sometimes they are actually a struggle. I mean, while a lot of them actually are very nicely written and provide a lot of background information, a lot of insight about, you know, the characters, about what they're doing, also some sort of follow-up to the events that happen in any given place, they're also a bit tedious. Right? Obviously, like the gameplay element of them is sometimes tedious, and then also you have to read a ton of text. And what I find so interesting is that because it's sort of, at least to me, they're really interesting and worth doing and worth experiencing these stories that they tell. And going through them, not in a negative way, but actually in a positive way, you feel kind of... They feel like a struggle in a positive way. What I mean by that is that you kind of feel exhausted after doing them, because it's so much to read through, so much to do, you have to constantly be going back and forth. But that's not a negative, that's actually a positive. And that's really interesting. And One thing that I could compare it to, I guess, is the extended editions of The Lord of the Rings, actually, because those movies are long, right? All 3 movies combined as extended versions are about 12 hours long. And watching them, you know, they're incredible, right? They are absolutely incredible. One of the best movies ever made. Not one, 3 of the best movies ever made, obviously. And with them being so long, you know, at the end of them, you sort of share the same feeling. You share the same feeling of actually sort of having traveled with them, right? This whole journey with the ring, bringing it to Mordor, and then finally destroying it in Mount Doom. You know, because the movies are so long, it sort of invokes that same kind of feeling in you. Not in a negative, but in a positive way. Because it does exhaust you, right? It does exhaust your mind to watch a movie, especially a movie that has so many beautiful things to look at and so many interesting scenes. And at the end of it, your mind feels a little bit exhausted, and you sort of, in a weird way, that elevates the experience, because it makes you feel like you've actually been there with them. You've actually taken this journey with them. And it actually feels like it's been a long journey, because it has, because the movies are so long. And in an interesting way, at least for me, these side quests very much do the same thing, where they are long, they are tedious to some degree, they take a lot of time. But that's a positive, because through that, it really feels like a journey, right? And it elevates the main story too, because it feels like you've been to these places, you've actually helped these people, you've been through their struggles and felt what it meant to, you know, be there with them and to try to fight this whole situation, right? Because obviously the main story, while it's really, really good and has a lot of really good cutscenes, you know, it's sort of missing these, I guess, additional pieces, this feeling of actually traveling a long road and traveling a long way and experiencing these adventures along the way. And through the side quests, it elevates the main story as well, right? In a weird way. I know that probably, for a lot of people, that's probably not the case, but for me, it definitely is. It really, really has this feeling of you know, going through the struggles with these people. Are the beasts all gone? I've been hiding and I'm too scared to go out and look. Oh, that's a relief. I thought one of those beasts was going to eat me. I wonder where Vashan is. He's the slowest runner. I hope he got away. He could be with the other people from the palace. Maybe I'll see him in the square. I wonder what happened with Vashan. If he still exists. I mean, why not, right? As long as Vitra doesn't need his second eye to fight, he can still use Vashan. Leave me be, please. I swear to you, my flesh tastes absolutely terrible. Oh God, what are you doing scaring me like that? If we're not quiet, those beasts will find us. The square, you say? But that's where the satrap was killed. With my very eyes, I saw him crushed in the creature's maw. So many lives lost, such terrible carnage. And you say there is someone else who would lead Ratz-at-Han in his stead? Whoever they are, if they say anything to sully the memory of our beloved satrap, I'll make them regret it. Okay. Muffin Boy! Nice name. What are you doing here? Okay. Oh, everybody's already here. Oh, most of them are actually players. Let's see what will happen, shall we? These moments are also really quite interesting sometimes. You know, in this case, sort of seeing the players here almost adds to the atmosphere, right? And not almost, it definitely does. At least from further away, right? If you don't see the names above them, this could very well be a group that, you know, traveled here and is eagerly awaiting whatever will happen on this, you know, in the square. What announcement will be made. It would seem that people still have lingering doubts, and I cannot blame them. Yet we know what strength is afforded us with one of the first brood on our side. I have faith the citizenry will come to understand and accept him in time. I hear you were able to bring the situation at Palakastan under control. Every life lost is a tragedy, but you should take pride in doing what you could. When I assumed command during the earlier panic, I did so instinctively and out of necessity. It is not my place to give orders, but I am glad the people heeded them. But now they have need of a true leader, a magnanimous and just satrap, who can guide them every step of the way. Fortunately, they are blessed with one such soul. If anyone can protect and guide them through this calamity, it is he. What was that? People are slowly making their way here, but many are still gripped by fear and doubt. Hopefully Vitra's message of hope will resonate strongly enough with the ones willing to listen, and spread to every corner of Thavnir. Welcome back. Alfino told me everything. I was pleased to hear that Vitra has chosen to reveal himself at last. The people of Ratz-at-Han need a strong and wise satrap more than ever. Finish rounding up the stragglers. The proclamation will begin shortly. Let's wait here. Lest we miss something important. Worm and man working towards a common goal. Well, hopefully, yeah. The only thing that's a bit weird is that, well, in this case, the people are looking on the ground because that's a quest marker. It's a bit weird. Oh, Vashan.
Look, someone's coming.
People of Ratz-at-Han, it warms my heart to see so many brave, resilient souls before me. Today, I would share with you a great revelation. But before I do, I must make a humble request. Do not be alarmed, nor avert your eyes. See the one I unveil for who he is, and know that he means you no harm.
Very well. I dare say it can't be worse than the horrors we've already seen.
Huh, that's very true.
Many thanks.
A dragon! Wow!
People of Ratz-at-Han, I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode. 'Tis as the Satrap's ally I am known. Today, I would reveal the truth unto you.
Let us hope they accept him.
I think they will.
If I am hearing this right, you were the satrap all along?
Vashan! I mean, Master Vitra, does your divine eye really see all?
Nay, child. While mine eye hath borne witness to the whole of our nation's history, to its future I am blind as thee. Countrymen, calamity the likes of which we have never known is come to Fafnir, our home. Friends and loved ones have been taken from us. I, too, have lost my closest confidant. Ahewan loved this land and served it with dignity till his dying breath. A nobler satrap there will never be. For so long, I lacked the courage to face you. I will not easily earn your trust, this I know. And yet, I cannot sit idly by and abandon Ratz-at-Han to her fate. A font of boundless vibrancy, this jewel of the ocean. Since time immemorial, hath she glittered with every color imaginable. To this dragon, slumbering in his dark lair, 'twas a mesmerizing sight, and one that brought no end of joy to my heart. This calamity hath stolen too much from you already, yet so long as you live, the light of Ratz-at-Han will never be extinguished. I pray you let me watch over it, over you, and lend me your strength, that we might face this trial and those to come as one.
I do not know you, dragon, but I thank you for speaking the truth to us. As divinities, both Manusha and Riga once joined together.
Riga, okay.
So too do I believe that hand in hand, we can overcome this ordeal and welcome an era of peace.
A sight that would have surely brought a smile to Izel's face.
Indeed.
Hello there. I didn't expect you here.
Excuse me, but I must speak with the satrap at once.
Father.
You have suffered dearly of late, yet you must endeavor to look beyond these losses to the future you yet have. On behalf of the Forum of Sharlayan, I come with a proposal by which you, the people of Ratz-at-Han, might be saved. I say again, I must speak with your satrap. I beseech you, take me to him with all possible haste.
Yeah, right there, the big dragon.
I am satrap here. Speak thy proposal. All present shall hear and judge.
If I have given offense, then I apologize. First, allow me to share with you what knowledge we have of the phenomenon responsible for your woes. The final days. 'Tis an affliction of stagnancy and rot, sown into the currents of the star. Though the first prominent manifestation was here, in Thavner, it will invariably spread to every corner of the world. The Forum was forewarned of this apocalypse several centuries ago. Thenceforth, my predecessors sought to prepare for the end times in the only conceivable fashion, by securing a means of escape.
Escape the star? What madness is this?
'Tis by no means madness. With the coming of the 7th umbral calamity, the true nature of the Red Moon, Dalamud, was revealed. That it was an artificial construct of ancient Alag.
It's actually interesting, right? Because usually you would assume that, or you wouldn't assume, but, you know, it would be quite weird to tell people, by the way, the moon is a spaceship, right? That wouldn't, like, nobody would believe that. You could do all you wanted, nobody would believe that. But in this case, most people probably know. I mean, I'd imagine everybody know. I mean, well, first of all, everybody obviously knows about the 7th umbral calamity, but you would assume that most people also have heard about Dalamud, about Bahamut. And so everybody would know that Dalamud was an artificial moon. Maybe not everybody, but they would have heard of it at least. So that does make this whole thing more believable, which is interesting, right? That the fact that Dalamud crashed into the planet now sort of serves as a means to actually convince people that the other moon is also not a real moon in a way. Or the moon technically also only means that it's a celestial body orbiting a planet. I actually don't know what the definition of moon that we currently have on Earth. Does that need to be a natural celestial body, or what if we would technically build like a Death Star that was orbiting the Earth? Would it also count as a moon if it's orbiting? I wonder.
But what of the Silver Moon? This celestial satellite is yet another technological marvel fashioned and maintained by ancient allies. A ship that will sail the heavens and deliver our people from destruction.
Though I don't know if it's the best way to address it in this manner.
And by our people, I speak not only of Sharlayan. We mean to save every man, woman, and child it is within our power to save.
Well, then again, he wanted to speak to the satrap first, right?
Including you, our dear friends of Ratz-at-Han. Recent events necessitate adjustments be made, and quickly, but we can and will escort you safely to the moon.
Long has thy forum been allies to Thavnir. I trust thou dost not extend this offer lightly. Yet I wonder, is this truly the way? Is there a future to be built for us beyond this star our father deemed the last bastion of hope?
It is for that very reason I come before you and your people. To answer any and all of your questions. To offer my assurances and allay your fears. Though, if you wish the best for your people, I advise you to render your decision swiftly.
Show our friends to Megaduta. They are to be received as honored guests. Worry not. Whatever decision is reached, your paths shall be yours to decide. Until then, heed the warning of these brave heroes. Guard your hearts against fear and despair, for it is within such fertile soil that the seeds of blasphemy find purchase. Remain calm and attend to your daily tasks. I shall return anon.
We'll do as you say, Master Vitra. We believe in you.
I must admit, though, the Sharlayan scholars sometimes do look a bit silly in their robes. Oh. There she is.
Oh, you're still here. What a relief.
Nidana, what's the matter? Has something happened at Palika's stand?
Oh, no, not that I know of. I just hope to hear your thoughts on a theory of mine. All who undergo the transformation are drained of their ether, yes? What is it then that gives these beasts the strength to carry on as they do?
That's exactly what I was saying. It's the Akasha.
Logically, they must be drawing upon an alternate form of vital energy. That put me in mind of our earlier conversation, when I tried to explain the essence which many confuse with ether.
Akasha. Yes, I remember. The unseen gift bestowed from on high.
Maybe it wasn't bestowed from on high. Maybe it was bestowed from... Well, what exactly?
An energy influenced solely by emotion.
Though the interesting part remains, why is it only despair? Couldn't that theoretically be also a... Because the stagnation of the ether still must be caused by something as well, right? Wouldn't... Like, in theory, if the stagnation of the ether... Or I guess what that means is that people whose Akasha is sort of in a bad state, right? If they feel despair, things like that, their Akasha energy level, if you will, sort of falls. And so it's not able to maintain the ether form that they currently have. And so the ether is more easily drained out of them, right? But what I'm wondering still, if theoretically whatever influences the ether to behave this way, whatever makes the ether stagnant, would be even stronger. Would it theoretically also stagnate in people who don't feel despair? And what would then happen with the Akasha? Would there be sort of angels, right? Or, I guess, positive beasts? You know, like... almost akin to deities, right? Would that also be created if the ether faded, but a positive Akasha remained? Or is that not possible for some reason?
Yes, yes. In this instance, negative ones set Akasha into motion, thereby infusing the beasts with vitality. I posit this as the mechanism by which the beasts are born and sustained.
Or maybe it's also like, well, the ether can be stagnant, which is light aspected ether, and then there's umbral aspected ether, which is darkness, and that's chaos, if you will, right? I guess you could compare it to entropy in our world in a way. And maybe Akasha has similar aspects, where one of them means that it spews forth and materializes in some other form, whereas the opposite aspect wouldn't be, it manifesting angels or divine beings or whatever, but rather it just wouldn't manifest at all. It would just be a stagnant stasis energy. It could be very similar to ether in that regard. It's still another form of energy, but it could be that it has sort of these same two opposing charges almost, right? Where one of them is very erratic and sort of a very high energy level, and the other one is a very low energy level where it does nothing but stay in the form that it already has.
Do you still have that flower?
Whoa. Wait, what?
If we accept that it once shone bright by drawing upon Akasha, influenced by the thoughts of those nearby, then fear, terror, despair, negative emotions so powerful as to suffocate it, permeated the air in this place. You must be very careful. The forces which drive the final days may be beyond our ability to perceive.
I mean, we can sort of perceive emotion.
Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you like that. At any rate, I will continue my research into Akasha. Do temper your expectations, however. There are sadly few detailed studies upon which I may draw.
Formulating a new theory as you have is itself no small feat. I wish you well in your endeavors, and pray you take care.
If only there was a place of grand knowledge where all kinds of tomes were stacked, and it even has like a huge underground bunker with all kinds of knowledge. I wonder if a place like that exists.
Thank you. You stay safe as well, yes? Till next we meet. And we will meet again.
Wouldn't this be something to discuss with the forum? Pretty sure some of them would maybe have one or two words to say about this theory. I mean, the flower quite literally exists in Labyrinthos. Their solution sits ill with me, but if life has taught me anything, it's that there is little to be gained from arguing with Sharlayans. We must take it upon ourselves to find a better way. Even were Ritra to acquiesce to their proposal, just how do the Sharlayans intend to transport the nation's entire populace to the moon? They'll probably have some sort of means to do that. I mean, we have a teleporter in Garlemald. It's quite far away, but it's not further away than Sharlayan. I have been entrusted with a message meant for you and your companions. When you are done speaking amongst yourselves, I would share it with you. We have no better, safer course of action to offer than fleeing to the moon. I know this. And yet Vitra and his people love their home. There must be something we can do. That soldier of the Radiant there, if I'm not mistaken, he accompanied Ahewan to Vanaspati. Could it be that he knew Vitra's identity all along? Oh, and then there's also the question, we still don't, well, obviously, we still don't know, even if the theory proves correct, which I think it kind of already has, but we still wouldn't know the reason for this, right? And as far as we've heard, the celestial ether flows are to blame, right? So in a way, just if you think about it from that perspective, wouldn't this be able to happen essentially on all stars? If it's a universe-wide celestial ether flow network, right? Which, again, I think I compared it to magnetic fields in our universe, which they also pretty much are everywhere. I know space is empty, but you know, the magnetic fields of the celestial bodies and of the of everything that's contained within our universe, the magnetic fields are still everywhere. They might be very, very weak in a lot of places, but they're flowing through the whole universe, right? So if we think of it like that, and there is some sort of celestial ether flow, very much like that, then wouldn't it follow that that particular flow could bring about very similar events sort of everywhere in the universe? And one thing that is also not really clear, although I guess that might just be a misunderstanding on my part, is if we think about it like this, right? If we think about it like a flow of ether, then, you know, it sort of hits different points of the planet at certain times. But I guess it won't ever be everywhere. You know, if you think of it like maybe the cloud cover, for example, of our planet, then, well, it's not... Or, well, let's stay with the parallel of the magnetic lines, right? So, usually, if we look at the Earth, right, the magnetic lines of our planet are always, most of the time, they're very stable, right? And we have a North Pole, we have a South Pole, a magnetic one, that is. And, well, usually they stay like that. But sometimes they actually flip around, right? And that is a phenomenon that occurs on our Earth, I think, every like 800,000 years or something. And we're overdue with one, right? So it is expected, I think I read somewhere that in like the next 5,000 years or something, it's very, very likely that the Earth's magnetic field will actually flip their poles. And again, I'm not entirely sure. I read about it, but I'm not entirely sure about the timeline. I think it also takes a long time for that to happen and to then stabilize again. So it will always stabilize again at some point, but that takes years to happen, right? So technically there could be a time period of like 100 years plus where humanity has to survive with possibly a much weaker magnetic protection of our atmosphere, right, on Earth. Now again, if we compare that to this, then I guess what I'm trying to say is, you know, if we think of it like a similar phenomenon, then it wouldn't actually always hit the entire planet. It would just be in certain locations. It might be in a lot of locations. It might be in very big locations, like a continent. But technically it wouldn't be everywhere always. But here's the thing, right? Does that really matter for the final days? Because in a way, this also feeds on the emotions of people, right? So that means that if it starts somewhere, it might potentially spread to other people because they, seeing those beasts and seeing the destruction and havoc that they wreak, then turn to those beasts themselves. So if you look at it like that, sort of the, I guess, physical reason in that sense, right, the flow of ether doesn't actually need to stagnate everywhere. But it would still mean that everybody would die because the areas where it does stagnate are so big that the havoc and destruction of those beasts that would start there would just spread to other places of the world, not because of the stagnant ether, but because of the beasts themselves, right? I hope that makes sense, but yeah. It's just, I absolutely love comparing the theories and the ideas of the concepts in Final Fantasy XIV to our real world sort of knowledge, because I feel like that they, with the way they describe them, and with the way they show them in game, it very much does feel like they're sort of modeled after real world phenomena to an extent, right? Which is really, really cool. As far as we have come, after all the horrors we have seen, there's still so much we do not know about the final days. Could it be, as Nidhana said, that the cause of this phenomenon is beyond our comprehension? And if so, are we powerless to forestall it? Well, I guess that very much would depend on if we are able to actually find out how this Akasha works. At World's End. Greetings, honored scions of the Seventh Dawn. I have a message from His Excellency the Satrap. Duper. Brave scions, you have my gratitude for aiding my people in this most trying of times. Alas, matters here at Megaduta prevent me from meeting you all in person. As a token of mine appreciation, I have arranged for a feast to be held in your honor. May it nourish you in preparation for the trials ahead. Such are the words of Master Vitra. The feast he speaks of awaits you at Merit's Mayhain. Pray make your way there whenever your business here is done. Thank you for your kindness. Indeed, I was hoping we might find a place to discuss our next course of action. That seems an ideal venue. Ah, and to you. There is someone we had hoped to introduce to you in particular. While I am loath to detain you further, might you spare a moment of your time? A personal invitation, knowing full well your services are in the highest demand right now? This must be important. Worry not. We'll save some food for you, so take all the time you need. And once again, I find it endearing and a little bit strange at the same time that they, this time around, it's always the food, right? We're always eating together. It's very cute. Thank you, friend. Whenever you are ready, please join me in the Aetheryte Plaza. I shall go on ahead. Aetheryte Plaza. Let's actually grab the last Aetheryte that I'm missing. This, I think. Let's check this Aetheryte here. No other quests so far. Yeah, I'm missing this one. Hall of the Radiant Host. Let's see how we can get there. So this is the staircase, and then I think I just have to turn to the left, right? I think once I'll grab the Aetheryte, I'll also take a short break. Maybe eat a snack, drink something, and then we'll continue with this. Who are you? How are people slaughtered, our satrap left unprotected? Radiant host indeed. Hapless babes in the woods, more like. It is as Master Vitra says, should the people unite in the midst of adversity, then the Radiant host has a duty to risk life and limb to keep them safe. Why are there two doors here? Oh, this leads back outside. Oh, there it is. You've attuned yourself to the Aetheryte charts in Ratz-at-Han. Daphne has no accessible as an Ethernet destination. Ah, cool. Gate of first sight. Which I still don't have in Sharlayan, by the way, I think. There's probably a way to get to Labyrinthos. Did Labyrinthos have an Aetheryte? Yeah, I think it does, right? Yeah, it does. Probably has a second one as well. Alright, let's take a break. I'll wait here. It's only been... Well, I always say a couple of minutes, but it might be 10-15 minutes. Something like that. And then we'll continue. Yeah. See you in a short while. Alright. Ate a small snack. Went to the toilet and now guess we can continue. Let's see what happens now. Access to the Aetheryte, you see, there has been restricted to a select few ever since the tower first appeared. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, but it was deemed too dangerous to permit the free movement of visitors at a time of emergency, a risk we could not take. In light of recent developments, however, the satrap has decided that such restrictions would only hinder our efforts to combat the final days. As such, I would encourage you to attune with the Aetheryte before proceeding along the corridor. Cool. Oh wait, and of course I ran to the same spot that we're now going to. Whatever. Let's see where this is going, and if it in fact does bring us back to Labyrinthos. You must be wondering what this place is. You stand in the hall of the Radiant Host, from where our leadership oversees all of Ratz-at-Han's military operations. Sundrop, our destination, lies just ahead. Sundrop? Huh, that's a cool name. Ishgardian delegate. Ooh, that's cool. Ah, sorry, I was... Oh! Ishgard remembers, let there be no doubt. The Fury favors us this day, that we may stand in the presence of a true hero. Shiravan. Ah, so you're the one I've heard so much about. Doman delegate. To think I would meet Doma's savior here, in this distant land. Liberator of all Amigo is always a welcome sight. If I can be of service in any way, just ask. Well, look who we have here. Words of your deeds in Ratz-at-Han has reached the Sultanate, you know. Well, I hope it has. It's kind of important, isn't it? Wait, I know you. Ah, but forgive me. Idle chatter can wait. Been waiting for you. Your gear... Is that the, what's that gear? Looks cool. Well then. This is gonna be interesting. Oh, yeah, it is. Welcome to Sundrop. Without further ado, allow me to introduce you to... Aha! So you're the famous hero, eh? I knew it the moment you stepped right through the door. You've the look of one who's walked through hell. Shirabat, please. You're speaking to the satrap's honored guest and the savior of our people. Can you not show a modicum of respect? What disrespect is there in paying a fellow warrior a compliment? We're all friends here, or will be soon. More formally then, for the benefit of my countrymen, it is a pleasure to have you with us. Oh great champion of yours, a scion of the Seventh Dawn, warrior of light, and all-round good egg, I'm sure. Who are you? What is this place? I hear you've been to Kugane. We here have seen all sorts of foreign embassies and whatnot. Well, we've got them here in Ratz-at-Han too. Other lands send delegates to overseas trade and diplomatic dealings. Then there are military matters to discuss, which is why all these officers are stationed here in Sundrop. I imagine you're more familiar with each of the nations they represent, yes? We've got the representatives from Doma. Ulda and Alamigo. Lim Salaminsa. Gridania. And last, but never let it be said least, Ishgard. They are the eyes, ears, and mouths that bridge the distance between Ratz-at-Han and their respective homelands. We've used this brief respite to share the details of our plight with our overseas counterparts. And wouldn't you know it, all of their leaders requested a few words from you specifically. You're a man in high demand, eh? And so, would you mind regaling us with your own account? Indulge us before you indulge yourself. I thank you for the report. The conditions under which men are turned to beasts, the etheric anomalies you have observed. You've given us much to consider. It is concerning that the first transformation apparently occurred before the skies turned red. It is contrary to what one would expect. Thankfully, the information you conveyed to Lucia upon your return from the moon has already proved invaluable. I love it how they just so nonchalantly talk about, oh yeah, you've been to the moon, of course. I mean, well, Charlian also now goes around and tells people that the moon's a spaceship, so I guess it works out. As soon as reports of the calamity here in Thavnir reached the Grand Company of Eorzea and our far eastern allies, our leaders knew at once that the final days were indeed upon us. They began taking steps to assess the extent of the phenomenon's spread. Our agents were able to confirm that, for the time being, the skies burn only over the Bounty, including this island and Corvus. Alas, that is of little comfort. Aye, all throughout Allied lands there have been reports of people transforming into hideous beasts. From what little we have learned, these incidents are similar in nature to that involving the merchant Khazar. As was the case here, the victims underwent the change prior to the heavens being set ablaze. And so, while the burning skies have yet to manifest beyond the Bounty, the transformations do not appear to be subject to any similar restriction. If anyone anywhere overcome by despair can turn, then nowhere is safe. Well, interestingly enough, the fact that the skies burn doesn't even seem to, doesn't really bother us. I mean, I guess, in a way, the forest was set ablaze, I think. Yeah, so it's bad, but compared to people turning into beasts, the sky is sort of the lesser meaningful of the two, isn't it? That's about the size of it. Speaking of which, we ought to give these creatures a name, don't you think? I don't think so. Here in Ratz-at-Han, we've taken to calling the first to change, which tend to be the biggest, blasphemies. As fitting a name as any, to ensure clarity in future communications, we shall urge our comrades to adopt this terminology. Our leaders have taken measures to deal with the threat to the best of our abilities. Aye, each nation has assembled their own groups of allied soldiers to put down the so-called blasphemies and their spawn, as and when they appear. At the same time, they are doing all in their power to put the people's minds at ease and prevent panic and fear from spreading. That said, brave souls with the strength and fortitude to repel these terrible fiends are not easily found. Just so, and it is for that very reason that we turn to you. Pray lend us your strength, and help us to slay the blasphemies that plague our homelands. Now, we don't have to give you a reply before dinner. I should also mention that each blasphemy seems to possess wildly different characteristics. What works well against one may serve you poorly against another. So before you go rushing off to save everyone's day, have a word with the delegates. They'll tell you what to expect. Oh, you know what? These are the role quests! Huh. Okay. So they definitely start a lot later than I expected. Interesting. And this time, well, shit, what were we calling the first Sin Eaters, or the most powerful Sin Eaters? They had a similar name, right? Fuck, why did I forget that name? Cardinal Sins, right. The Sin Eaters that we were dealing with in the role quests were called Cardinal Sins, and now we're dealing with the first blasphemies, or the biggest ones, whatever. And with that, I do believe our friend here has a feast to attend. Spare a thought for us while you're tucking into all that fine cuisine, eh? So are these level 85 then? You've gained access to the role quests for Endwalker. A separate quest line and story is now available for tank, melee DPS, physical range DPS, magical range DPS, and healer roles. To undertake these quests, speak with any of the delegates in Sundrop and agree to help defeat the blasphemies that plague their respective homelands. Interesting. So the caster one is the Ishgardian one. That's cool. They are level 85. Huh. That's really interesting. So it wouldn't even be able to start the other ones, even if I wanted to, because they're all level 85. But that's definitely a reason to level all of the different ones. I guess I'll go... No, wait, I could actually take on the... Right, I wanted to do that anyways, I completely forgot. Although it doesn't really make much sense to do it now, but as soon as I reach level 90, or, well, not as soon as I reach level 90, but when I reach level 90 or shortly afterwards, I need to rearrange my Scholar class. Because the Scholar is obviously going to be 90 as well. So that will give me the opportunity to then also do the Healer one. Obviously on the Summoner I can do the Magical DPS one. I've already started leveling Paladin, so that's with a tank one. And then I'm missing physical ranged, which is a bit annoying to me because that's my least favorite role. I guess I'm gonna be leveling Dancer, although it'd probably be cooler to do the quest as Machinist. We'll see about that. The melee one I'll probably do as a Reaper then, right? That would give me a reason to level up Reaper right away, I think. It's probably going to be a ton of fun. I mean, I know I have to level Sage as well, but yeah. I mean, I know that technically, I think I have until 6.1 to do these anyways, because they said that 6.1 would be the earliest time when they would implement the follow-up quest that you can only do if you've done all the role quests. But yeah. This is still interesting. I wonder how many quests there are, because in Shadowbringers, obviously, the role quests started at level 70 and pretty much continued almost as if they were job quests, right? So I think, if I recall correctly, there was like the starting quest on level 70 that just introduced you to your role quest NPC, right? I think it continued on 71, although I'm not entirely sure about that. It might have been 72 or not. Or was it 73, 75, 78, 80, something like that? This is rather interesting, though. I was wondering the whole time if I had somehow not seen the start of the role quests. But that they would start in level 85. I really hope that they haven't sort of reduced the number of them. I mean, obviously, this point in the story makes a lot more sense for them to start, because if you consider where we've been in Sharlayan, where we've basically practically been kicked out almost from the start, so it wouldn't really have made sense for there to be, you know, people that requested our help. And then in Thavnir, that would have been kind of weird too, I guess, because there wasn't... Well, I mean, there was the tower. Technically, I guess what they could have done is that they would have placed the role quests... I mean, they could have been in Sharlayan and dealt with the towers or something, but then again, that wouldn't make sense, right? Because the towers vanished with the level 83 dungeon. Yeah. So, from a story perspective, this is certainly one of the best places to put it. And it's really, really cool, in my opinion, that they, this way, actually bring in all of the regions and nations that we've been to already throughout the course of Final Fantasy XIV, right? really makes it feel like it's this one world. But still, I wonder, so there is a level 85 quest, and then what else? If maybe there are 5, maybe there are 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 9. Well, no, that would be 6. I wonder how they're doing that. I really hope it's not only like 3 quests or something. That would be a bit disappointing. Although then again, it doesn't really matter how many quests there are. It matters how good they are and how long they take, right? Because there can be a quest that can be done in like 5 minutes, or in the case of the role quest of Shadowbringers, at least the 75 quest like had a duty that in and of itself almost took 20 minutes to complete in most cases. Our aching souls. Wow. Each guardian delegate seeks a battle mage with courage unwavering. Ah, my lord, I have awaited your coming. The phenomenon wherein men turn into monsters. It pains to say that Ishgard has not been spared. Dread blasphemy has appeared in the Holy See, but to compound the people's horror, the beast resembles a dragon. It is imperative that be vanquished without delay, and to that end we have begun assembling a hunting party. The beast resembles a dragon. Well, that would make sense, right? Because in the mind of most Ishgardians, the dragons probably still are the most fearsome beings, right? Now that I think about, I mean, well, it's not the most experienced, but maybe a level sage? Because, whatever. I'll think about that later. Given that fear and despair may turn our allies against us, we are being stringent in whom we choose for this duty. Yet while we have confidence in the quality of our knights, the mission would greatly benefit for the presence of a battle mage, one who can stand unflinched in the face of our fell quarry. We would be hard-pressed to find an individual who fits that description better than you. Will you not lend us your strength and skill? Count on me. Oh, very well. Can count on me. We are in your debt. Just a moment while I relay the glad tidings to command. "'Tis settled. Upon arriving in Ishgard, please take yourself to the Aetheryte Plaza. Lord Artorial will be there to receive you. May the Fury speed your way." Do I want to take on the healer one? The thing is, I'm already pretty over-leveled as a summoner. Although then again, I also don't not want to do these just because I fear I'm over-leveled. I don't know. I don't even know. This pretty much takes you out of the main quest, right? Then again, I'm not able to do them anyway before I finish the story, right? I mean, I can't. Yeah, no. Let's continue with the main story for now, and then I'll see if there's a good place where I could do them. Pray forgive Shirabat her rudeness. She can be a bit boisterous at times, but it is simply her nature. Anyway, my apologies for keeping you from your hard-earned rest. You will be rejoining your companions, yes? Do you know the way to the Mayhain? I know Ratz-at-Han like the back of my hand. Glad to hear you are becoming familiar with our fair city. You'll be pleased to hear that all drinks are on the house, so order whatever suits your fancy. Wow! And with that, I must return to my post. On behalf of all the Radiant host, I thank you and your friends once more for lending your strength and courage to Ratz-at-Han in our time of need. We shall endeavor to fight the good fight to the end, that we might honor Ahewan's legacy and serve Master Vitra well. You have my word that your efforts will not be in vain. Let's see if I can finally rest a bit and not immediately be soaked up into another tragedy somewhere. Like last time. Yo, I still wonder what's up with the skies. Why is the sky burning? How does that work? Or is there maybe, I don't know, is this Akasha energy also part of the atmosphere or something? What? Oh, right. I thought they were like falling down from some hole in the wall or something, but it was just the a sightseeing spot. Ooh, wait. Where did that side quest come from? Didn't I just look? Oh. Oh well. Can do them after the cutscene, I guess. I hope they all take place within the city. Welcome! When the satrap asked us to entertain a party of honored guests, I was wondering who it might be. This is a lovely surprise, to say the least. By the way, I heard all about Kazal from your friend Grahatia. I understand there was nothing that could be done, but I was heartened to hear he meant us no harm. I cannot thank you enough for dispatching the beasts. As the smallest token of our thanks, your food and drink tonight are Merite's treat. Speaking of which, what shall I start you off with? A glass of your finest local spirits. I finally want to drink some alcohol in this game. Fucking hell. As you wish. Pray join your friends, and I will bring you your drink. Oh, there they are. Wait. Don't they have, like, a larger table somewhere? I guess not. Forgive me for not waiting to make a toast. My throat was utterly parched. I'm overdue for a good meal. Yeah, you never join us. So no wonder. The threat here has been quelled, but our job's only just begun. I know I must eat to regain my strength, but between you and me, I don't have much of an appetite. How was your meeting with the Radiant? I would love to hear more. Welcome back. Whatever did the Radiant want with you, pray tell? Our allies have sent military delegates. That's news to me. Mind sharing the details? Why is Alphino sitting so far aside?
So blasphemies now plague all the realm.
It will only get worse if what Father said is true. As it did in Amarot.
If that's our model, then shouldn't we expect the effects to grow more severe as it feeds off its own spread?
I don't think so.
As if people transforming into those monstrosities wasn't bad enough. If the flora and fauna, if the land itself turned against us.
No one would survive.
Ooh, what's that?
Here's your order, friend.
That looks great.
May you find comfort in these dark times.
Where do we go from here? If there's one thing we've learned, fighting blindly and simply reacting to what comes will accomplish nothing. We must find a solution that addresses the fundamental cause. Before our strength is exhausted, before this crisis spirals out of control. Is there something, anything we've overlooked?
If there is an answer, Hydaelyn herself will have it. 'Twas she who bound Zodiac and forestalled the final days. Alas, we have heard naught from her since the Tower of Babel. Whether she cannot or will not speak, I can only speculate. Even the flower she gave us is no more.
We can get more, though. I'm still wondering about that. I really wonder if this is like some fundamental energy that we just don't know about yet, or only have very slight notion of. Then wouldn't the ancients have a lot more knowledge about that? Apparently not, but
So advised the Watcher. But what could be the significance of that name? It is entirely unfamiliar to me.
But I'd imagine that it probably manifested in a million different ways, in a million different cultures, right? I mean, thinking of the ancient Allegans, don't you think that they would have maybe found a way to at least, do something with it? Or at least, understand how it works to a degree? If we sort of put all the pieces together of what different nations throughout history might have done with this knowledge, then maybe there's an answer to be found.
To me as well. It meant something to the ancients, though. In our time.
Most surely. Yet I do not recall a single mention of it in the records of Anida.
Another dead end. And quite literally. It's not as if there are any ancients living we could go and ask.
Well, we killed all of them. Whoops.
Not alive as such, but not quite dead.
What are you talking about?
Elidibus.
They bring in the Shadowbringers team, of course.
I sealed him in the White Horus site of the Crystal Tower back on the 1st.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was wondering with the Aether. Are they even dead? Aren't they just bound in the Horus site? Doesn't the same hold true for Emmet Selk, for example?
Contained within that reservoir of ether that maintains it, ether that is returned little by little to the sea, naught may remain of his soul. However, if part of it lingers, we might be able to speak with him there.
Would that really work, though? I mean, Elidibus, even before he was, sucked into the Crystal Tower, he didn't fully remember what his duty really was, or who gave him that duty.
I know we can no longer make that journey, but you, my friend, still can.
We are actually going back to the first, right? What the? Once again, something that I never, ever could have predicted. It's worth a try.
Yes, we can but act and hope for the best.
If nothing else, should we learn the first is safe, we'll have that much more reason to keep fighting the good fight. That said, the odds are not in our favor, to say the least. Which is why we're fortunate to have Urianger up there on the moon, working hard to make all the necessary preparations for our departure, should it come to it.
And why we have nothing to lose by staying the course till the last instant.
Indeed. To the last, let us all do what we can. I will consult with Master Matoya and see if she knows of a way to reach Hydaelyn from the Ethereal Sea.
And I will visit the nation's leaders and attempt to ascertain how far the final days have progressed elsewhere.
Keep me abreast of your findings. I can seek out and slay the worst of the immediate threats, if only to slow the spread.
There are a couple of, role quest givers, Justinian, you could maybe have a word with. I'm sure they'll be delighted to see you, right? Then I don't have to do it. I mean, they're probably great quests, but...
Unease, terror, despair. Try as we might to suppress them, these emotions will return to Harrius time and time again.
I wonder, since it's not required, maybe I'll actually keep the role quests for after the story?
When they do, remember this. Your friends and loved ones are out there somewhere, sharing in your struggle. You are not alone.
So ends the brief respite before the next revelation.
Whoa. Okay, Emmett.
Yes. So much left for you to see.
Can't wait.
Where beginning ends, and end begins.
Where's that water coming from? But first, side quests in Ratz-at-Han. I think. Ah. Oh, also, it's just stretching. Well, I suppose I do feel better on a full stomach after all. Burning skies, blasphemies. Not if I've got anything to say about it. The final days. How far has the phenomenon spread? And how does it manifest itself in each land? I must reach out to my friends in each nation and find out all I can. Nothing like a feast to lift the spirits. I trust you enjoyed yourself as well. The drink was superb. If the Forum truly has been spurred to action by Hydaelyn's prophecy, then is it not odd that the Anti-Tower was entrusted to Master Matoya, who bears them no love? No doubt she has a reason for this, and I would know what it is. Whoa! Wait a second. I completely forgot about that. The Anti-Tower is literally where the Sharlaeans learned about that, right? Isn't that our connection to the Ethereal Sea? Wait, what did we even do in the Anti-Tower back then in Heavensward? Why did we venture into there? Was it to find Y'shtola? No, it's not. It's... Wait, we found Y'shtola... When did we find Y'shtola? I actually can't remember why we did the Anti-Tower. But yeah, isn't that our connection to the Ethereal Sea? Although I still don't really know how that works, or why it works, or why there is a tower that's turned upside down. But alright, maybe we'll know more about that in the future. No doubt she has a reason for this, and I would know what it is. Beasts and blasphemies may be running amok in nearby lands outside the influence of Ratz-at-Han and the Alliance. If so, I may need to go hunting. Let's see. So, Heavensward. The anti-tower was during... Is that 3.1 or 3.2? I think it's 3.2, right? In all of creation, what greater mystery could there be than the fate of this very star? Holy shit. I think... Have I read this at some point? If I have, I certainly didn't grasp the greater meaning of this at that point. In all of creation, what greater mystery could there be than the fate of this very star? To sound the deepest depths, to study the ethereal sea itself. For these purposes and more was the anti-tower built. Abandoned by her Charlian caretakers following the Exodus, it has since been overrun by the magical guardians they left behind. Yet were one blessed with her gift to brave these dangers and to send to the furthest reaches to hear, feel, and think at the heart of this world. What would they find? So the anti-tower was built by the Charlians, alright. See, this was something that I didn't really remember. And they presumably built it there to study the ethereal sea. But again, how does that work? Is there just an abundance of ether down there? So that you can very easily access the ethereal sea? What is the ethereal sea in and of itself? Because we say that, you know, souls return to it. But, you know, a place like this, doesn't this mean that the ethereal sea is also literally a place within our planet? Like the core of it or something? Now then, is there anything we've forgotten to mention? Are your arms and armor in good order? Always. In that case, it's time we each attended to our tasks. And when you arrive on the first, give my regards to Reen. Tell her I miss her. I will thank her. Oh, higher. Return to the Crystarium, level 86. Take this, my spirit vessel. Oh, what am I to do with that? Empty now, of course, but it should allow you to operate the tower systems in the umbilicus. Oh, right, we wouldn't be able to do that. We're not Allagan. If even the smallest fragment of Elidibus's essence remains, it should be possible to locate it. As for access to the umbilicus, pray seek out Lena for assistance. Chances are she still stands watch at the Accenser gate. Should she or anyone else ask after me, tell them I'm living my life to the fullest. That I am happy, hardships and all. I will. Well, we had best be on our respective ways. God's willing, we will see each other again ere long. Well, this is gonna be one interesting trip to the first. I didn't expect that. I mean, it does make sense, you know, considering this is sort of our final piece of the story, but, you know, that we're actually going back to the first as part of the main story, really, really cool. Alright, but first, side quests. Although, now that I think about it, it's actually really funny that I so desperately want to do all of these side quests right away while doing the story, but then the far more important role quests I kind of don't. But again, The problem with those is that they would take far too long to do during the story, right? I mean, I could certainly do the caster one, I could do the healer one, but it would take, you know, probably a day. Well, not a whole day, but it would probably take at least 2 days of playing to level up 3 more jobs to 90 in order to be able to do the role quests. And yeah, I also really want to do extreme trials. I want to, you know, see the story through, and I don't want to wait to level jobs just to do the role quests while I'm doing the story. I know it would be really cool, but yeah, no. All right, how many side quests are? So let's actually put the role quests on hold for now. I think. Oh, that's the wrong thing. I think it might even make sense to do them all at once, or to do them... Well, not all at once, obviously, but, you know... Might even be worth doing this on, I don't know, Black Mage or Red Mage. For the experience as well. Alright, let's turn this off as well. And we've got 3, 6... 7 quests as far as I can see. Yeah. Let's go here first, since that's the furthest one away. Wasn't there also someone I could... Oh, yeah, you, right? A bond eternal. Such a precious trinket, yet its owner makes no effort to come and retrieve it. I do hope this doesn't mean... Well, if it isn't the brave soul who protected us from the beasts, and perfect timing no less, might I ask you a small favor? I'm looking for the owner of a missing item, you see. I was just cleaning up the shop when I found this unraveled woven band under the counter. A husband and wife visited here the other day, and I'm quite certain it belongs to them. I was hoping to return it to its rightful owner, but they've not stopped by since. I fear the worst, but I'm holding out hope that they are well. I would search for them myself, but I cannot leave the shop unattended. Might you be so kind as to go in my stead? I believe the wife mentioned she was an alchemist at the High Crucible. For the life of me, I cannot remember her name, though I do recall that she had long and striking red hair. Okay. Let's actually use the Etherite system for this, right? Although, now that I think about it, it doesn't even... Nah, whatever. I think I've explored Ratz-at-Han fairly thoroughly. And will be here, you know, for a long time to come anyway, I think. So, yeah, not a big deal to maybe not run everywhere by foot. Do I just have to find her? That looks... Oh. That's long red hair. Yes, we were at Merad's, and the fine days came, but what of it? Forgive me, I still find it hard to remember that day. Oh right, they were there with Causael, seeing the first beast, right? My band! I was wondering where it had gone. My husband gave me this and now it is all I have to remember him by. Stubborn to the end, that one. He distracted the beast so that I was able to flee, then went off to save the others. The Radiant Host found me later. They told me he was gone. There's not even a corpse left to bury. To tell the truth, I have been at a loss ever since. How do I carry on knowing that he gave his life for mine? We had so many plans. What our home would look like, what our children's names would be. And now, nothing. Just a circle of woven thread he once slipped on my wrist, and the memory of how happy we were to share our lives with each other. So I go on living, because anything else would tarnish that memory. Forgive me my outburst, it has just all been so much. At least the Crucible has been keeping me busy. Think, that's what I need right now. Well, that was simple enough to find her. There is no Aetheryte at the Crucible, right? No. Maybe now we can play triple try it. Welcome back. Were you able to track down the couple? I do hope they are safe. Oh dear, I'm terribly sorry to hear that. At least we were able to return the band as a memento for the woman. A smaller solace as that may be. That woven bracelet is a talisman of sorts. It creates a bond between gods and mortals. The tighter the braiding, the stronger protection it offers from a fate most dreadful. In Ratz-at-Han it is a tradition to present one to your lover, to beseech the gods to offer divine protection to one for whom you can care deeply. It would seem her husband's prayer was heard, though tragically at the cost of his own life. I imagine she will need time to heal, but I hope that she will visit again, that I might offer her what comfort and kindness I may. At any rate, I thank you for attending to this task for me. Whoa, triple triad! Nice. That Master Vitra revealed his true nature to us was surprising, yes, but I am grateful that he did. Just as we depend on him for guidance and protection, he is depending on us to maintain the vitality and prosperity of the city. I must work harder than ever to ensure the happiness of my customers and employees alike. Well, hello there! You want to play a game of Triple Triad with me, do you? I'm not opposed to some entertainment while there's a bit of free time. As thanks, I'll put on a dashing performance. Just don't complain when you lose. Well, as long as you have... Of course you don't. Why chaos? That's the stupidest rule of all. Just takes away all the strategy. Or most of it, anyway. Plus... whatever. Ooh. This one we already have, right? Yeah, because Darakat we don't. The Magus Sisters is probably from the dungeon, correct? Oh, that was dumb. No, whatever. What the fuck? Well, the ones from the dungeons I'll get anyway, because I have to do them like 1,000,000 times in order to level all the jobs. Yeah. She has a weird cards somehow. But again, the chaos rule just, I don't know. I really don't like it. Such a weird rule. Also kind of defeats the purpose of this deck, right? If you're not really able to decide the cards that you play anyways. It's only a 2-star card. Where does it take? Some. Well, then again, how many times did I win? 2? Why is she constantly switching cards? That's so weird. Yeah. Sure. Oh, because of the 4/7. Of course. Oh! No combo. I was kind of lucky. The hell? Let's see if she plays it. No, she doesn't, alright. At least you can count on the NPCs not really playing all that well. Although in this case, it doesn't help. But what? Oh, 8 and 7. Ugh. Well, I wouldn't have won anyway. I think my own plus same deck's actually a detriment to me in this case. Yeah, then again, it's just pure luck with the chaos rule. Finally! This is why I have the deck like this. Yeah, I can't overtake it anyway. Did I say overtake? Take it, I guess. Yeah! It's a shame that that's not, like, counted differently, like a perfect win or something. Would be cool if that was displayed, right? Perfect win. Something like that. I still find the drop rates of the cards weird. They don't really seem to correspond to their rarity, or rather, I think they're just very... The drop rates seem to be very similar across all the different rarities of the cards, which is a bit of a shame because that, I don't know, in my opinion, it just takes away a bit of the accomplishment in a way. Because it would be much cooler if, you know, you finally got a rare card and you said, oh yeah, this is like really rare. But then, you know, you're playing for a 2-star card and it also takes you like 10 tries or 10, 15 tries. Oh, that was actually clever for a change. Can you take one? I don't think you can. Well, I guess I can at least get the weekly rewards. Of course. Seriously? I always get brute justice when I don't, either when I don't really need it, or I don't get it at all. Oh, whoops. Oh, for fuck's sake. Really? Oh, well. Chaos is such a... The problem with Chaos is, right, that it... I mean... How do I put this? The fact that it takes strategy out of the game isn't even the biggest problem with the Chaos rule. The problem is that it takes agency out of the game. You can... Like, it literally doesn't really matter what you do. Right? So that's a bit of a shame. It's, I don't know. I mean, obviously, you still have to decide which place the card. Still not a great rule. Well, she isn't really willing to give... How many tries did I take to get Quintus and Garlem out? It wasn't that long, but it definitely took a couple of tries. Although that also had really dumb rules. There it is, Akasudara. Well, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I lost, but I'll have you know, I was so focused on the match, I couldn't even hear the music. Or just to say, in other words, I thoroughly enjoyed myself. Let's do it again sometime. What music? The Triple Drive music? What music is she talking about? There isn't anyone playing currently. I really hope that changes at some point, by the way. It would be really cool if this place gets a bit more lively. Here. Card list. Akasudara. A faction of Matanga whose ancestors were indigenous to Thavnair. Following the appearance of the Aura... Wait. Were they technically... Were they really indigenous? I thought... Vitra was your first, technically. Yeah, whatever. Following the appearance of the Aura, they joined forces with these new arrivals to drive the rival Gajasura tribe from their lands. Later, Huron settlers would come to the island's shores, and together, these disparate peoples established the city-state of Ratz-at-Han. Very, very cool. Alright. That's done. Where's the next quest? Here, I guess. Wait, is there one at the entrance as well? Did I see that correct? Oh no, that's the Chocobo Porter. Didn't I unlock that? Don't you have to unlock that separately as well? Because it wasn't available last time, I think. It is a bit weird though that the sky is still like this. It's weird that these exclamation marks are never on the map, to be honest. Or at least, I mean, because the Chocobo Porter is on the map, right? I mean, they could gray it out or something if it's not unlocked yet. I know it's a weird thing that it still exists anyway, but... Quests? Are they here? I don't think they're down here, are they? Maybe one of them is? Yeah, one of them is. Anxious Adventurer. Tidings from afar. Praise the 12, another adventurer. I've been wandering around this goddamn city for hours. I was hired for some simple express deliveries in Uldar before realizing the destination was bloody Ratz-at-Han. Simple my arse. After coming all this way, I still don't know where I'm supposed to go. I'm at my wit's end and running out of time. These letters have a tight deadline, and if I don't deliver them, I won't merely lose my job, I lose my head. What? Could I ask you to take these two missives to the High Crucible and House Barik, respectively? I can manage the third one on my own. Return and meet me here when the job's done, and I'll see you're duly compensated for your efforts. Okay. Take on the other quests first. I have a feeling that some of them might take us there as well, so... Oh, whoops. For some reason I sort of... what's the word? Confused! That's what I was looking for. I confused the two staircases sometimes. The pangs of hunger. You there, please take my coin purse to Merit's Main. Put all the apples you can. So hungry. I have no strength left. Oh, my stomach. To Merit's Main. Hurry. How, like, what happened to you? Wait a second. Right, there were 7 crests, right? 4, now there's 6, because one of them was already done. Yeah. What's he doing there? Silks for a babe. You're a friend of that red-headed Mikotelet, aren't you? I remember how bravely you fought for us. Might I ask you a small favor? Red-headed Mikote? What? Oh, thank you. You see, my wife and I will soon be blessed with a child. It must be one of the quests, right? Was there a red-headed Mikote somewhere? It is custom for the father to swaddle the newborn in festive silk, but having been to market twice, I felt myself at a loss for which would be the ideal choice. I am loath to impose, but I would be ever so honored if you could make the choice for us, and sooner rather than later, as she's due any day now. Would you accompany me to Ruveda Fibers? Sure. Let me just get these other quests. Hungry Hamza. You must be the substitute Hamza keeper? Well, you're late. Feeding time was supposed to start belts ago. And the Hungry Hamza is a noisy Hamza, as you can hear for yourself. What are you standing around for? Are you going to leave those poor creatures to starve to death? Get to work. Chop chop. Here you go. 1 large feedback and 1 small. Hamza of different stature have different diets, you see. And they're finicky eaters to boot. The smaller ones require only a simple mix of grains and grains. But our big boys also need a helping of silkworm pupae for extra protein. The foodstuffs are next to that wooden crate over there. Now get to it. Sure. As the warrior of light, I will feed you, Hamza. Of course. If we truly must flee to the moon, whatever will become of our Hamza? If they don't allow us to bring them along, I don't know what I will do. That is something, how do I put it? That I've sometimes, thought about. If I don't have a pet currently, but, I had a couple of cats over the course of my life, and I don't know. I think I would have been heartbroken if I had to leave one of them behind for, because, I don't know, because of an event like this. Or, I mean, obviously this is a fantasy game, but, large feedback. You unceremoniously heap feed into your bag. What did he say? Shit. Oh, I can just read it here. The smaller ones require only a simple mix of greens and grains, but our big boys also need a helping of silkworm pupae for extra protein. Should be good. The Hamza is eyeing you expectantly. The Hamza flaps its wings and its eyes light up with gastronomic delight. Was this the Hamza that sort of scolded Estinian because he was talking about eating them right next to it? Aw, that's a cute one. The Hamza is eyeing you expectantly. The Hamza flaps its wings and its eyes light up with gastronomic delight. Cool. Well, at least it's a cute quest. Done already. Perhaps you're not as hopeless as you look, but you'd better be on time for the next feeding. What was your name again? Wait, you don't mean... That! The adventurer who rescued Matsya from the beasts! My most sincere apologies. I never imagined a hero like you would simply be walking amongst us and slapping the Hamza besides. Heavens! My face must be so red right now. Anyhow, I thank you for a job well done. Here's your pay for today's work. Now, I'd best hunt down the real substitute Hamza keeper. Do that. Well, that's cool, actually. I've done... That means there's only 5 quests left, right? So that means I can take on all the quests without any of the quest markers disappearing. I like quests like these, right? I mean, I don't necessarily have anything against the other type, like the usual side quests, but I do like side quests that sort of keep you in the same area. Operation Ring Retrieval. You're the adventurer who fought off the blasphemies with us, yes? Well, you couldn't have come along at a better time. Please, just do me one favor. Just act as if nothing is the matter. If you're going to make these wild accusations of... Oh. If you're going to make these wild accusations of me, you best have some damn proof. I told you, I've never seen your damn ring. I'll be on my way. How can you speak such lies? That ring was my most precious keepsake. Whatever shall I do? Yes, that should do, thank you. If it wouldn't be too much of a bother, could I trouble you to assist us in an investigation of sorts? As you may have observed, the young woman believes that her ring was stolen by that uncouth young man who just walked away. She has no physical evidence, and yet cannot help but believe that she is telling the truth. And so I hatched a plan. I would make a show of diffusing the argument and allow the man to walk freely away. And then I would have him followed, that we might glean some insight as to whether or not he committed the crime. That said, it would be far too conspicuous if I were to tail the man all by myself. But say I pretend that I am showing you, a visitor to our fair city, around the area. That way I do believe we could approach him without arousing too much suspicion. That's actually a good plan. Splendid. I cannot thank you enough. Let us follow that rather unpleasant fellow. I believe I saw him heading in the general direction of Huge. Huge? Still don't really know how to say that. I have no evidence, but it was that man. I swear to you on my life. The captain has asked me to keep the young lady safe until this matter is resolved. If she truly has been the target of a crime, she may very well be in danger still. Oi. A gift of flowers. Wait, could it be? Yes, you're one of the heroes that helped fend off the beasts for us. Oh, what an honor it is to actually speak with you. Do you remember me? Perhaps not, but I was one of those you saved from the ravening horde. I cannot begin to express my gratitude. You'll be happy to know that the little ones you helped to rescue are safe as well. So enamored are they with you and your friends that they've decided to put together a few gifts for you. Might you take the time to visit them over on Paxa's path? They'd be even more thrilled to meet you than I. Guess let's do this first. Very well then. Again, all I ask is that you act as natural and inconspicuous as possible. Let us see what happens. So much for a vaunted Radiant host. Didn't suspect the thing, did she? What with everyone skittering about like frightened little rats, these are fine times for those in my line of work. Did you see that object he was examining? It certainly appeared to be the stolen ring. But let us not reveal ourselves quite yet, so with any luck he will unwittingly lead us to his hideout. Here's the plan. I will pretend as if I'm giving you, a mere traveler, a tour of the city, then we follow him. Without getting too close, of course. And the last thing we want is to blow our cover. I just noticed, what kind of like footwear does he have? That can't be comfortable for normal toes. It's also only 4. I guess it's just decorative? Weird. Maybe it's for climbing or something. Let's keep following what? This is actually really cool that they combine the following part and the trailing part. The streets of Ratz-at-Han are most colorful, don't you think? We must find whatever evidence we can and help that poor little... whatever. This is perfect. I have to go here anywhere. Anyway. Turn this into a drink, huh? There's nobody here. Don't worry. Yeah, you know what would have been really clever? To have an accomplice that would walk down below the bridge and drop the ring down. You would never be able to tell that. I guess you saw it, but that would be, you know... What? Oh, whoops. For someone who's so suspicious of his surroundings and turns around so often, he's really not very attentive, is he? Oh, it's been a while since I've seen a ring of this make. And inlaid with exotic jade, no less. Yes, this should sell for good coin. Just as I suspected, he had the ring all along. Well, I dare say it's time we interrupted this little transaction. Might it trouble you to summon my subordinate for good measure? I will keep watch here, to ensure that neither the man nor his accomplice escapes. I mean, I could just helped you as well? I hope it's not sending us back to the place we started. No, it's not. I'm just running past them. Oh, hi. Don't mind me. Pay no attention to me. I think that's the only... yeah. Daughter of House Barik. What business have you with the esteemed House Barik? Oh, that's one of the letters. An urgent letter. Let me see. Why, it's from dear Ardashir. At least we now know he is not out begging on the streets. Ardashir is the youngest son of our house. Her father was upset he forsook blood and nation to tinker with soot-stained lambics, but thus he never wrote. Never even told us how we might contact him, so we've naturally been worried sick. Now he writes. And he's found a new trading associate for father. Some merchant named Rowena. Uh-oh. Abort, abort. Very quickly abort. He says she can help us in our plight. What a peculiar topic for him to write about. He was also recalcitrant about the family business. Perhaps he is homesick and trying to make amends. Nevertheless, we are delighted to hear from him. It is true that our country is in a precarious position, but I am elated to know my brother is safe and happy in Eorzea. Thank you for delivering this letter. I will share it with my sister at once. I have a feeling Rowena might have, slightly, convinced him to, maybe, write the letter in a bit of a more, how can you put this, like describe his circumstances as worse than what they really are, just to get Rowena into business. I haven't forgotten the weird proposals from the House of Splendors. Wait, is it called House of... yeah. About the resistance weapons for the Bosnians. How fares the investigation, friend? A rare Jared ring, you say? That matches this young woman's testimony exactly. It would seem you've caught the culprit red-handed. At any rate, I will make for the scene of the crime at once. And do not worry, we will not trouble you for any further aid. I assure you the Radiant Host can more than handle a couple of common ruffians. Above all, it is because of your efforts that this dear woman will be united with her precious keepsake before long. In my captain's stead, allow me to reward you for your kind deeds. And with that, I must be off. Let's do these two first. I didn't even notice that there were lamps here. Slides look really pretty. According to our tradition, the silk swaddling's color expresses the parents' wishes for how their child might grow. I have narrowed it down to 3, but your insight would be greatly appreciated. This lush green fabric represents a wish for prosperous life, fulfilling not only in wealth, that is, but feasts and festivities and championship as well. Who wouldn't want a life as rich as that? The bright yellow swaddling symbolizes a wish for wisdom. Intellect is prized among our people, and is said to be the color of Cinderova. A child may become a respected advisor or alchemist. And yet, look at this vibrant red silk. It would express a wish for talent in the arts. Why, wouldn't it be lovely if our child were to grow up to be a master artisan or performer? Well, I know which ones I'm gonna pick. Hence my dilemma. I would want my child to be all of these, but I can only choose one color. What say you? Which do you feel would be the ideal choice? Oh, the yellow one, of course. A clever child could help solve their tribe's problems. Yellow for wisdom. I will have to ensure they receive the best education, that they might one day be a brilliant alchemist. I thank you, friend. I feel much more confident in the decision for having consulted with you. I will bring the silk home to my wife today. I plan to visit Pax's Path once I finish up here. Would you be so kind as to meet me there later, that I might repay you for your kindness? That's where I met him, right? Yeah. That actually fits pretty well. Can go there first and then do the other quest down here. My wife was most pleased with the swaddling we chose, and I dare say it is even more auspicious than such a valiant hero as you helped us choose our child's future path. I was devastated when my wife was separated from me during the struggle, but your Makoti friend saved her, in her delicate condition no less. His actions gave my wife the strength to overcome her despair and return home to me. He was talking about Grahatia. I'm an idiot. Why was it talking about female? Did he say female Makoti? He was talking about Graha. Your friend spoke of a hero with the power to weave our strands of hope into a brighter future. That hero was you, was it not? We shall treasure the swaddling you choose for us as a family heirloom, now and forever. My most sincere thanks for all you have given us. Oh, is that here? Yeah. Irene told us not to talk to strangers. Really? Well, I'm Miss Ishtola's friend too. She saw I was in trouble and fought off monsters with her magic, just to protect me. She's the most powerful mage in the whole wide world. Mr. Sankret is the best. He's strong and brave and gentle. I was so scared, but he saved me and carried me all the way back to my mama, just like a princess. Fine, they're both the best. Wait, mister, maybe you can help us. Do you think you could pick what kind of flowers they like? We're making flower crowns. We want them to be really, really happy here and stay for a while. Will you help us, pretty please? Striking red flower, elegant pink flower, fragrant crimson flower. Am I choosing one for Thancred or one for Ishtola? Let's get the crimson one, fragrant crimson one. Wait, the vibrancy of the petals reminds you of Ishtola's ardent determination. The red hue reminds you of the ether spark when Thancred pulls the trigger? Okay. The vibrancy of the petals reminds you of the... Oh. Okay. Yeah, let's get this for the Ishtola. Choose a flower that seems to suit Ishtola. I choose a flower that seems to suit Thancred. Well, mister, did you find flowers suitable for Mrs. Stoller? This one smells so pretty. It reminds me of the pretty smell when she came to our rescue with her magic. My turn, my turn. Which flower did you pick for Mr. Thancred? The little red flower? Why, it reminds me of the flash of his blade when he drove the monsters away. Bam, bam, bam! Like fireworks at a festival. Thank you so much, mister. We're going to have so much fun making crowns for them. There's lots to do, so we will see you around. Oh, can you tell Mithrine that we'll be a little late? We're supposed to be back a bell ago. Sure. Let's just go back up and then to the restaurant once more. You don't say. It sounds as if you were of great help to the children. To think that such a hero would be so kind as to assist in our daily affairs. I cannot bear to think what would have happened to them were you not there to save them. Because of you, they have been given another chance at life. Flowers may be a small token, but this really means a lot to them. I'm sure your friends will understand that. And this is from me to thank you for all you have done. Which one do I take? Say the orange one. Off to the restaurant. This one. Welcome. What can I... is something amiss? Food for the hungry. Worry not. He has more than enough coin for a crate full of apples. Bring it to him with my blessing. I'll take what I am owned and leave the rest. Pray return the remainder to him. You'll find the crate and apples in front of the Mahane. Okay. Another crate to carry. Carry the apple crate to the designated location. Wait. Hold there. I guess, just out to the Etherred Plaza and then to the right? Isn't it? Oh, right. I completely forgot the the Hungry Matanga there. Akasudara, I guess. It's quite far away, actually. Yeah, you know what? It would actually be pretty cool if there would be like an NPC in a city or something that would let you carry a crate like this, just, you know, for fun. Shit. Took the wrong stairs. No. I think that would open up a lot of RP opportunities, actually. That's cutting it really close. I don't think I can do that, actually. Can't sprint with these either, right? Although maybe, yeah, will probably be enough. It's actually pretty close. Whew. Oh, my stomach burns with 1,000 fires. Have you the apples? The people of Ratz-at-Han are so kind. So kind. Many thanks, friend. You brought me so many apples, but I'm afraid I'm still too weak to move. My body craves more. More! If I could trouble you again to bring me some Hamza eggs from Nilupala Nourishments. Take my coin, Perseid, promise. I will make it up to you. Very well. At least I know where that is and how to get there. Those are sage weapons, right? I wonder where they come from. They look really cool. Welcome to Nilupala Nourishments. What can I do for you? As many eggs as the coin in this purse can buy. Well, you're in luck. I have quite a surplus today. I shall give you the extras, so they won't go to waste. Here you go. And here is the share of your friend's coin back. It would seem he's greatly overestimated the cost of eggs these days. I have a feeling since he still has coin, he will send me somewhere else, although quest indicator seems to indicate something different. I do have to admit, though, seeing the sage's attacks from a lot of people in the cities and in all the places, right, where people are firing them off, they do look really cool. The animations of Sage are really cool. Somebody else carrying up the crates. You're back, did you? Find the axe. Ah, my favorite. The yolks just melt in your mouth. My stomach calms. I feel my stamina return. Thank you so much, friend. I had been attacked by a strange monster high up in the mountains. I descended as fast as I could, tumbling through brush and tree and boughs. Finally I returned home, but I was so exhausted I collapsed only to wake again to the pangs of my empty stomach. But I found I was too weak to get up. Such is the curse of being so large. We Akasudara have great strength at our disposal, but once that strength is spent, it requires a veritable feast to replenish. You may have whatever coins left in my purse as a token of my gratitude. You've done me a great service today. That's really interesting. Isn't that the case with real elephants as well? I mean, obviously, real elephants are also really large, so they require a lot of food, obviously, but I don't know. I mean, they probably have to eat quite a bit as well. Let's just turn the main quest back on as well. Where is it? Wait, there it is. Return to the Crystarium. Yeah, I wonder if we can talk to Elidibus. Welcome. Welcome to the High Crucible of Alchemia, friend. How might I be of service? By the way, that means that was for a quest in Labyrinthos, right? I've been carrying that around for days now. What's that? You've a letter addressed to us. Why, this is from Master Yalzan. Last I heard, he was doing field research in Eosia. I do hope all's well. Yalzan? I know that name. Why, I can scarce believe it. Word of our plight reached him from across the sea, and he's arranged for a shipment of vital supplies to be shipped from Ravena's House of Splendors. Again? That he would be thinking of us in these trying times, even as he doubtless is facing his own fair share of hardships. Truly, he is a great man. But forgive me, I must make arrangements to have the shipment picked up in Yedlimat at once. Now I know why these letters were supposed to be delivered this fast. Because they're all from Rovena. She's planning to take over the city. That's what she's doing. But yeah, I think I'm pretty positive these are all the side quests, right? Yeah. Cool. Then we actually return to the Crystarium. Just delivered the last one. I've heard horrible rumors of Rowena's punishments if you fail your task, like scrubbing grime from warehouse tiles with a paintbrush. In plate! You really saved my skin, friend. I wanted to become an adventurer so badly, and she tempered me with this beautiful set of armor, so that I could put it on credit and work off my debt. Before I knew it, I found myself playing errand girl to the House of Splendors. Oh, I don't falter for it. An adventurer needs armor, after all. But my word, if she isn't a shrewd one. Anyway, thank you for your help. Here, I'll give you half of the house commission for the job. Take it. You've earned it. I would advise you against working with Rowena for the foreseeable future. I mean, I'm working with her, but, I don't know. Alright, let's switch back to Sumner. And go, I guess. Carrying all this random crap with me, but... Why do they always give you so much food during the main quest? What are you supposed to do with that? Oh, whatever. Huh. Experience point quite high, actually. It's probably because the, yeah, I don't know exactly how that works, but it's probably because my gear is level 80 and I've done the level 85 dungeon, so I guess that probably increases Spirit Bond by quite a bit. Well then. Let's do this. The Crystarium. I wanted to say it's been a while since I've been here, but technically it's not been a while. I was here just recently. It's just, you know, I guess in terms of story, I haven't been here in a while. Primal Warden weapon gear. Oh. Interesting. You can also get these ones here. Cool. Eden Gate, Eden Grace, Eden Call. Wait, isn't this the raid gear though? Starium gear, Eden Choir gear, Eden Meat gear. Crypt Lurker, Eden Worn. Cool. Wait, where do I have to speak with Lena? Oh, she's outside, right? I was wondering why there was no quest marker. Yeah. Lakeland. There she is. Well, it's not the best weather, but at the same time it's also very calming weather, in a way, right? There's a couple people here. Hi. How fare you? It's great to see you, Lena. You are returned! I wish this was voiced, but maybe we'll get a voice cutscene with her, hopefully. Have you been well? You and the others? We've no shortage of troubles, but we're well enough. Then things are much the same for you as they were here. My lord is doubtless enjoying himself. He said this to you. These exact words. Oh, to know that he is happy. It fills my heart with joy. Thank you for taking care of him. When next you see him, please tell him not to overexert himself. Futile a request though it is. And tell him that all is well here. The peace you gifted us continues, and we work hard to build new lives for ourselves. In the course of this, we occasionally bicker, but we've never been more optimistic for the morrow. If I had to mention one dilemma, it would be the question of our governance. Even as we speak, debate rages on over how we should run the city in the Exarch's absence. Most are of a mind that the Settlement Council should continue to oversee the general running of the Crystarium, while representatives are elected to determine policy and handle diplomacy. Thus far, nothing is set in stone, but however we choose to proceed, we will not replace our Lord. No one could. Have we recently observed any unusual phenomena? No, I cannot say there have been. Curious that you should ask me this question, though. Some days ago, Reen came and asked the very same. She was rather unsettled, in stark contrast to how cheerful she has been of late. So Reen inherited, or got gifted, the ability to observe ether by Hydaelyn, right? More or less. So maybe ether is changing here in the first? She and other Crystarium youths just hosted a festival, you see. It proved so popular that there are already plans for another celebration, one much bigger than the first. Between her preparations for the festival and the restoration of the empty, she struck me as happy and full of life. So when I saw her in a state of such worry, I couldn't help but feel worried in turn. Especially since she wouldn't tell me what troubled her. I dare say she would be more willing to confide in you. May I ask you to broach the subject with her? You wish to enter the Umbilicus? Very well, I shall fetch the key at once, and take the opportunity to find Breen. Please wait for me in the city. In front of the Cabinet of Curiosity, shall we say. I will be along as soon as I can. I wonder what she saw. Maybe she can... Either she can feel sort of the influence of the source, or ether has changed in the first, or she's actually heard of Hydaelyn. Couple of things that might have happened, right? It feels so... It's so weird, right? Shadowbringers has been such a brilliant expansion, and you know, has brought so much joy and tears and emotions and so much cool content, and I don't even know. And at the same time, it already feels sort of distant. Maybe because it's not on the source. Maybe it truly does feel like a different world. Something like that, but it's sort of weird. At the same time, sort of calming and comforting, because it's a place you can, you know, go back to and just sort of, what's the word? Relive the memories, I guess. Quite a few people here, actually. One second, though. So, my friend's boyfriend has apparently had a disconnect, and they have a 7,000 person queue on a server. I don't know which server he's on, but holy shit, in Europe? 7,000 player queue. Holy shit. I would have never imagined that to be so bad. The following event cannot be skipped. Oh. Huh, interesting. Whew. I'm truly, so grateful that I can log in the morning times. That seems like even today with the maintenance going on and 1,000-person player queue, it still went by really, really fast. Holy shit, 7,000 people during the evening. Nobody's logging out. I don't even want to know how long that takes. Are people truly, staying in that queue? I can't imagine that, that must take at least 3 hours, right? I mean, on launch day when I got kicked, I had a 2,000 player crew, and I think that only moved along fairly quickly because there was a problem with the server, and it kicked a few people. And it still took 45 minutes or something. Why can't this be skipped? That's weird. One second. One second. Still writing with my friends here. Although I can't help them if one of them succeeds and you well, of course that's a really bad situation, right? If you want to desperately know what happens next in the story and then your boyfriend DCs and is stuck in a 7,000 player queue. Yeah. That's probably the most unfortunate time to do that. I mean, I don't have anything against playing the story together with others, but I feel like everybody has sort of their own pace in terms of stories, right? I mean, it's incredible to talk about it, of course, and to be able to talk about it with your friends, but I don't know, it always feels a bit... one of the two people is probably not going to enjoy the story as much as the other one, simply because the slower one... or the faster one has to wait for the slow one, right? So, do my old eyes deceive? It's the trouble with you.
Ah, it is. Full glad am I to see you hail and whole, my friend. What a wonderful surprise it is to have you back with us, and at this most opportune time. In case you haven't heard, we are planning to produce a tome chronicling events from the Flood to the Knight's return. For this project, we intend to draw up in records kept by the world's peoples. Historical and contemporary first-hand accounts will be the centerpiece of the tome, but yours would be the one to crown them all. I've been asked to contribute a chapter on the soul, a subject that is key to understanding much of your endeavors. In the course of developing the spirit vessel, I gained valuable insights into travel beyond the rift, knowledge that will allow me to attest to your existence and deeds.
I mean, it better be writing a book about me and about the events so that people in the future know how this works if it happens again. There is no end to the questions I would ask you, but if you could indulge me just one for now. In your quest to restore the Knight, you faced many a formidable foe. Among them, who offered you the greatest struggle? This may come as a surprise, but... yeah, well, obviously Hades. I mean, technically, yeah... I guess that would also be the hardest extreme trial. I mean, War 3's extreme trial was extremely easy. Titania's wasn't exactly difficult either. Hades' one wasn't difficult, it was just annoying, unfortunately. But still, I mean, for lore reasons, obviously Hades.
Ah, yes, Hades. He who sought to resurrect his ancient brethren. He was the final obstacle in your quest to restore the Knight. Your battle in the depth of the Tempest, the stuff of epics. Yet compelling as it is, I worry that mere words wouldn't do justice to that fateful confrontation.
Ask the Wandering Minstrel, he's got a song written about this, so...
Not that we would think to omit it entirely, of course. No, at the very least, we will impress upon readers that it was the climax of your hero's journey.
I know you'd love to talk his ear off, Morin, but we really should be on our way. Those documents from Huelmore won't collect themselves.
Of course. And afterwards, would you care to join me for tea? I was hoping you might clarify a few points in your treatise.
Till next time, then, do tell the others to look after themselves. Our overzealous friend in particular, remind him not to overexert himself, again and again till his ears fall off, if that's what it takes for him to take it to heart.
Is that the Warrior of Darkness? Ah, the children, of course.
It's him! It's really him! What are you doing here? If you're going to battle, I can give you some medicine. I made it myself.
Alright, she was learning in the... whatever that place was called, that really difficult to pronounce name.
Best not, Ricky. You'd only give him a stomach ache. We've come to see Morin, to get his advice. One of the guard finally agreed to teach us how to fight, but first we need to choose a fighting style. While I know that I want to be a mage, archival isn't sure. Magic isn't really my thing, so I was thinking of taking up the axe, or the sword, or maybe the bow.
The axe, of course. You look like little Oddbird. You have to use an axe.
They all seem alright, but it's hard to decide, so I thought I'd ask Morin. He knows about lots of things. He isn't here. Aww. Oh, why don't you have the Warrior of Darkness choose for you? What do you think suits Archie best? Axe, sword, or bow?
You know what's kind of funny about this, right? Since Artbird is sort of like the prototypical warrior of light, and therefore also obviously connected to Derblender from the trailers. So technically, the axe is Artbird's weapon, right? The sword is sort of our current in-lore weapon, since we're a paladin for Endwalker. And the bow would be 1.0, which is what the Crystarium is sort of modeled after, right? But it has to be the axe.
The axe! If you took up the axe, you could be just like... Arbert, the Warrior of Light!
Correct.
I love that tale. Let's borrow the book today.
It's really popular though. I hope it's still there.
Thanks for helping me decide, Warrior of Darkness. I'll start with that style and maybe try something else later on. When I get really strong, I hope to have a bout with you.
Sure. We're waiting quite a while for Lena, don't we? Such fun he's been having basking in the adoration of musty old bookworms and wide-eyed younglings, but does he spare thought for me? Of course not. What? I waited. Oh.
I waited and waited and waited, but he won't so much as acknowledge the presence of his beautiful branch, even though they're just right here. Such a heartless thing our sapling is. Cold and cruel and heartless.
Oh faithful Feoul, loveliest of branches, how I've missed you. Don't you have more important things to do, Your Majesty? Let's go with the second one.
If you truly missed me, you should have cried for me at the top of your lungs the instant you arrived. To make up for it, you will call with twice the passion next time. Though for there to be a next time, you've some few struggles to overcome. So, my adorable sapling, the world is on the verge of destruction, is it? Hehe, how do I know this? Joined as we are, spying on you is as simple as sliding down the back of a rainbow.
The thing that I did, please don't. Whatever.
Would that I could aid you in your quest, but the fate of we Fae folk is bound to that of the star. Whither it goes, so too do we follow. Such is our way. The most I could do for you is spare you the pain by gifting you the sweetest of eternal dreams. But if escape's not to your liking, then you must struggle with your fellow mortals. Ah, but here are the ones you were waiting for. I wonder, what manner of conclusion awaits at tale's end?
Well, that was awkward. I love Feul. It is pretty sad, right? I mean, obviously we can always return here to the Crystarium, but I don't know, there's so many people that we've, gotten to know over the course of our journey, and it's, we so rarely speak to any of them. My apologies for the delay. So wonderful to see you again. You doubtless have much catching up to do, so I shall leave you to it. I've taken the liberty of unlocking the umbilicus, and you may enter at your leisure. Thank you, Lena. I'm relieved to hear that everyone is well. I've had this feeling like a pit in my stomach, and I was afraid that something might have happened. Maybe I'm overthinking things, but it's just that I'm the Oracle of Light, but I've never spoken with Eidolon. Never once heard her call. I mean, you've spoken to Minfilia. Even so, I've always had this feeling deep inside me. A connection to something immense. These past few days, though, that connection has wavered. As if that immense something was distant. Then close, then distant again. Okay. And then, the other night, I was jolted awake by the feeling it had been completely severed. Wanting some fresh air, I went to open the window, and to my horror, the sky was ablaze, like during the star shower. So she had the same sort of hallucination that we had? Okay. But then I blinked, and everything was normal. The next day, no one said a thing. No one else had seen what I had seen. As far as I could tell, nothing was out of the ordinary. I began to wonder if it was a figment of a half-remembered dream. What are you not telling me? I have to know, please. It doesn't matter how terrible it is. It wasn't my imagination then. The doom we witnessed in Amarot has come again. But what is this dream? Why do we see that? Can't believe it. Like I told you before, all is well here in the First. I wonder if Gaia would be able to see it. As the Oracle of Darkness, do you think she felt anything when Zodiac died? I guess how would she, right? So don't worry about us, please. Look only to the threat before you. We're fine right now, and even if we weren't, we've learned how to survive. Should the final days reach us here as well, you may be assured we won't go quietly. No. Well, hold on until you can find a way to save all our worlds. So long as you continue your fight, so too will we, united in purpose, beneath a blazing sky. I really wonder what that means. Is Is that Heidelin calling out to you? Is it something else? An echo of a distant past? Is there a next coffer? 539, alright. I might have to rearrange the weapons, because I think there's a 5th set that we get, right? Hope upon a flower. You're headed to the Umbilicus to consult with Elidibus, right? I'll do some consulting of my own and speak with Lena. Decide how we might best prepare for the final days. So it's farewell for now, but we'll see each other again, I'm certain of it. There's so much we could discuss with everyone. I feel like we're always sort of... I mean, I know that everything that that we're running out of time in a way. I've never used these ether rays. The Dossel Gate. Alright, I could have just... I forgot that there's a map now. But, you know, we always sort of... We talk about these grave matters, and then suddenly Reen reveals to us that she has seen the same thing. I mean, there isn't... Well, obviously we both have absolutely no idea what that means, or what it could mean, right? So, yeah, obviously in a way that sort of limits the possibilities to really do anything about it or discuss it at length. But still, I sometimes feel that these things, you know, should warrant further discussion, I guess. There's a lot going on here. Ah, welcome back. The captain has told me all. Give the word, and I will show you to the ocular. Yes. Do we get the music as well? Crystal Tower music? No, it's ominous music. Aww. It was such a great time. Shadowbringers was so special. You know what? I wonder, all of these places, right? Would, well, of course they would also exist in the Crystal Tower on the source, but this Crystal Tower is older, so it, you know, contains more knowledge. So why would you use the one on the source if you can use this one?
Biometric authentication complete. Please state your business.
I would like to order a pizza. And then please check if there are PlayStation 5s available. I guess even the Crystal Tower can fulfill such a wish.
Acknowledged. Reinitializing Circus Tower systems. Searching for Elidibus entity.
I love these things. I think that's the first time we heard like something like this in a cutscene that was voiced.
Target located in subterranean core power accumulator. Projecting image.
What? Subterranean core power what?
My home. My friends. No more than a dream. Oh.
That this is even possible, right? The Amaranth theme. Wow.
You. Why have you awakened me? I no longer sense those places beyond.
or Lord Zodiac? You must explain all. So, he is fallen, and my brethren's souls returned to the star.
There's also something that, you know, well, are they dead? That's the question, right? Or are they... If we were able to access all of the Ancients' knowledge through the Ethereal Sea, much like this, I mean, isn't this the same thing? By all accounts, isn't Elidibus more or less dead? And still we're talking through him, because his ether is trapped, his soul is trapped in the Crystal Tower. Wouldn't the same be possible with the Ancient? I mean, if the Ancient Souls were trapped in Zodiac, I mean, we literally spoke to the real Hythlodius. If that was possible, even while Zodiac was still bound by Hydaelyn's shackles, wouldn't it also be possible to try to find them again in the Ethereal Sea? All of that is still so... like weird as a concept to me. What really is dying? How does ether work? And souls?
The doom we sacrificed so much to prevent is come again. Old burdens now yours to bear. But if this is Fandaniel's design, then I, as Elidibus, have a duty to fulfill.
You have?
Your unsolicited act has restored to me some few memories of the Convocation. Such knowledge as I have, I will share.
Through the crystals that we had? I'm sorry.
Why apologize for receiving a favor of the defeated? If it sits ill, consider it payment for freeing Lord Zodiac from servitude. Where to begin? The end. Your understanding of what caused the final days is consistent with our own. The decay first took root where the currents were weakest. Yes, a conclusion drawn by him, Fandaniel.
Okay, this is getting... Now we're getting to these mind-bending places again. Fandaniel was the one who first realized how it worked. At least to a certain degree, apparently.
Not the him of here and now, but as I knew him. Long, long ago.
I wonder if he was different back then. I mean, obviously he was. But in a way, I'm sure that his sundered self shared some similarities, some characteristics with the unsundered Fandaniel.
Having shed light upon the phenomenon, he dedicated himself to devising a countermeasure. Were it not for his knowledge of the Celestial, we would never have made the connection, and thence forestalled the final days. And though he inherited that noble soul, how different this last incarnation. So consumed by self-loathing and hate.
Self-loathing? It's interesting to look at it that way. Maybe... I wonder if Daniel, for some reason, felt bad about what he discovered back then? Or I guess, I mean, this Daniel that we now knew, right? Pretty much fulfilled Xande's dream. Or, it's not really a dream, but rather a, I don't know, depressing reality, I don't know. Which is that, well, Xande realized that everything will eventually decay. Nothing lasts forever. So he sort of said to himself, well, if I can't live forever, if I can't, you know, be infinite, then why should anything exist at all? Right? Nothingness. Like, his idea was that nothingness is better than something that would eventually decay. Now, Daniel, apparently as Amon, sort of followed that logic. Huh. I wonder why. Daniel is such a weird person, right? Really hard to understand.
Yes. The name is familiar to me. Yet I know it not as a flower, but a place.
Oh?
A testing facility for determining which of our creations were fit to be released into the world.
What? Why did the Watcher say we called it Elpis? I guess it had the same... It worked the same, right? The flower reacted to Akasha, as we now know it. And their testing facility probably did the exact same.
Many worked there. And before joining the Convocation and assuming the title of Daniel, he was their chief.
Oh?
He was Hermes.
Hermes?
That is all I know.
Once again, this sort of gives us more questions than answers, right? What? Maybe... I mean, there is sort of one weird, twisted way in which this would make sense from this current perspective that we have. And that is that maybe Fandaniel, like the old and the new one, realized that, if we have to do something about this force, that we can't, that we have to understand it, we maybe even have to live with it in a certain way. And I guess you could look at it as if Zodiac sort of unmade, I guess, one natural force in a way, right? Controlled it and subdued it in a way. And maybe the old Fandaniel's sort of idea was, or maybe his life goal or his research project was that he wanted the world to sort of come to terms with this force. And maybe somehow the new Fandaniels sort of still had the same goal without necessarily knowing why. So maybe he wanted to bring about the final days not to destroy, but to make us understand, right? To make us finally realize that this force exists and how it works. Sort of the only explanation I can come up with at this point.
The crystals tell little of the lives the 14 led prior to their induction.
Oh, right. It's only a recording of what they did as the convocation, right? Then again, how long did the convocation exist with the members that were present during the final days? I would have thought that they probably existed for, a couple of 100 years probably was nothing to them, right? So I just sort of imagined that they very rarely would actually switch places.
Elpis itself would tell even less. Nary a ruin has survived. Wait. I saw you there. In Elpis.
You mean Azam?
No. I did not. But I did. I did. A lingering trace of impossibility.
What?
And a truth that fills my heart.
Can you stop speaking in riddles?
My memories remain clouded, I fear. However, they have revealed to me one possible course. You must travel to Elpis, to the time when Hermes served as its chief.
With the Crystal Tower? Would that even be... what? That's a time when everything was still whole, though, right?
In glimpsing the Exarch's memories, not only did I make his summoning magic mine own, I also mastered the workings of this tower.
Oh, right.
Which, having absorbed my empowered essence, now harbors an abundance of energy.
Well, that's convenient.
As such, I believe I can deliver you unto the past, unto that place and that precise moment.
Okay. Don't fucking tell me that the 5th zone of Endwalker is 12,000 years in the past. And we are actually traveling there through the Crystal Tower by Elidibus's or with Elidibus's energy. What the freaking fuck? What is... So we truly hadn't seen the last of Daniel. I was wondering why they killed him off like that. But now we'll see the real Daniel, and we'll see much, much more. From pre-Sunder days, even. But wait. What? So the Crystal Tower, I guess, through whatever the Ironworks achieved 200 years in the future, with the help of Omega's and Alexander's, I don't know, whatever primal powers they have. So Alexander can't be from the source, right? It also has to be something like Omega, right? Something that came from somewhere else. With that kind of power, it couldn't just have been here. Even from another time entirely, maybe? Because, like, think about it. We have here technology that that is basically a fusion of energies from Elidibus and Ironworks time after the Eighth Umbral Calamity 200 years in the future, together with Alexander's and Omega's powers and the Elegance like knowledge, and you're telling me that the Crystal Tower is actually able to travel back in time to before the Sundering? Or would we only see an image of that? Wouldn't we be able to actually influence that timeline as well? Much like the Crystal Tower in the first has influenced the current timeline. And clearly it deviates from the one that, you know, happened somewhere else at some point, apparently. And isn't this all achieved through the Rift? How can the Rift... What is the Rift, then? What? Let's see what happens here.
That must be traversed. The gateway will not be fully formed.
Oh, so we can't... Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, that would be crazy if we would be able to do that.
Your form will be less tangible still than those warriors of light I had summoned.
Okay. But it will be something there.
In all likelihood, none will be able to see or hear you. Yet even should you manage to interact with others, you will be unable to effect meaningful change. For the reality you wish to save, the reality to which you must return, exists as a result of the final days.
Well, yeah, in a way, would this reality cease to be if we would tell them about the final days? That is also something that we still don't know. I wonder if that will come up in the future. It's not really important for the current story, I guess, but I mean, just the possibility is there, right? Somewhere, somehow, there must still exist a future where this Crystal Tower came from. I don't think that it would just disappear as sort of a potential timeline. I mean, this is crazy though, because even if right now we would be going back 12,000 years or even more, and even if, because we can't really interact with anyone, we wouldn't be able to influence that timeline, the sheer
possibility of it would mean that through more research, maybe making more energies available somehow, if we would pump literally maybe the entire planet into the Crystal Tower or something, technically we would be able to go to that time and actually influence it in a meaningful way. What would happen then?
This cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present. Cannot unmake the sorrow and suffering fated to come.
But Grahatir did exactly that. Not as far back, but still, he did exactly that.
In full knowledge of this, will you still entrust your life to your foe and make the journey? Very well. I shall cast you unto the river of time. Let this be my final act.
Well, how are we getting back, though? Wait!
You must input the commands. I no longer have the authority.
Graha wouldn't be able to travel back to, I don't know, 300, 200, whatever it was, years into the future, back to his timeline. Wasn't that like a one-way journey?
First, you must reconfigure the systems, that the tower's ether may be channeled for the magic.
I don't know, doesn't this have like a million different implications?
The preparations are complete. The gateway will soon open. Return at once to the Ocular. All appears to be in order. The ether flows unimpeded.
This is crazy.
The magic should consume every last mote of my essence. Why are you surprised? Did I not say that this will be my final act? Lord Zodiac is no more. There is nothing for me here.
That's really sad because I don't know, that almost seemed like, I don't know. To me, that almost seemed like a constant, right? I mean, not that Elizabeth would still be here, I guess, that obviously I didn't know that, but this idea that the ancients were there and that they still exist within us. I mean, they still do, but you know, considering how long they've tirelessly worked to bring back Zodiac, to rejoin everything, and to bring their own souls back, their friends back. This sort of, for the first time, really makes me realize that there's nothing for them here anymore. With Zodiac gone, even if Emet would still exist, he probably wouldn't want to anymore, right? Because there's no purpose for him, no reason for him to be here anymore.
The ones I love and long to see again are waiting in that promised land, beyond memory and dream. Now go, warrior of light. Go and do not look back. Well, Heidelin, I take my leave of you. Yours is the mantle of the last of us. May you have the joy of it, the burden, and the solitude. It falls to you now. You and your champion to save our star.
That is... I just realized, I just remembered one of the sentences that Lid was just said, where he said, I think I saw you there. No, I did not. Yes, I did. So I guess... Doesn't that mean that we're in the same timeline? If he... Yeah, of course. If he saw us there, then even back then, even 12,000 years ago, we were already in the same timeline. This is crazy. But how can we... Never in a million years. I know I've said this about a lot of in Endwalker now, but never in a million years would I have thought that we would be going back 12,000 years into the past. Incorporeal. Transcending the boundary between existence and nihility. Maybe that's not the zone. I mean, either way, it's mind-blowing. For a moment there, I was thinking that this might be the fifth zone, which would have been completely mind-bending. Although, in a way, this is even more mind-bending, because that means that the fifth zone still exists somewhere else. I don't know, maybe it still is that one. I am completely... I don't even know what to say anymore. This expansion has been one mind-bending thing after the other. And it's not stopping with that. Looks incredible, doesn't it? I mean, once again, Amarod... We saw Amarod, but Amarod had this... I don't know... etheric quality? Well, it looks much the same. It still looked... you know, like an image. Which it was, but, you know, this... like the colors, I guess. The colors and... everything really just looks... too far away, really? The device is reminiscent of an aetheryte. Perhaps it is possible to attune with it. Really? Despite attempting to channel and focus your energies, you fail to attune with the device. You can only assume it operates differently. Yeah, or, you know, it's 12,000 years in the past and you just can't channel the ether properly? Guide-like man. The man stands dutifully by the aetheryte-like device, a guide for this facility in all likelihood. You attempt to get the man's attention, but if he sees or hears you, he gives absolutely no indication. As Elidib is warned, it appears your form is intangible. It's really interesting to see them finally in their, like, real form. It is still sort of a weird sentiment, right? So they do look different. They have similar features to us, really, in a way. And apparently they also sometimes take off their mask as well, but they also still wear the same clothes. This is the right place, yes? Propylaeon? Is that the place or in the name of the other guy? Judging by the woman's words, this was... oh, okay, it's a facility. This facility is called Propylaeon. You attempt to gently prod the woman to attract her attention, but feel nothing. It seems neither does she. This is... whatever is happening here is... what the hell? I mean, even though they're, you know, about 3 times as large as we are, these devices still look absolutely huge. I mean, think about this room, right? I guess we have halls like these in our time as well. Black-robed man. A remarkably large man wears a black robe and a half-mask, much like the phantoms you encountered in Mare Lametorum and the recreated Amarod. Would seem you have made it to your destination. You gesticulate wildly and shout all manner of greetings and obscenities, but the man does not so much as glance in your general direction. Huh. This is... yeah. I don't know what to make of this anymore. This expansion has been such a wild ride. Because it also it has these moments all back to back, right? You start off quite normally. Oh yeah, we're going to Sharlayan. Oh yeah, place of knowledge, blah blah. Forum has something for us, blah blah. All right, then we go to Daphne. You know, oh yeah, there's the tower. Yeah, you know, they've been a problem for a long time. We knew that. Blah blah. We deal with the tower. All right, now it's Garlemald. Okay, we invade Garlemald, which, you know, that's already sort of mind-blowing in a way, but it's not mind-bending, right? It's really awesome to finally been there in Garlemald, and, well, then it's all destroyed, and there's this ominous tower. Alright, so far so good. And then we just go to the moon. And there's a spaceship there, operated by these little bunny people, and Zodiac is killed. And taken by Fandania, then killed, and then... Like, you know, just... You know, oh, we invade Garlemald, and then boom! Zodiac dead. And then we're back, and then it's boom! Final days, and then... That's sort of, you know, dealt with, at least to an extent, and then boom! We're 12,000 years in the past. Like, what the hell? Give me a break, please. I need to calm down. Give me a couple of... I don't know. I want to eat burgers again in Sharlayan. You suspect this door leads outside, but how to open it? Bit too heavy, huh? Oh, we can't touch anything either.
And here we are, Elpis.
Oh?
Well, well, how rare to receive you in person. To what do we owe the honor?
Oh, just a few odd tasks. We'll be here a while.
Wait.
You're welcome to stay as long as you see fit, of course. As a matter of procedure, however, I must ask that you kindly remove your masks.
So that I can see that it's really them?
Come now. Is this truly necessary? Surely you can tell who we are.
I can tell.
Who you are, perhaps, but I am far less infamous. Regardless, if we do not follow protocol, 'tis our hosts who would be held accountable. So, please, do favor us with your handsome face.
This is incredible. He can see us. Of course, he can see us.
Satisfied?
Now I wonder. Holy shit, this is... What the fuck? If Elizabeth said that he wasn't sure whether we were there or not, then maybe Emmett Silk. Did he know that we at some point traveled back in time? I mean, this doesn't tell him much, though. First of all, it was obviously... I mean, he would have never known who we are, where we came from, why we were there, why we were so little, right?
He would remember it, though. For infinity, essentially. So he would have recognized us the moment he saw us. Which was... when exactly? When did he saw us for the first time? In our time. Well, then again, I mean, we were the or are the champion of Eorzea. Surely through, I don't know anymore. What kind of implications does this have? Literally too many, probably. And the other one's Van Daniel? Is that really him? Bears a little resemblance to the one that we knew. And then again, he embodied Asahi, right? Whereas Emmett Silk probably formed Emperor Solus's body after himself?
I thank you for your cooperation. You are free to go about your business.
By the by, you see it too, yes?
They both see me.
I haven't the foggiest what you're talking about.
What?
That's odd. It's right here. A bit thin in the ether, but there's no mistaking it. The color of its soul is almost identical to Azem's.
Maybe they... Maybe it doesn't have so many implications after all. Maybe they think it's just a weird device that we as Azem invented.
Do you suppose he created it? Rather unusual for a familiar to have a soul, though.
Don't ask me. All I know is that it's trouble. Doubly so if it's his spitting image. So let's leave it be. Come now.
It's trying to say something, but it's literally too intangible to form words. Why don't you give it some ether? Spare a snifter of your bounteous reserves.
Who do you take me for?
Why, a dear friend, of course. One who wouldn't let acts of kindness, such as my accompanying him on errands to far-flung outposts, go unrewarded.
Far-flung outposts?
I suggest you close your eyes, or this may be unpleasant.
He already had a snip? Cool. So what now? Is he transforming us into an actual Emeraldine or what? This is crazy.
You may open your eyes.
He is? Or not? Yes, he is.
Oh, you even adjusted its size.
The better to indulge your whim. This way, it will be easier to communicate.
How very thoughtful of you. And may I applaud your artful reinforcement.
Artful reinforcement?
Without further ado then. Greetings. I am
I'm an
Hythlodaeus,
idiot.
Chief of the Bureau of the Architect.
Hythlodaeus. Hi. Hi. Yeah, so it was him that we saw talking before when he was talking to, or saw Zodiac, rather. Chief of the Bureau of the Architect. Did he ever tell us that? That he's the chief there? I mean, it makes sense in retrospect because we met him there, but did we ever knew that?
Sulking beside me is the most honourable Emmett Selk of the Convocation of 14.
Wait. What? Who do they think I am? Do they think I'm some sort of image of Azem for some reason that he created for what exactly?
And how might we address you, my new friend? A fine name. And I'm pleased to see you understand our words. So, tell us, whence have you come? The thinness of your essence suggests you weren't created here. You do not know? Or cannot say? Allow me to ask a different question then. What brings you here?
But I still... What kind of implications does this have? I'm still wondering, aren't we... As far as I know, from how the Crystal Tower works, aren't we now literally during their time? Right? This is not some sort of echo recreation or anything. We literally traveled back in time. But the spirit of Hythlodaeus on the moon said that he didn't know us. I'm really confused. I want to learn about Elpis. I wonder what that name means, by the way, Elpis. Is that some Greek word as well?
The same as us.
Great, can I come with you?
Perhaps Azim wished to come too, but had to settle for a familiar.
Yes, exactly.
If he truly wished to be here, then he would be.
Right you are. My apologies if we've given offense. The two of us can discern the color of souls, you see, and yours happens to resemble that of a friend. And with your purpose matching our own besides, we jumped to a hasty conclusion.
No, I mean, your conclusion is sort of correct.
We are here to speak with Hermes, the chief overseer of this facility, which we also intend to tour, in order to gain greater insight into the man's work. We, I say, though this is Emmett Selk's charge. I am here only to serve as his guide.
Wait, let's rewind a bit. So this was before Hermes became part of the Convocation, correct? Because Emmett Selk is called Emmett Selk, not Hades, but he called Hermes Hermes, even though that's Fandaniel. So this was before Fandaniel was part of the Convocation then, correct? God, this is mind-blowing.
And I should be happy to serve as yours as well, by way of an apology for the misunderstanding.
Wait, are you suggesting that we bring it along on official business? This thing we know next to nothing about?
Thanks, Emmett. Charming as always.
If you harbor suspicions, better to keep it close than leave it to its own devices. Wouldn't you agree?
I guess so.
Besides, having a mysterious life form in tow is the norm rather than the exception here. Welcome, my friends, to the testing ground of creation at Heaven's Edge. Elpis.
It is the zone! Fuck, the world unsundered. Elpis. What the fuck? Hello there.
This presence.
This can't be good. They have to know that in the future there will at some point be somebody who then travels back in time, who will then help them, right? Or maybe that's why Venat created Heidelin, because she realized that we would exist in the future.
We have visitors.
What secrets are you hiding, I wonder?
Oh, you really want to know that, right? I can't believe this. You know, by the way, I just want to reiterate that this is the 5th zone. Not the last one. What the hell is happening? What the freaking hell is happening in this expansion? Ooh, they look great as well.
sorry, I can't freaking write Hythlodius. Why is his name written so weird? I'm sorry, I had to write my friend about this. This is... I never in my... Never, ever would have thought that this don't... I can't even build words anymore. This is a freaking... This is a zone. A zone that we'll be able to come back to. That is just part now of... We can just now pretty much freely travel 12,000 years into the past. By the way, I absolutely love that my glamour is almost perfect for this. I mean, from the back, it pretty much looks like their robes, almost. 1 second. I'm too mind blown to do anything right now. I can't even, you know, I could just die happy right now. I don't know. I don't even need to continue playing. I could just stand here on this very spot for the next 12,000 years and just be happy. Right? I mean, what else is there? This can't get any more perfect than it already is. I think. Like, what? This is... I can't even... I don't even... I mean, I want to play, but at the same time, I'm also just too mind blown to play. This is just... I could just stand here. I could just stand here and do nothing. For hours on end. And just... I don't know. This is... I don't want to log out, but I also kind of don't want to. I want to freeze this moment in time and just be. What the hell? What did they do? This is the freaking... I can't even believe. What comes after this? Like... Are we... Like, is the 6th zone just another planet that we travel to with our spaceship? Or is it 12,000 years in the future? I mean, not from this point, that would be our time, but from our time, 12,000 years in the future, or... What? And also, this exists as a place now in the game. And not only as a place, but, you know, the fact that we can travel back in time, just pretty much whenever we so choose, and also
I mean, think about it, right? I'm just... What will the future of this game then be? Because usually... And this is so weird about Endwalker is, you know... The story supposedly ends with 6.0, and then a new one begins, right? But the new story, in a way, only has the Endwalker areas to work with, right? Whereas past stories, obviously, it made sense that they would, like, in Heavensward, for example, you were still fighting Nidhogg. So obviously that took place in the Heavensward areas, and in Stormblood, you were still... You know, it was still about Yugiri and that kind of thing and whatever. And that still took place in the same zones. And then in Shadowbringers, it was obviously still about the First and the fight against the Littlebus. And only then did we return home. But this? What's going to happen here if we... Like... What? And again, think about all of what this means. We can just gather material 12,000 years in the past and take it back with us in the future. Right? And again, what does this mean? Do they truly think that we are just some sort of weird image that Azem conjured up because he couldn't bother to be here, or what? And also, the way we look is still pretty much exactly what we look in our time, right? So wouldn't Emet-Selch remember us? I guess Hyphlodius wouldn't, because he was he wasn't Sundered, he was sacrificed for Zodiac, and that might have sort of erased his memories, maybe? But then again, he was still remembering all of it. I'm confused right now. Or are we literally creating a different timeline now, again? I just... I think I really... I really need to... What is this with Labyrinthos, though? When are we going to return to that place, then? This is... I don't... What? What does this even mean, by the way? Did they just build this in the sky just because? Because it looks cool? Or did they build it here because the sky has some... Well, I mean, then again, now that I think about it, maybe it actually serves a purpose, right? Maybe it was meant to study celestial energies, and that was easier in the sky rather than on the ground. I mean, basically that's where we build our telescopes, right? So just that they were obviously able to make islands float. I don't even want to move. This is... I can't even... I don't know, I sort of want to... Do I continue? I want to, but at the same time I feel like it's just too much. I honestly feel right now as if my mind's gonna, like, overflow. Like like a computer that's just...
made too many calculations or something. What is this expansion? Do we even know what point in time this is? So if Fandaniel at this point wasn't even part of the convocation, this must have been even further back in time, right? At a point where they didn't even know about the final days, potentially. This looks crazy. In case you didn't know, it's rude to stare. Stop. Put on your mask if you want. But do they have to... No, they have their mask on. What's your name? Demokritos. Those researchers are from the Academia Anidus, Words of Halmarud, here to observe the state of the local flora. I wish they would give equal attention to the ambient environment, specifically how much noise they're adding to it with their little debate. I mean, let's at least finish the quest. This is hardly my first time here, but the scenery never fails to take my breath away. Why, it feels as if you could reach out and touch the heavens. Now then, to begin our guided tour, perhaps you already know these things, but for the sake of thoroughness, I shall start with the basics. Using concepts to give shape to ether, creation magics allows us to bring forth anything we desire, be it inanimate objects or living beings. Anyone may conceive of concepts, but they must all undergo evaluation at the bureau of the architect. As part of that process, living beings and certain arcane entities may be sent here to help us for in-depth observation and study. Oh. So it's literally an ancient labyrinthos, isn't it? In a way. Kind of funny. But yeah, so... Yeah, I mean that actually, in a way, answers a question I didn't know I have, but... Yeah, if their creation magics could create anything they wanted, it would have made sense to have an environment where they could test out things, I guess, without risking anything. Arcane entities. A fascinating facility, isn't it? I dare say you will enjoy touring it with us. I'm all here for it. I can stay here for 12,000 years if you like. I can't believe that they freaking showed us the concept art for this. I wonder if anyone would have guessed what this was. I wonder if there truly was a person on Earth who guessed what this was. Because I don't think it would have been possible. Petaluda hunt. Oh, we get something. Now then, our friend Hermes, aside from overseeing the facility, he also conducts his own research. Chances are he will be at the main observation hub, so let us take him out there first. Attired as you are, however, you stand out a little too much. Really? I look almost exactly as you do. Our dear Emmett Selk wishes to keep a low profile for his errand, so... Do you know how to make a robe? The basic concept will do. No. In that case, Emmett Selk... No. Your whim, your responsibility. You're getting not another thimble of ether out of me. The way he screams sometimes, you'd think he wasn't nigh bottomless fond of magic. Very well, I shall make the rope, but perhaps you can assist. Come,
Let us search for the requisite material. Sure. Let's go make a rope with Hythlodeus and Emmett Silk. Okay, sorry, I need to go back to the Aetheryte. Can you attune to that now? It's also... This is really cool. Yeah, you can literally return to the Okia for some reason. Oh wait, you can't attune to these? What? This is not an actual Aetheryte? Huh. Why can't I just return to the Ocular? How does that work? Pardon? Why, yes, this is Propylaeon. I know not where it is you intend to go from here, but might I suggest waiting for your master? Atlanticus. And who might you be? A lost familiar, perhaps? Oh, I do wish you wouldn't stare. Does it surprise you to see someone whose visage remains unshrouded? I wonder what they mean by stare. Aren't they looking each other in the eye too when they talk? My friend's supposed to pay me a visit, but there's still no sign of them. Perhaps they're too absorbed in their research. Are there ether currents here? Yeah. However that works. I mean, I guess wind ether still exists here, obviously. This structure is still huge, though. This whole zone looks freaking huge. This... Yeah. I think, honestly, at this point, I don't know. Obviously, I want to continue, but... Well, it's such a perfect stopping point as well, isn't it? This is... like, look at this. How much more perfect can a zone be? This is just... I don't even know what to make of this. 1 second. I think I've never been really and truly at such a loss for words.